to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, call this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Boys, girls, and NBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. So lovely to have all you lovely people here. Beautiful sunny day in Ohio. Still cold weather. We had some snow recently, if you can believe that. Thank you, climate change. Thank you, climate change. Thank you very much. Very cool. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. It's so good to have you all here. Today we're just going to be starting with a deep dive on tariffs. Now, I want to start doing a little bit more education on my part, especially as it comes to economics, because as many of you know, I am not an economics boy, okay? I'm very bad at it. I'm very bad at arguing it. The only time that I feel I really have a good grasp of economics is when it comes to the basic structure of capitalism versus communism. Or socialism, I should say. I still struggle with like the exact differences between socialism and communism, but the basic structure of like a worker-owned workforce as opposed to a privately owned workforce, I understand that pretty well, right? Like, you don't need an economy, you need people fed and housed and clothed, you know, like, the economy can go to hell for all I care. As long as people have their basic necessities, that's what's important to me. And so I've argued against like ANCAPs and stuff, and how Ancapistan falls into feudal dictatorships, typically like corporate oligarchies, where people live and rent the land that they own and work. You know, they don't actually own it. So I'm pretty good at doing the general like Ancapistan bad thing, but I'm pretty bad at when it comes to like, for instance, tariffs. Like I have a loose understanding of how they work, why they're bad, etc. But I don't really know the history of tariffs or if they've ever been used for good or if you know, just I don't really know much about them. You know, I don't know about the stock market very much. Baby, are you looking for sun? I closed the door over there because the sun was poking through and it was really bright, but now I think I've upset my cat because she was sunbathing earlier. I was gonna keep it open, but you left. You went to do other activities. You'll live. I don't think I've ever popped into your stream, but I found you through your legendary Matt Walsh moment a while ago. Well, thank you. That is one of my proudest moments on the channel. I'm a lot more proud of that than my Jubilee appearance. I think my Jubilee appearance left a lot to be desired. I think I did perfectly against Matt Walsh. It was short, it was sweet, I proved my point, and a lot of people in his audience went onto the video and were like, man, that's kind of fucked up that you would do that. Yes, I am in Ohio. Yes, snow is common here, but not in April. Like, we're not supposed to get snow in April. It was supposed to be over. The weather was getting warmer. We were having, like, warm... You know those warm rains that you get? Where it's not, like, cold out, but it's, like, kind of just, like kind of like a sauna? We had one of those. And then after that, we get winter snow in April. You're not supposed to get that. Like, Ohio weather can get crazy sometimes, and it's not unprecedented, but that's not normal either. I saw your trans debate on TikTok and wanted to say that I think you did decently, but let them control the narrative a little too hard. Which trans debate? I've been debating like all week. Because here's the thing, so the reason that I like to host the debates rather than go on other people's panels is because when you're on other people's panels, they can control the narrative. They can mute you, they can just choose to talk over you. There's usually like 5 of them versus 1 of you. It's really difficult. So you have to let them talk and then like hone in on one critical point of theirs and just attack it. It's tricky. That's why I like hosting them. Or at the very least doing a 1v1. But yeah, I should probably just stop doing TikTok debates altogether. Like, I've definitely slowed down. But, they're just brain rot. And there's really not a huge audience usually. Like, you're talking on a good day, if you get lucky, you might have like 100 people watching you. You know? And it's not like the people watching you, like there's a mixed audience usually, but it's not like the people watching you who were on, like not a whole lot of them are on the fence. You know, they have made up their minds. They're going to decide who they thought did better based on their own personal opinions rather than like listening objectively, you know? Because if you listened objectively and actually considered all of the facts of the matter, you would come out on my side. And I know that sounds silly, but that's simply the fact of the matter. Like, I have all the evidence, I have all the data, I am right. I am right. You know, I've gone over this over and over and over and over again with people, and they can never prove me wrong. Never. They're just like, well, that data point's not good enough, or this study is lacking in this way. Okay, you can say the data's lacking, but that's the data we have, okay? We have 5-year studies on kids showing very low regret rates. We have subjective reports from trans people saying that, like, yes, I am happy with my care. You know, like, it's between 97 to 99% approval rating for satisfaction rating for gender affirming care. Like, 97% is like the lowest that it gets, which is crazy. You don't see that like anywhere else. They gave you a nothing burger of a source and then did the host is speaking thing. Exactly, James, exactly. Like, that source they gave was from a gender critical think tank. Hello, baby. Are you here to say hi? I guess not. she's been very cuddly lately. So we'll probably see more of her later. There has not been someone who is anti-trans that I've seen that their argument doesn't eventually boil down to, I feel like it's a bad thing. Yeah, the best they have is the Cass report. And the Cass report has been reamed by like psychiatrists and psychologists. Yale Law did an entire review of it where they've outlined basically what's wrong with it right here. Section 1, the Cass review makes for those who don't know, the Cass review is done by a woman whose last name is Cass. I forget her first name. And there are a lot of problems with it. So like one problem, for instance, is that they didn't have any trans people on the report, even though there were trans people trying to get on it. They just didn't let them in. Okay, so that's one. Two, they had, so basically what it is, it's a meta review, like a meta analysis of like a bunch of different studies, right? It's available to read for free online. You can just search Cass report full. Yeah, Cass review final report. First Google result. Let's take a look. Okay. Can you... Fine. Yeah, here's the final report. It's right here. I want you to look at the way this starts. You got the table of contents, scroll down, and then it starts. Forward from the chair. Starts with a quote. Medicine's ground state is uncertainty. Wisdom for both the patients and doctors is defined by how one copes with it. Here's Dr. Hilary Cass. First sentence. This review is not about defining what it means to be trans, nor is it about undermining the validity of trans identities, challenging the right of people to express themselves, or rolling back on people's rights to health care. That sounds a bit suspicious. Imagine you had somebody studying the Holocaust, and they start off the report by saying, this is not about denying that the Holocaust happened. That's not what this report is about. I just want it to be perfectly clear up front that the Holocaust did happen, and I am not saying that it didn't. And this is not what that report is about. It's like, that's going to raise some red flags, man. Okay? So that's one. And then there's a myriad of other problems. Sounds like you're denying the Holocaust? Well, yeah, exactly. That's my point. She absolutely looks like a TERF. Listen, I try not to judge people's views. But, you know, like, or sorry, not views. I judge their views. That's what I judge them on. I try not to judge their looks anymore. I used to ream people pretty hard for their looks. I try to stay away from it if I can. So... But there is something to be said for, like, I think it is objectively true that that TERFs oftentimes will be the people who would be targeted if, like, you know, the trans panic continues. And then somebody sees them trying to use the women's bathroom and they get clocked, quote unquote, right? And somebody calls them out for being a man, quote unquote. And then they have to deal with that. Now, that hasn't happened to any TERFs that I know of. And if it has, they've definitely done a good job of keeping it under wraps. But they do, you know, sometimes give off the impression that they might be caught, you know, by the very ideology that they're trying to push. So I will say that that is a fact. You know, transphobia hurts everybody. For first and foremost, trans people, okay? But it does hurt everybody. I've mostly been lacking in abortion debates, but the gender stuff is insane in debates. The wildest definition of what is necessary to be female was of or denoting the sexual anatomy which produces large gametes. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Here's a really funny thing about that, is that it's so funny when they try to pull this bullshit of, you're reducing women down to stereotypes. You're saying people can act like women and then they are women. This is basically blackface you're doing. That's crazy. And it's like, no. That's what gender is. Gender is a collection of stereotypes that we associate with somebody based upon the genitalia we observe at birth, okay? That is what gender is. At least right now. It doesn't have to be associated with their genitalia at birth, but that's what we associate it with in today's day and age, in our current society. The Alec YouTube stream is rather quiet. Are you sure that's not on your end? Does anybody else have that problem? All the sound logistics on my end are working as they have. Guitar Rocker says it's fine for me. You sound good to me, Joe Star says. Loud enough for me. Okay, I think it's on your end, the Soda account, but thank you for letting me know. Okay. So what's so funny is, like, they say, oh my god, you're reducing women down to stereotypes. First of all, that's literally what it is. And second of all, what you're doing is even worse. You're reducing women down to their body parts. You're saying that a woman is somebody who can get pregnant unless they can't, which I guess makes them a broken woman, right? Like, being a woman is contingent upon your ability to have to gestate children and give birth to them. Okay? That is what the TERF argument is. And don't let them bullshit their way around that either, because that's what they're doing. They're saying, we are biological essentialists. If you are born female, your purpose is to produce large gametes, gestate children, and give birth. And if you can't do that, you're a broken woman. They'll never say it like that, but that's what they are insinuating. Okay? They're not feminists. They're not... like, they might be pro-abortion, sure, but they never fucking fight for it. Okay? They certainly never talk about the other issues that come up in trans sports, or sorry, women's sports, besides trans people, right? Like, the biggest issues in women's sports, thank you so much. It smells delicious, thank you. The biggest issue in women's sports, really, is sexual misconduct from male coaches. That's one of the biggest issues. Not to mention underfunding. You know, like, women, especially, like, even in high schools, the girls' fields will sometimes just be flooded. You know, they won't be good to play on. But the boys' fields will be pristine. They'll have 2 fields, 3 fields. Like, literally, I went to an all-boys high school, and we had 3 fucking football fields. 3. Like, you will never find a girls' school that has 3, like, pristine fields. Well, maybe a girls-only school if it's a private school. But, like, you'll never come across a co-ed school, which is most of them, where the girls have the same or better accommodations for their sports than men have. It just doesn't happen. So, for all their talk about, like, protecting the sanctity of women's sports or whatever the fuck, it's like you don't actually care about the real issues facing trans women in sports. There was just a guy from, I think, Penn State, college coach arrested, women athletes, personal pictures. Yeah, here we go. From ESPN. Thousands of intimate... Oh, hold on, let me get rid of that. Thousands of intimate images seized in Weiss hacking investigation. Also, before I forget, I was thinking about putting my camera down here. Do you guys think that's better? I know that's a big decision. I want you guys' opinion on it. Maybe making the chat just a teensy bit smaller. They put it up here, maybe over here. Better? You guys like that better? I've been thinking about changing it for a while now. Most people have theirs at the bottom. Do you guys like that layout better? Anyway, we'll keep it that way for now unless people start to complain. But anyway, but yeah, so this guy got thousands of intimate images from hacking into... You should give your take on that desecration of femininity video by that one British person. That's way better. Okay, I'm glad you guys like better. If you can link that, Evan Hobbs, I'll take a look. I was thinking about going over another... You guys remember Brad Palumbo, the guy I was supposed to debate but never did? I'm thinking about going over another video of his that came into my radar. And because it's about, like, you know, talking about trans people around kids. And I'm thinking about, after doing that, hitting him up and seeing if he wants to finally debate. Because I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready. Bottom right seems good. But the problem with bottom right is that I face left. So when I face left, it doesn't look like I'm looking at the content. You know what I mean? So that's the problem with bottom right. Now, I could flip it. I could flip the camera. But I just... Like, if I do that, then I have to worry about it being mirrored if, like, I want... Like, I like it looking the way that it does. I think I'll just keep it there. Can you not vertically fit the... Yeah, I can. Okay, is bottom right better? Would bottom right be better? Would it be better if I do this? Let me do it real quick. Since we're on the topic. Webcam. We'll try it right now. How's that? Better? I mean, it's better for me in some ways. Now it's like a mirror for me. But then, like, are you going to get disoriented if we go back and forth like that? That's low-key off-putting. Well, it's different. Like, this is what I see in the mirror all the time, so I'm used to it, but you guys aren't. That hides part of chat. I'll move chat. I just need to know. No, I'll move chat. You're missing the point. Do you guys like it better on the left or right? Fine, I'll move chat. There. Better? Most people want left. We're going to stick with left. I just think this is the way that... And also left is best. But also this is the way that I've been facing since the very beginning. So I just don't think I want to change it. We got to be a little bit different from everybody else. Everybody does bottom right. All the other left tubers do bottom right. We got to do bottom left, okay? We are the leftist, okay? The leftist of the leftists. Anyway, sorry. I was talking about like 10 different things at once. Jesus. Thousands of intimate images seized in Weiss hacking investigation. Weiss, I don't know. Investigators seized thousands of intimate photos and videos from a former Baltimore Ravens and University of Michigan assistant football coach who is charged with hacking into the computer accounts of college athletes, the U.S. Justice Department told victims. I'm not hearing anything about this from Tariffs. Nothing. Okay, I've heard nothing. I'm just saying, like, this is a pretty big fucking deal. Okay? So, like, where are the Tariffs at? I thought they were all about safety in women's sports. What happened? What happened? Gotta ask yourselves what happened there. Like, they just kind of missed that one, I guess. Right? And it's not like, okay, it's not like if I were to give them the absolute best benefit of the doubt that I can, it's not like if I showed them that they would be like, yes, that's fine and that person is fine. Of course they would be like, oh yeah, no, that's disgusting and that person belongs in jail, right? But the point is, that is a much bigger problem overall, coaches taking advantage of their female athletes, than trans people are, okay? There are probably more pending investigations about coaches taking advantage of female athletes than there are trans athletes in female sports. You know? There's like 12 of them. It's crazy. So, like, I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. Like, even if you want to say that trans women in sports is, like, a big problem or whatever, it's simply not, like, the biggest, you know? This is like saying, okay, I'm worried about children eating, right? So what am I going to do? So I'm worried about children eating, so what we have to do is send parents to jail when they can't feed their children. Right? That's my solution. We're going to send parents to jail when they are unable financially to feed their children. We're going to send them to jail. All right? That doesn't solve the fucking problem, even if you feed the kid. Okay? Like, even if you feed the kid afterwards, that doesn't solve the problem. If your main concern is putting those parents in jail, I don't buy that you actually give a shit about the kid. Because what would be the best for the kid is if they got food and also got to stay with their families that did not abuse or harm them, presumably, okay? It does not make logical sense that they care so much about this one issue, okay? It doesn't. And we're going to talk a little bit about that too later when we get into Asmongold. He had some interesting takes. But first, let's get this over with. So, the title says Tariffs. Tariffs deep dive. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So, what's going to happen, okay, so you guys are going to get mad at me. Usually I come with the juice, right? I come with the treats. You guys love your yummy treats, your yummy drama, your yummy react content. Not today, okay? Or at least not for the next hour or so. What we're doing right now is we're going to go over the history of tariffs in the United States. All right? And the reason we're doing this is to educate ourselves on economics and what is put into context what is happening right now in the United States with the Trump tariffs so that we can we're arming ourselves with knowledge, yes? As in the words of a great man from the SpongeBob series. Arm thyself with knowledge. Cockroach gold? I'm sorry. You gotta come up with something better than that. How about Asmongold? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You gotta admit that one's pretty fucking good. Asmongold? Asmongold. Asmongold is very good. I'm cockroaching it. I understand the need to want to get the word cockroach in there somewhere, but sometimes it just don't match up. You could say like Asmonbug. Roach Boy. Roach Boy is also a classic. You don't have to go with his name. I just think that name riffs are fun. You know? Nice plague pun. Thank you, thank you. I think Asmongold is pretty good. I think Asmongold is probably like number one. I think that one. It's hard to beat that one. But Asmongold is a pretty good second. Solid second place. Ratsmongold, even that. I'm not even saying that out loud, Guitar Rocker. That one's really fucking funny though. It's ableist as shit, but it's really funny. I can't lie, it's funny. Sorry. I'm ableist. Ugh. Here, let me finish my protein shake real quick and then we'll get into it. Fruity, not Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops flavored protein shake.
Wealth, fame,
it's pretty good.
Power.
Trump tariffed the penguins because they wear suits better than everyone in his cabinet.
That's pretty true. Thank you very much for 5 tier 1 gifted subs, Saga Tanuki. I don't know why the alerts don't show on the screen, but thank you. I really got to go and just gut all of my alerts and start from scratch because they're fucked. They're fucked. I don't know what's going on with them. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they pull up sound clips that I haven't used in centuries. It's really broken. Breaking. Chud Recycles an opinion about your favorite game. What do you know about that? Okay, let's do this thing. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Is that good? I think that's good. That's perfect. All right, history of tariffs in the United States. Strap in, folks. Get yourselves a juice box, some pretzels, maybe some Cheetos, or something healthy like snap peas, okay? I always advocate for healthy snacks, all right? Strap in. We're going to do this, okay? I'm starting from the top. Tariffs have historically played a key role in the trade policy of the United States. Citation needed. Their purposes include to generate revenue for the federal government and to allow for import substitution industrialization, which means industrialization of a nation by replacing imports with domestic production. Hold on. I need a minute to absorb that. My brain's not functioning at full capacity right now. Import substitute industrialization. Replacing imports with okay, so I get it. So instead of importing, you would actually be doing the producing. Got it. By acting as a protective barrier around infant industries. Okay. They also aim to reduce the trade deficit and the pressure of foreign competition. The trade deficit, by the way, just means that you are exporting. No. Sorry. You're importing more than you're exporting. You are importing more goods than you are exporting. That's all a trade deficit is. That's like when you go to the grocery store. You have a trade deficit with the grocery store. Tariffs were one of the pillars of the American system that allowed the rapid development and industrialization of the United States. Citation needed. If it says citation needed, I'm just going to say that that's like an opinion. That's just like your opinion, man. Basically, the crash had already happened, but 1930s tariffs made it way worse. We'll get into that. I'm sure it will mention that. Yeah, it's already getting into that. The United States pursued a protectionist policy from the beginning of the 19th century until the middle of the 20th century. Between 1861 and 1933, they had one of the highest average tariff rates on manufactured imports in the world. After 1942, the U.S. began to promote worldwide free trade. After the 2016 presidential election, the U.S. increased trade protectionism. So, when Trump was president. According to Dartmouth economist Douglas Irwin, tariffs have served three primary purposes, quote, to raise revenue for the government, to restrict imports and protect domestic producers from foreign competition, and to reach reciprocity agreements that reduce trade barriers. Reciprocity agreements that reduce trade? No. I don't know if that's... Like, I'm not an economic expert. I hate to, like, question the experts on this, seriously. But, like, I fail to see how implementing a tariff would, like, does it force people to the table? Like, do we have a history of that happening? Like, we put a tariff on a country and then they come back to us like, no, please take the tariff away. We don't want that. We will concede concessions to you. Like, this, I don't know if that meaningfully happened. I'm not a history buff, so maybe it has. From 1790 to 1860, average tariffs increased. By the way, it literally says right here, raise revenue for the government and restrict imports and protect domestic producers from foreign competition. So basically, it's just the government collecting extra taxes from these corporations, which the corporations then offset to the people buying their products, as we know, right? And restrict imports and protect domestic producers from foreign competition. So you are literally reducing competition. This is anti-capitalism. Okay? Tariffs are an anti-capitalist measure, an anti-free market measure. It says it right here. From 1790 to 1860, average tariffs increased from 20% to 60% before declining again to 20%. From 1861 to 1933, which Irwin characterizes as the, quote, restriction period, the average tariffs increased to 50% and remained at that level for several decades. From 1934 onwards, which Irwin characterizes as the reciprocity period, the average tariff declined substantially until it leveled off at 5%. Okay, so I have my timeline correctly. Let's make sure. So 1861 to 1933, highest average tariff rates in the world. So from 1970 to 1860, they gradually increased from 20% to 60% before they declined again to 20%. From 1861 to 1933, the restriction period went up to 50% and remained at the level. Okay, so from 50% between 1861 and 1933. From 1934 onward, it began going down. Reciprocity period until it leveled off at 5%. Okay, got it. Tariffs were the greatest, approaching 95% at times, source of federal revenue until the federal income tax began after 1913. Okay, so that was the main way that the federal government got their money, is through tariffs. Okay, so that was like the primary source of taxation was tariffs. And then federal income tax began in 1913. And that is when federal income tax became the largest generator of taxation. For well over a century, the federal government was largely financed by tariffs, averaging about 20% on foreign imports. At the end of the, and just for, we'll get to that. At the end of the American Civil War in 1865, about 63% of federal income was generated by the excise taxes, more than twice the 25.4% generated by tariffs. Okay, so excise tax. So what's an excise tax? I don't know what that is. See, this is why we do research. Here we go. Excise tax is an indirect tax on specific goods, services, and activities. Federal excise tax is usually imposed on the sale of things like fuel, airline tickets, heavy trucks and highway tractors, indoor tanning, tires, tobacco, and other goods and services. Okay. So, as opposed to tariffs, which would be imports from a specific country, an excise tax would be specific goods that are taxed. So, anywhere that oil comes from, no matter what, we're going to put a tax on that, and that's an excise tax. It's government intervention in the economy, definitely laissez-faire averse if you ask me. Yeah, exactly. Okay. In 1915, during World War I, tariffs generated 30.1% of revenues. Since 1935, tariff income has continued to be a declining percentage of federal tax income. So basically, it appears as though it's an outmoded way for the government to collect tax revenue. Do I have that right? Because now we have income tax. And so like tariffs have become a little bit obsolete in terms of its ability to generate revenue for the government. And that's not what Trump is trying to say it will do for us anyway. Like, he's not trying to say that the tariffs are going to pull in all of this tax money. You know? He's trying to say that, like, the tariffs are going to revolutionize trade. Like it's going to somehow put money into the pockets of the American citizen. But the American citizen is paying more at the grocery store because of the companies passing the cost of these tariffs onto the consumer. So unless Trump comes out and says we're going to use the money that we got from these tariffs to implement public policies that will help the average person, unless he does that, there's really nothing here to benefit the average person. And he's not going to do that. So, like, I wouldn't be against tariffs in principle, I guess, but the tax revenue generate. So what you have to do is prove two things. One, that we are actually gaining a substantial amount of tax revenue from these tariffs, right? The other thing you have to prove is that these tax revenues are going toward programs that are going to help the average American. And I don't think that Trump's going to do that. Like, all of this money that he's collecting is going to it's going to go towards like the top 1% in fucking bailouts when the economy finally crashes, in like what else? Loans, whatever else? I don't know. But like I said, I'm not an economics genius, but my understanding is that he's definitely not giving this money to the Oh yeah, and the military funding, true. Also, he's literally a Hoover bro. I don't know much about Herbert Hoover, but my guess is that it'll come up in this. He has claimed it will raise billions of dollars, it will reduce trade deficits, and revitalize American manufacturing. Yeah. So he's trying to say that, like, this will bring companies back to the United States and have them make, like, more shoe factories and car factories, you know, but we don't work, like, the average American doesn't work in manufacturing. We work white-collar jobs, right, or blue-collar jobs as well, like office cubicle jobs. We work administration. You know, that's like our main bread and butter is like we push papers. The average American isn't cut out for like manufacturing jobs. Like fucking factory assembly lines. That's like, yeah, we're a service economy. We're service tops. Okay? So the average American had been poisoned by college propaganda and cannot function in a factory job. I mean, it's like, why would you want to? You know? Like, nobody wants to work a fucking factory job. It's menial labor. Okay? I don't want that for people overseas either. I think eventually we can reach a point where we don't even need like laborers in a factory assembly line. We can just have machines, people who manage those machines, and then those machines pump out slop for us, right? That's the ideal world. But like, why would you want to bring manufacturing back to the United States when most Americans don't want fucking manufacturing jobs? They don't. Fuck the entire tax code. That shit only exists to protect rich people. Just tax every dollar 30%. Problem solved. Okay, but like, so don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We need a tax code so that we can tax rich people, so that we can generate revenue for our government. As long as we're sitting in a capitalist hellhole, right? So like, we need a tax code. If I had it my way, every dollar you generate in profit above like 500 million just goes back, like it just circulates back to the government. Like, nope, fuck you, you don't get it. Congratulations, you win capitalism. Now you get to give the rest of your money that you ever make back to the government. If you can't figure the fuck out how to spend $500 million in a way that benefits you in every possible facet that you need to be benefited, then you're just a dumbass. And I'm sorry then that you're so stupid, but that's not our problem. Ban rich people, ban billionaires. Like, let's start there, right? We can agree on that. Nobody should be a fucking billionaire. The self-made billionaire does not exist. It is impossible. Not responded to Asmon yet? No, we're going to get to that later. Right now we're doing a tariffs deep dive. Also, welcome. Transosaurus, welcome. On the topic of tariffs, this interview with the Secretary of Commerce was insane. Well, since we're on tariffs. Also, I figured out it's not OBS that's opening that, that's automatically opening that for me. It's fucking the site chat, because it's coming from the site chat. So what I'm talking about is like, I'll click on a link like this, and then it'll open like a browser that's not Google Chrome. And I figured out that's coming from the site. So like, I need to talk to White Nervosa about how to fix that. But anyway, until then, I copy paste.
It is shaping up to be another.
Since this is relevant, we can watch this real quick.
Turbulent week
until I get
as
bored.
President Trump's trade war with the world escalates. The global sell-off triggered by
Yeah, I think this is better with me in the bottom left. I just think that it looks better.
President Trump's tariff announcements wiped out more than $6 trillion of wealth from the U.S. stock market in just 2 days. In a social media post yesterday, the president urged the country.
How much? Wait.
Announcements wiped out more than $6 trillion of wealth from the U.S. stock market in just 2 days. In a social media post yesterday, the president urged the country to hang tough. All this as tens of thousands.
Just hang tough, guys. Hang in there. Okay? We're going to be rich soon enough. Just hang in there.
Thousands of people took to the streets yesterday from Washington, D.C. to Minnesota and Columbus, Ohio. Protesting.
Literally, have you guys seen that Jeremy Boring clip? Here, I'll pull it up real quick. We're a couple layers deep here, but bear with me. I think it was Jeremy Boring. Yeah, the guy from the Daily Wire. It might have been somebody else, but it was a Daily Wire guy. Let me see if I bookmarked it. Yes, I did. Okay. No. It was Benny Johnson. Sorry, it was Benny Johnson. I was thinking of the wrong guy. Benny Johnson. Losing money means nothing. Digital ones and zeros. In the end, you won't miss any of it. Losing your country costs you everything. Should I make a segment out of this? Maybe I should make a segment out of this. We'll just start recording. So this is some delicious cope from our boy Benny Johnson, conservative extraordinaire. He says, losing money means nothing. Digital ones and zeros. In the end, you won't miss any of it. Losing your country costs you everything. You will never get that back. Your kids will be slaves to foreign powers who hate us. Without America First policies, we become slaves. Fight. So this is in reference to the tariff tariff thing that Trump did, which is causing the stock market to go insane. It's crashing as we speak, and prices are going to go up, 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 up. Line go up. We love when line goes up, right? So prices are going to go through the roof, and conservatives are preparing for that. They're saying, listen, you guys need to understand, we must live chaste lives. We must not want for needless luxuries, okay, like eggs. And being able to pay rent, you know, like just hang in there, just chill, okay? Let's see what he has to say.
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the reality of life. You're gonna, like, were you young?
So I was trying to do a tariff deep dive, but my content brain cannot resist. So here we are.
Dumb. How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing. In fact, it builds quite a bit of character. In fact, you learn a lot of lessons, actually.
Did you just say it costs you nothing to lose money? I can think of at least one thing that it costs you, Benny.
Losing money. Losing your character costs you everything. Losing your country costs you everything. There are things you can't get back. The government can print more money, and it will. Sadly, that's just the reality. It's fugazi.
Are you capable of like keeping a reasonable distance from your mic? It's not hard.
It's fugazi.
He's supposed to be good at this.
There's a boom and a bust every 10 years, and it's just been that way since.
Wow, boom and a bust every 10 years. That's crazy. It's almost like this system kind of sucks, huh? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I think personally, if there's a boom and a bust every 10 years, that you kind of have a busted up system.
The invention of modern markets in the 1600s. The Dutch crash of 1649. You ever heard of it? It's just the way that it works. It's the way that like monetary policy has always worked.
Yeah, interesting that. Maybe there's a way that we can like, you know, circumvent that. You know? Maybe we don't need this system. Maybe there's a better way.
Ups and downs, especially as the table gets reset. If you lose the character of your country,
his flag is a bit out of date.
It's hollowed out. Give me that photo of that town, man. Give me the photo of that town in West Virginia. If your town gets hollowed out and
West Virginia town.
Entire neighborhood gets addicted to opioids and your steel mill shuts down and your farmers can't grow crops and there's no more cattle ranchers, there's no more cowboys.
What are you talking about, man? How is people suffering from like not being able to purchase groceries going to help with this? What? Do you really think that like these towns are going to be better off because of the tariffs? No. Like this is all like you're not even addressing the fucking tariffs. You're not addressing the elephant in the goddamn room. You're just like, no, don't pay attention to it. It's not there. It's not there. Listen, it's not there. And if it is there, it's good for you, but it's not there.
There's no more fishers. There's no more workers. And we're completely and totally dependent upon slave labor peasants across Asia to make every good and service and pharmaceutical, then you've actually lost your country. And then we are the slaves. There you go.
Okay. I'm pretty sure the people working these factories in like, you know, Congo mines for lithium or whatever are the slaves. I think those are the slaves. We're the consumers. Make no mistake. Like everybody in this country is a consumer of slave labor. Okay? That we are wage slave. You could argue we're wage slaves. Like in some senses, you could argue like, yeah, we're like slaves to the system, whatever. But like meaningfully, no. Like actual slaves in the Congo and like in, you know, on these assembly lines, like, you know, those are the real slaves. So let's not get it twisted. Also, the tariffs aren't going to help them either, just so you know. So fuck you.
This is West Virginia. And it's so sad that this was a factory that provided thousands of honest, good-hearted, steel-working jobs for our fellow countrymen.
Yeah, what happened to it?
And it was ripped.
Looks like it could sure use some fucking public funding, huh? Like I said, if the revenue raised from these tariffs were going towards public programs for places like this little city in West Virginia, then I'd be like, okay, you know what? Maybe we have something here. But that's not what the tariffs are for. Okay? And also, like, there are just better ways to collect revenue for the government if that's what you're trying to do. So in no way does this benefit us. We're strictly making other countries mad at us for no reason.
He's going to be so mad if he ever finds out that whites were a minority of cowboys, as they were day laborers who worked on foot in the fields of the West.
Oh yeah, don't tell them that. Never tell them that, like, white people were not, like, major good guys at every point in history ever. Thank you very much for 5 tier 1 gifted subs, Sakazanoki. Appreciate you.
The guts of it got ripped out and shipped
by
people like Mitch McConnell so that they could make a couple extra points in their portfolio to get stock swaps with Pan-Asian countries. And they sold out their countrymen, and I call that traitorism, actually.
Okay, but, like, what's the solution? Because if you actually offer me a solution, then you got something here, but you only got, like, less than 2 minutes to do so.
I think that's the definition of a traitor. You can lose money. You can lose points in your portfolio. It costs you absolutely nothing. You won't miss them when you're dead. Nobody ever had their...
Okay, so what he's trying to say is because Mitch McConnell was a piece of shit and let this, like, particular area go under. I don't know, like, the logistics of that. I'm going to take his word for it because fuck Mitch McConnell. But, like, let's say that he's true on that. But, like, that doesn't mean that Mitch McConnell was a bad person because he cared about money. Mitch McConnell was a bad person because he let this place go to shit. You know? Like, everybody cares about money. Everybody needs money. All right? So don't compare, like, your fan base to fucking Mitch McConnell because they can't afford their goddamn rent. That's not the same thing. Mitch McConnell was not doing this because he couldn't afford his rent. He was doing it because he was a money-grubbing piece of shit. Okay? People need money. You can't just tell them that they don't and think that everything's going to be okay.
Net worth carved onto their tombstone. Doesn't even matter when you're on your deathbed. Who cares? Just digits on a...
The mic, man.
What
the mic exists.
Is, did you preserve your nation for your children? Did you view your country as something more than just an economic zone and tax cattle and slaves to China? Put that up, President Trump. No crying in the casino.
Ask the CEOs and business owners that. Like, we always direct this blame, this needless blame towards the average individual. Like, where's this energy for fucking, like, Elon Musk? Or Jeff Bezos? You know, like, where's the energy for them?
No. Is it?
Oh, yeah, no, he's definitely, like, I didn't want to say anything, but he's definitely gesturing at, like, white supremacy there. We must preserve a future for white children or whatever.
I don't care. It's too good. Final point I'll make on this is, who's the slave and who's the master? You know, if your pharmaceutical and automobile and phone...
Power.
Traitor is one of the few terms defined in the Constitution. If you aren't directly aiding an adversary that their US is at active war with, you aren't one.
Thank you very much, Takatunuki, for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs and the info. I actually was not aware of that. Thank you.
All the wires in your home, every electronic in your home, if everything that you use in your life is wholly and totally built by a foreign power that hates you, then you're the slave.
Dude, if the person working, like, a factory in China or, like, a sweatshop in China hates me, they probably have pretty good fucking reason to. Because, like, America, it's not my fault, mind you. I think that the hate is misdirected, but, like, it's understandable, right? Because I'm the one that buys their slave labor. I directly contribute to that system. So even if they're not educated enough to know, like, okay, like, I need to direct my anger properly, and, you know, it's not their fault, it's not the consumer's fault, it's, like, actually my boss's fault. Like, even if they don't know that, it's like the anger that comes from them towards America is understandable. You know, like, it does kind of suck. So, but, like, nothing you're saying is going to fix their conditions. So, like, if you want them to stop hating us, maybe take action that would actually fix their conditions, you know? Also, like, I don't understand the problem with having things produced that outside of America. It's fine as long as they're compensated properly. If they have the means to do so and they have the workforce willing to do it and the workforce willing to do it is treated fairly, it's fine. It's fine. And to tell me that it's not is just needless pandering to this weird American Trump cult that you have got going on. Like, there's no reason for it. At all. Yeah, Evan, if you could link that, that'd be great. Thank you.
You've always thought of America as the master of the world or as like an empire. But it's not. Not if we are totally dependent and on our knees before these third world goblin dictatorships.
Yeah, we're on our knees for them.
So it's time for a total reset. It's time
the Great Reset
to know who's boss. And it's time for us to be the master once again. That's the point of this country, actually, to be the master of our own destinies.
Okay, but like, he said the master of our own destinies, but he added that in after the fact. He's like talking about America being the master. That's just so grody to me. Fuck Benny Johnson. And also, like, this idea that, like, Americans need to just hang tight and tighten their belts and, you know, just hold on just a little bit. And none of them can give us a timeline of, like, how long we need to hold on and pay higher prices before things definitely get better. And we're not going into recession and things will definitely get better. And they can't give us a timeline. We are going into a recession, guys. I have news for you. I hope I'm wrong. I would love to be proven wrong. But we're probably going into a recession, like 99% accurate to say that, okay? So that's not good. If you are the sitting president as we are going into a recession, that is not a good thing. You are probably doing something wrong as president. And in Donald Trump's case, it's setting a 10% base fucking tariff on every nation on the goddamn planet, including a nation full of penguins, okay? Penguins. Literally nobody there but penguins. I forgot the nation's called, but literally no humans live there, and yet we have 10% tariffs on them. Don't ask why. Anyway, thank you very much, Benny Johnson, for the insight. According to him, if you don't have money, just get over it and be chaste. Be chaste and be thankful for what you have. Good stuff. Yeah, Evan, if you want to link that, I forget what the video is about, but I can take a look at it. Let's get back to... Let's watch a little bit of this, which is what we were watching before. And then we'll get back to the tariff deep dive. We'll see how long we can make it through that.
Many of Trump's policies, Elon Musk, and tariffs.
I'm going to go back a little bit.
To hang tough. All
Just
this
hang
as
tough,
thousands of people took to the streets yesterday from Washington, D.C. to Minnesota and Columbus, Ohio, protesting many of Trump's policies, Elon Musk, and tariffs. We begin this morning with...
Oh, yeah. I guess if you're on YouTube, you can't share links. What you're going to have to do is go to the Discord and share it there in the juice box. Or, if it's easier, just go to the site and share it there. I allow links in site chat.
With Commerce Secretary
I don't know why YouTube
Howard
does that.
Lutnick. Mr. Secretary, welcome to Face the Nation.
Great to be here.
We see about 60%
Isn't this guy an asshole?
of Americans have money in the stock market, which mean that retirees could be just as concerned as hedge fund managers.
Yeah, it's real easy to make all you got to do is make an account real quick on the site.
Managers this morning.
It's not hard.
Did you expect this level of shock in the financial markets?
Well, you've got to realize this is a national security issue. I mean, we don't make medicine in this country anymore. We don't make ships. We don't have enough steel and aluminum to fight a battle, right? All our semiconductors are made overseas, so every button we press when we try to start our car or even use our microwave, these are all semiconductors.
Switch 2 US pre-orders are on indefinite pause to calculate tariffs. Thanks, Trump. If I miss out on Monk, I'll go bananas.
Yeah, thank you for another 5 tier 1 gifted Substock Tanuki. That's true, and I thought about making a segment about that like the Switch 2 is going to be on hold because of the Trump tariffs. If we can get, because my thinking is, right, if we can get the gamer community, like, mad at Trump for his tariffs, that'd be sick, right? Like, just tell them, like, listen, Your fucking switch ain't coming here because the orange daddy said no, okay? He said, like, it's literally because of Trump.
We're all made elsewhere. We've got to start to protect ourselves.
Howard
We've got to
Nutlick.
stop having all the countries of the world ripping us off. We have a $1.2 trillion trade deficit.
Oh, wait, I think I did see this. Yeah, I remember watching loosely.
And the rest of the world has a surplus with us. They're earning our money. They're taking our money.
Right.
And Donald Trump has seen this, and he's going to stop it. So it is going to be a big change. Of course it's going to be a big change.
Yeah,
but the rest of the world has been ripping us off for all these many years. Donald Trump has seen it. He's spoken about it.
I understand
and he's just
that,
not going to take it anymore, and that's his model.
No, she actually asks really good questions.
Abundantly clear during the presidential campaign how much the president truly believes in tariffs and putting him at the center of his economic policy. But you saw absolute panic in the global markets. Did you expect that, or were you surprised?
No, I think the point is you need to reset the power
No
of
answer
the
to the
United
question.
States of America and reset it against all our allies and our enemies alike. The idea that all the countries of the world...
You know what would make us powerful? If people actually liked us, okay? If we were the ones saying, yeah, you know what? We can give you, your workers, like, better rights. We can give, your land more resources, you know? We can allocate funds for this for your country. Like, if we actually... First of all, we got to take care of our own fucking people first. Like, it's not a zero-sum game. You can do it all easily with America's wealth. But, like, if we could just take care of our own fucking people and then on top of that help other countries take care of their people, that is what would make America the most powerful, successful nation on the face of the planet. Everybody would love us. Everybody would want to be our friend. Everybody would like be at our beck and call. Like, it doesn't is it beck and call or beck and call? I think it's beck and call. Like, at our beck and call. We would literally have it all. And all we have to do is just, like, fucking be nice to other people.
can run trade surpluses with America and buy our things with us. Remember, $1.2 trillion. In 1980,
buy our things,
we were
please.
a net investor, meaning we owned more of
please
the
buy our
world
things.
Than they owned of us.
Yeah, it's a different world.
And now, they own $18 trillion of us net. So that means the rest of the world, every year when we run a $1.2 trillion deficit, the rest of the world buys $1.2 trillion of America, and it goes up and up.
Yes, we spend for products, yes. That is an accurate statement. Okay? Like, we are a service economy. We provide services to the world. We don't manufacture. Other places manufacture. They manufacture, they give us the tools needed to provide these services, and then those services we provide. Okay?
And up, and eventually we're not going to own America, and we are going to be owned by the rest of the world. Imagine if we had a war and we can't build a ship, we can't fly a plane, we can't build our own planes, we don't have our own semiconductors.
We're not going to war with the fucking world, man, unless they want to. Unless that's what you're saying. Like, America needs to, like, be an island nation with no allies. Like, we're just going to end up being the Axis power, right? Right? Like what happened in World War II with Germany, basically. Like, they had, like, 2 allies, but, like, it's just going to be us versus the world. And I don't want that, frankly. I think that'd be bad.
This is what the president is here to fix for America. It's in his hands, and he wants to fix America. This is his chance to fix America, and we need him to fix it for our children and our grandchildren.
Okay, but for businesses
question.
to do what you're doing, because what I hear you laying out there is a plan to reindustrialize the United States and to bring companies back to America. For a CEO to choose to invest.
Well said.
But for a CEO to make those decisions, you know this. They need certainty. They need to know if it costs them more to stay overseas or if it costs them more to move here. So can you give them clarity so that they don't just cut jobs because they're dealing with the cost of these tariffs? Can you tell them how long they're staying in place?
Absolutely. The United States of America is going to protect the people who invest in America. Trillions and trillions of dollars, you heard the president speak about it, are coming to invest in America. This is the economy of the world. We are the consumer.
This is what I meant. They can't answer how long these tariffs are going to stay in place and if they will consider cutting back on them if they end up being bad, which they will.
the world.
They already are.
And companies need to build it here, and we will protect them for building it here.
Okay.
Apparently tomorrow is when the tariffs are going into place, so look forward to that.
We will help the American workers. Yes, American workers are more expensive, but they're better. We're going to protect all the factories that come to America, and that's what's coming here. So
okay,
the president
is the 10% tariff
He's going to protect them.
Thank you.
Well, remember, this is a national security issue.
I got it. Is the 10% tariff
our budget deficit?
Beautiful, beautiful. This is good reporting.
The laws of America are the laws of America. He would like it to be that we need to protect the companies that invest here, and we are going to protect the companies that invest here. That is the policy of the United States of America. That's why trillions of dollars are coming here. The ripoff of the United States of America.
No, he's fucking annoying, but it's such a breath of fresh air to see a reporter be like, no, please answer the question that I asked. Like, it's such a... Like, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to journalism, but my God, thank you. Thank you for clearing the ass-low bar.
Is over. All these companies are going to come and invest here. That's what they're doing. That's why they've committed trillions of dollars. They know this is the economy.
Mr. Secretary,
this is the place to go.
Mr. Secretary, the campaign's over. You won. So I'm asking what the plan is. So the Treasury Secretary said on another network, we're going to hold the course. It's not the kind of thing you can negotiate away in days or weeks. That makes it sound like the tariffs are staying in place at least for days or weeks. Is that correct, or is the president considering postponing implementation to negotiate?
After this segment, I'm going to cut it short.
There is no postponing. They are definitely going to stay in place for days and weeks. That is sort of
like, sorry, what I meant was like after this little section of the YouTube bar, I'm going to stop the video.
Yes, the president needs to reset global trade. Everybody has a trade surplus, and we have a trade deficit. We are paying away.
We're a fucking service economy.
Our lives the countries of the world are ripping us off, and it's got to end. The president has made it crystal clear. This is the policy we are going to protect. The factories that come build in America, we are going to protect them. They're going to be successful. That's why they're going to build in America, the greatest economy in the earth.
Okay, yeah, I get it. So yeah, if you want to watch the rest of that, what's her face? What is this lovely woman's name?
It is shaping up to be another...
I don't think they ever say. Margaret Brennan. Margaret Brennan did a great job. Oh, don't want to see my email. All right, let's see. The history of tariffs. We're back. We're going to try to get through at least a decent chunk of this. We may not get through all of it today, but let's spend at least like 30 or so minutes on it. We'll see what we can get through. Okay, wait, hold on. What's this link? Sorry, I forgot. Evan Hobbs linked something. I got to look at it.
You know who I always admired?
Oh no, 56 minutes. Yeah, I might watch that in my own time at some point, but I'm not watching that on stream. Thank you for the suggestion, though. Okay, historical summary. Boss reacted to this person years ago. Is it something I would disagree with? I mean, I would consider it. The problem is it's very long, and that's a lot to edit. Why can't the woman be more like a man? Welcome to the minefield. Male feminists and the Rowling fiasco. The kids are not okay. I mean, what's the synopsis of this video? I have a sneaking suspicion that Amazon's new Lord of the Rings show may have given Galadriel the strong female character treatment, so I took it as a springboard to talk more generally about why femininity is valuable, important, and okay, so she's like a grifter. Okay, I see. So she's like... I'm sure the J.K. Rowling thing is going to be filled with fucking transphobia.
Are you a man of good character where women are concerned?
They are feminists, so this is by no means a blanket rule. It's really not. Don't be upset, male feminists. Or maybe you should be, I don't know, maybe I am talking about you. But probably not. You're probably lovely. However, I have also noticed, and noticed it enough to be a trend, that often the men who shout the loudest about being feminists
I believe you, Malaforce.
don't really like women. Genuinely. I mean, it practically became a meme a few years ago, that, like how often it
That's
happens.
true,
That
I hate women.
every publicly vocal male feminist was at some point revealed to have some rapey skeletons in his closet. Methinks the gentleman doth protest too much. In my own experience, and I'm sorry, I'm getting anecdotal here, guys. What can I say? I'm a woman.
She's
Everything
unbearable.
is based on how I feel about the world. I don't know how to read data. I actually can't read at all. It's amazing I've gotten so far as a book reader.
Get to the point!
People are going to take that seriously. Okay, I'm actually not great with data, but I'm not blaming that on the fact I'm female. I think that's just me. No one in my family is good at science things. Except my brother. I'm really not helping the stereotypes here, am I, guys? In my own experience,
Jesus.
I have, on many occasions, met or been acquainted with some very passionate male feminists, and it's remarkable how many of them seem to have a genuine anger for femininity. It's almost bitchy. Some of you girls out there, I know some of you girls out there will know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly the kind of guy I'm talking about, okay? Like,
Christ. No wonder your video is 56 fucking minutes. You could have made it 10 with all this babbling you're doing. Jesus.
Dislike of feminine women. It's
It's
very
worse than
odd,
me.
And I know I'm not the only woman to feel this. I've spoken to others who've noticed this. Girls, you
Me when I have to pad out the word count for the essay.
No, you do
To
know.
reach
You know what I'm
10,000
talking
words.
about. They feel condescended to and judged by these guys. Not all, but enough to be a pattern. Which brings me to one of the other things that happened that I did also want to discuss in the video because I think it illustrates my point fairly well. I'm really putting my foot in it now, but I can't seem to help it. The whole Vorsh J.K. Rowling fiasco so perfectly demonstrates what I'm talking about. Vorsh,
Wait, this is from 2022.
What's the matter? Darling, I'm very concerned. This is troubling behaviour. Vorsh, Vaush, I don't care. So, as everybody probably already knows, he and J.K. Rowling got into a bit of a spat on Twitter, so much so that it made headlines. And his responses, coming from a self-proclaimed women's rights and obsession with horsecock, and I don't even want to know how the fuck he became a feminist icon, because I am confused. This is also the same person who says believe all women, and then went on to listen to a woman tearfully tell a story of her sexual assault, and responded by saying, bullshit, that didn't happen, because the woman in question happened to be right-wing and anti the Me Too movement, and Vorsh didn't like that her trauma didn't serve his purposes, I guess. So
I don't know what
it's
specifically
believe all
she's
women
referring
unless
to.
she has a different political belief. Apologising challenge tweets the
Wait, this
and
is
they
great.
say they support women. Women be
Yeah, women will be quieter and start apologizing challenge.
quieter.
He was
Stop
just
apologising
joking.
Challenge tweets the feminist. Yes, you dumb bitches, shut the fuck up about women's issues.
Sometimes they do need to shut the fuck up, like you, okay? Yeah, sometimes you do. And I'm not saying that because you're a woman. I'm saying that because you're stupid. I'd say the same thing if you were a man. Christ, these videos are abysmally long. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever be able to cover her. This one's only 6 minutes, but I'd probably agree with her on the manosphere. Yeah. Anyway, enough of that. Enough detours.
Wealth, fame, power.
Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge unironically verified through this content.
Thank you very much, Saki Tanuki, for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Unironically verified through this content. Yeah, true. Very true. Okay. Historical summary of tariffs. After the United States achieved independence in 1776 under the Articles of Confederation, the U.S. federal government could not collect taxes directly but had to request money from each state. The power to levy taxes and tariffs when proposed by the United States House of Representatives was granted to the federal government by the United States Constitution after it came into effect in 1789. The new government needed a way to collect taxes from all the states that was easy to enforce and had only a nominal cost to the average citizen. The Tariff Act of 1789 was the second bill signed by President George Washington, imposing a tariff of about 5% on nearly all imports, with a few exceptions. In 1790, the United States Revenue Cutter Service was established to primarily enforce and collect the import tariffs. This service later became the United States Coast Guard. Interesting. The UK was the first country to employ a strategy of promoting emerging industry on a large scale. However, its most fervent supporter was the United States. Paul Byrock called the U.S. the mother country and bastion of modern protectionism. Many American intellectuals and politicians during the country's catching up period felt that the free trade theory advocated by British classical economists was not suited to their country. They argued that the country should develop manufacturing industries and use government protection and subsidies for this purpose, as Britain had done before them. Many of the great American economists of the time, until the last quarter of the 19th century, were strong advocates of industrial protection. Daniel Raymond, who influenced Frederick List, Matthew Carey, and his son Henry, who was one of Lincoln's economic advisors. The intellectual leader of this movement was Alexander Hamilton, another guy. There's a whole play named after him. The first Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. The United States rejected David Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage and protected its industry. I don't know what that is. Let me look that up real quick. Comparative advantage. In an economic model, it is the advantage over others in producing a particular good. A good can be produced at a lower relative opportunity cost or autarky price. I've never heard of that. The characteristic of self-sufficiency. Okay. I.e. at a lower relative marginal cost prior to trade. So basically, like, the cost that it makes you to produce the good is what gives you the economic advantage in making it. I can understand that. Okay, but this theory was rejected by David Ricardo. The country pursued a protectionist policy from the beginning of the 19th century until the middle of the 20th century, after the Second World War. In Report on Manufactures, which is considered the first text to express modern protectionist theory, Alexander Hamilton argued that if a country wished to develop a new activity on its soil, it would have to temporarily protect it. According to him, this protection against foreign producers could take the form of import duties or, in rare cases, prohibition of imports. He called for customs barriers to allow American industrial development and to help protect infant industries, including bounties or subsidies derived in part from those tariffs. He also believed that duties on raw materials should be generally low. Hamilton argued that despite an initial increase of price caused by regulations that control foreign competition, once a domestic manufacture has attained to perfection, it invariably becomes cheaper. So this is flawed, because sometimes, like, domestic production of a good simply won't reach the same quality or quantity of a foreign produced good. Sometimes that's just impossible. You know, like take rice, for instance. There's no real reason to have tariffs on rice to what's the word? What's the word? Encourage, I guess, for lack of better terms. Encourage, like, domestic production of rice. Because domestic production of rice will never reach what it is in other countries. I forget the main producer of rice, but wherever we source it from, from what I understand, it's just much easier to do over there. Gee, it sure is boring around here. We're studying. I told you guys this shit. I'm sorry that it's a little boring, okay? This is important. We're going to do juice later. If you can't stick around for your vegetables, then you don't deserve dessert, okay? I'm trying to learn here. Rowling's still living amongst the mold, of course. I'm going to go to sleep now. My eyes fail me. You guys literally just need, like... y'all need fucking, like, dangling keys in front of you or something. Like, I understand that, like, words can be tricky, but... I'm not shitting on you, Evan. If you actually are tired, you can go to bed. It's fine. Why do schools hate Wikipedia? Well, I mean, Wikipedia pages do often have misinformation or disinformation, but, like, as long as it's sourced, right? Like, pages like this, the majority of the time, Wikipedia will not fail you. And as long as you, like, check the source on a lot of this stuff, like, I don't question any of this. I have no reason to. It doesn't strike me as, like, being dishonest or anything like that. And there are sources. You know? So if somebody wants to challenge what's on this page, they can come and do that. pages like this are written by multiple people with multiple sources. So I accept it as fact until proven otherwise. Yeah, and he put Subway Surfers in the corner. It's literally like another distraction, but whatever.
So, back in the day, jingle, 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 back in the day, before the back rooms were a thing, okay? Jingle, jingle, pay attention, pay attention. I said your favorite word, the back rooms, okay? The back rooms, dingle, dangle, dingle, dangle. Okay, before that was a thing, the concept of a place with endless impossible, dingle, dangle, dingle, dingle, jingle, jangle, it's okay, look at the shine.
Literally, chat.
Before the back rooms were the thing, the impossible geometry of endless landscapes was all what SCP was about. Okay, that's what it was about. You know, jingle, jingle. You know, offices. You love offices. You love endless offices. That's what this is. That's what this is. Except it's stairs. It's stairs. Jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle. It's stairs.
I love that. As I was saying, tariffs can work, I guess, in theory for some of these products, but for things like rice, it's like you can't. There's no reason for it. And like also, okay, so if your goal is for like a singular product, what was the other tax called? Not a tariff. What was the other one called? What was the other type of tax called that we looked at? A tax on a specific item.
Power.
Can we read technical manuals? This content is too interesting for chat.
True. Thank you very much, Shakatinuki, for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Appreciate you. You guys have gotten so much slop. I've spoiled you. I have spoiled chat. Not a unit tax. It's a, hold on. Tax on a specific good. An excise tax. So, like, excise taxes I can understand. Because if you have an excise tax on something like, let's say, steel, right? If you have an excise tax on steel, what you're basically saying is we are taxing any imports on steel. So if you're a company that buys and utilizes steel, it will be cheaper for you to buy it if it is an American-made product, rather than seeking it elsewhere, okay? And so what that results in economically is you can source it, you can outsource it from other countries, sure, but then you're paying a higher tax, and then when you go to sell it, you got to charge the customer more. Whereas people who buy steel that is domestically produced don't have that tax, so they can charge less for it, and so competitively speaking, they're going to be winning in the marketplace. Like, this is all very economic mumbo jumbo. And it doesn't always pan out exactly like this. There are a myriad of other factors at play. But in general, right, it just seems like excise taxes would be the way to go for something like this as opposed to tariffs. Because tariffs is just targeting... It was excise taxes? Oh, I'm sorry, Votox. I didn't see you say that. Sorry. Votox said that and I ignored it. So my point is, like, if Trump wanted to do excise taxes, I would understand that more. But tariffs are just like, yeah, they're just imports. Like, they're taxes on anything from a specific country. It is specifically saying, no, fuck this country. Unless you're Donald Trump in which you say, fuck the entire rest of the world, which is insane. Because we need imports. We need imports. You can't just go putting tariffs on, like, everybody and everything. Let's continue. In this report, Hamilton also proposes export bans on, can you not do that? On major raw materials, tariff reductions on industrial inputs. Industrial inputs. Does it mean imports? I don't know. Tariff reductions on industrial inputs. Pricing and patenting of inventions, regulation of product standards, and development of financial and transportation infrastructure. The U.S. Congress adopted the tariffs but refused to grant subsidies to manufacturers. Hamilton shaped the pattern of American economic policy until the end of World War II, and his program created the conditions for rapid industrial development. Alexander Hamilton and Daniel Raymond were among the first theorists to present the infant industry argument. Hamilton, so wait, we'll just read it. Hamilton was the first to use the term infant industries and to introduce it to the forefront of economic thinking. He believed that political independence was predicated upon economic independence. Okay, so the infant industry argument is an economic rationale for trade protectionism. The core of the argument is that nascent industries often do not have the economies of scale that their older competitors from other countries may have, and thus need to be protected until they can attain blah, blah, blah. Okay, so basically you're like protecting small businesses, is the infant industry argument. Increasing the domestic supply of manufactured goods, particularly war materials, was seen as an issue of national security, and he feared that Britain's policy towards the colonies would condemn the United States to be only producers of agricultural products and raw materials. Britain initially did not want to industrialize the American colonies and implemented policies to that effect, for example, banning high value-added manufacturing activities. Under British rule, America was denied the use of tariffs to protect its new industries. Okay, so the Brits did not allow America to use tariffs. Got it. Thus, the American Revolution was, to some extent, a war against this policy, in which the commercial elite of the colonies rebelled against being forced to play a lesser role in the emerging Atlantic economy. This explains why, after independence, the Tariff Act of 1789 was the second bill of the Republic signed by President Washington, allowing Congress to impose a fixed tariff of 5% on all imports, with a few exceptions. Between 1792 and the war with Britain in 1812, the average tariff level remained around 12.5%, which was too low to encourage consumers to buy domestic products and thus support emerging American industries. When the Anglo-American War of 1812 broke out, all rates doubled to an average of 25% to account for increased government spending. The war paved the way for new industries by disrupting manufacturing imports from the UK and the rest of Europe. A major policy shift occurred in 1816 when American manufacturers who had benefited from the tariffs lobbied to retain them. Hold on, I need to reread that. Okay, so manufacturers are benefiting from tariffs lobbied to... Okay, got it. New legislation was introduced to keep tariffs at the same levels. Especially protected were cotton, woolen, and iron goods. The average rate rose to 35% in 1816. The public agreed, and by 1820, the average rate in the U.S. had risen to 40%. Between 1816 and the end of World War II, the U.S. had one of the highest average import tariffs on manufactured goods in the world. In the 19th century, statesmen such as Senator Henry Clay continued Hamilton's themes within the Whig Party under the name American System, which consisted of protecting industries and developing infrastructure in explicit opposition to the British system of free trade. Okay, so the American System. An economic plan that played an important role in American policy during the first half of the 19th century, rooted in the American school ideas and of the Hamiltonian economic program of Alexander Hamilton. Well, that explains nothing. A plan to strengthen and unify the nation, the American system was advanced by the Whig Party and a number of leading politicians, including Henry Clay and John Quincy Adams. Clay was the first to refer to it as the American system. Motivated by a growing American economy bolstered with major exports such as cotton, tobacco, native sod, and tar, the politicians sought to create a structure for expanding trade. The system included such policies as support for a higher tariff to protect American industries and generate revenue for the federal government, maintenance of high public land prices to generate federal revenue, preservation of the Bank of the United States to stabilize the currency and rein in risk state and local banks, development of a system of internal improvements such as roads and canals which would knit the nation together and be financed by the tariff and land sales. Okay. Isn't that neoliberalism? Isn't what neoliberalism? As far as I know, neoliberals are all about removing barriers to trade. That's why they argued for NAFTA. NAFTA stopped provinces from trading amongst one another, though. What exactly is the solution? I don't know. Go ask an economist. That's why. Why do you think I'm looking at Wikipedia? I can't legally say what I think the solution is. Okay, in the 19th, okay, so we went over that. Okay, so to summarize the American system, let me see if I can summarize this. Sorry, my ADHD brain's kicking in. It's getting bad. I think I only got about 15 more minutes or so of this in me. I know we didn't get through much, guys, but it's gonna be a journey. So basically, the American system says high tariff, high public land prices, preservation of the Bank of the United States to stabilize currency, and development of a system of internal improvement. So basically, infrastructural improvement. I don't wholly disagree with this. It seems fine on its face. Anyway. The American Civil War, 1861 to 1865, was partly triggered by the tariff question. I can think of one other thing that triggered it. Southern agricultural states opposed any form of protection, while northern industrial states wanted to maintain protection. The fledgling Republican Party, led by Abraham Lincoln, who called himself a Henry Clay tariff Whig, excuse me, strongly opposed free trade. Early in his political career, Lincoln was a member... So wait, I just want to make sure that that's clear. Abraham Lincoln strongly opposed free trade. So for all the Republicans whinging about how Lincoln was on their side, motherfucker didn't even like free trade. Wasn't he friends with Marx? Isn't that, like, true? Like, he and Marx wrote letters or some shit to each other? Yeah. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. No, you're supposed to know everything. Listen, just because my face is on the screen does not mean I'm a guru. I know most things sometimes. What's this? Is this abundance? True. Thank you for another 5 tier 1 gifted sub, Sagatanuki. Appreciate you. I don't understand what abundance liberalism is.
Wealth, fame, power.
To be honest. I don't get it. Maybe I should look into that. Let me do that real quick. That seems more pertinent than, like, this. Hold on. Is it the same thing as supply side progressivism? Supply side progressivism is a political ideology that emphasizes the increasing the supply of essential goods and services to make them more abundant and affordable in order to achieve progressive outcomes. Owing to this focus, supply side progressive policy positions have collectively been referred to in literature as the media as the abundance agenda. Supply side progressivism holds that certain regulations artificially restrict the supply and drive up costs of essential goods and services such as housing, healthcare, and higher education, while other regulations such as antitrust law need to be implemented or enforced to encourage market competition and innovation. They also advocate for more investment in research and development for technologies such as sustainable energy sources in order to increase abundance. So basically, it's like liberalism, is all it is. Like it's progressivism to the greatest extent that you can do it within capitalism. But it's also like not going so far as to say healthcare should just be free and provided by the government. Like it's still like, oh, like we should definitely like restrict, like we should take away certain regulations that make healthcare more expensive, but like Medicare for all is off the table. It's basically just like very slow progress. It's just like it's like at a snail's pace progress. Basically, it's like, well, we have capitalism and we should keep healthcare a commodity that you pay for, but also like we can make it cheaper. I promise, bro. Like we'll make it. We'll lift regulations so that instead of being $500, your insulin this month will cost like $400. Don't worry, Sweaty. Don't worry about it. We got you, Sweaty. We got you. Instead of just being like, no, insulin should be free, actually. That's the way I'm understanding it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, where were we at? Okay. In 1847, Lincoln declared, "Give us a protective tariff and we shall have the greatest nation on earth." I'm actually surprised Donald Trump didn't take that and quote it. He implemented a 44% tariff during the Civil War, in parts to pay for railroad subsidies and for the war effort and to protect favored industries. This is what I'm talking about. If Donald Trump were taking the revenue generated by the tariffs and investing in public goods and services, like railroads, then I wouldn't necessarily be against it. I just think that there are better ways to tax things, but like I wouldn't necessarily be against that. At least like that is good policy, you know? But that's not what he's using the tariffs for. He's just doing it to punish people. And anything like all the revenue that he collects is just going to go towards the top 1%. And the military budget. Yeah, don't give him ideas. Yeah, all of this stuff was pre the ability to levy income taxes. We've talked about that briefly. Income tax was introduced, I believe, in 1912, right? Somewhere around there. So yeah, this was how the government collected tax revenue, was through tariffs. So this was necessary. Like you needed tariffs or you didn't get taxes. Okay, tariffs remained at this level even after the war, so that the North's victory in the Civil War allowed the U.S. to remain one of the largest users of tariff protection for industry. From 1871 to 1913, the average U.S. tariff on dutiable imports never fell below 38%, and gross national product, GNP, grew with 4.3% annually, twice the pace in free trade Britain and well above the U.S. average in the 20th century, notes Alfred X. Jr., chairman of the U.S. International Trade Commission under President Reagan. After the United States caught up with European industries in the 1890s, the McKinley tariffs argument was no longer to protect infant industries, but to maintain workers' wages, support agricultural protection, and the principle of reciprocity. In 1896, the GOP platform pledged to, quote, renew and emphasize our allegiance to the policy of protection as the bulwark of American industrial independence and the foundation of development and prosperity. This true American policy taxes foreign products and encourages home industry. It puts the burden of revenue on foreign goods. It secures the American market for the American producer. It upholds the American standard of wages for the American working man. But like all you're doing though, I mean, that's still before income tax. But like, I feel like you're overblowing the benefits of it. You could just tax, like once we figured out income tax, like the need for tariffs kind of went away.
Wealth, fame,
like in terms of
power.
funding the government.
Targeted effective tariffs aren't in his tool belt in part because that's what Biden did. And Biden was the worst president ever.
Yeah, true. Thank you very much, Sagatanuki, for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know much about Biden's tariff positions, but we'll get to that eventually, I'm sure. How would you destroy capitalism in 50 years or less? I don't know. I genuinely don't. Like, you would have to give me, like, all the money in the world. And even then, it's not happening. Like, you literally would have to go to war. You understand that, right? Like, unless this is done gradually through electoralism, and I don't think it will be, like, the alternative is going to war. And it will be a class war. So, like, You know, we're not there yet, but that's kind of what has to happen in my estimation. In 1913, following the electoral victory of the Democrats in 1912, there was a significant reduction in the average tariff on manufactured goods from 44% to 25%. However, the First World War rendered this bill ineffective, and new emergency tariff legislation was introduced in 1922 after the Republicans returned to power in 1921. According to economist Ha-Joon Chang, the protectionist period thus corresponded to the golden age of American industry, when U.S. economic performance outstripped that of the rest of the world. They pursued an interventionist, protectionist policy to promote and protect their industries through tariffs. This would have enabled the United States to enjoy the fastest economic growth in the world throughout the 19th century, right up to the 1920s. It was only after the Second World War that the U.S. liberalized its trade, although not as unequivocally as Britain did in the mid-19th century. I've heard that the Golden Age kind of sucked. The Gilded Age. No, this is from before the Golden Age. Or sorry, the Gilded Age is before the Golden Age. It was driven by, it looks like it was driven by American wages going up.
Wealth, fame, power.
I have this feeling that if Americans got a taste of the National Health Service better than Britons, you couldn't stop the floodgates of leftward socialization.
Well, that's how it always works, right? Like, as soon as Americans get a taste of something good, the box never goes, like, the cat never goes back in the box. It never does. Thank you very much for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. And if they're trying to put the cat of Medicaid back in the box, Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, but it's just not going to happen. Like, as soon as people stop getting their Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security payments, it's like, it's going to shit. It's going to shit. Like, people are already getting upset. You cannot put it back in the box. So the goal is you got to get it just past the finish line. Okay. Sometimes you got to drag these motherfuckers kicking and screaming into a better world. Okay. And once they're there, they never want to leave. The Gilded Age was also an area of significant poverty, especially in the South, and growing inequality, as millions of immigrants poured into the United States, and the high concentration of wealth became more visible and contentious. Okay, I'm not going to get too much into the Gilded Age, because that's not what we're talking about. Okay, I think I've absorbed some of this. What I've learned so far, to summarize, is tariffs were originally the primary source of income for the United States, like the primary source of revenue. And so they were necessary. And what else was there? I mean, it looks like it did help in some ways. Like, it did incentivize American industry, you know, like Americans to become producers rather than like just consumers. But that's not the world we live in anymore. Like, back then, we weren't a service economy, and like that wasn't like a thing like it is now. Yeah, the economy grew and wages grew, yeah. They call it gilded because when you look below the surface, it was dog shit. Got it. I'm worried Poilievre might privatize healthcare in my current home country, Canada. I've heard that the Liberal is doing pretty good, right, in Canada. I haven't kept up tabs with the Canadian race, but I heard that there's high hope for the Liberal candidate. So early on, it appears as though early on in United States history, tariffs served two purposes. One was revenue for the American government, the federal government. The other was protecting business at home. Okay, so it was basically like ensuring that rather than importing goods from other nations, big businesses would be incentivized to buy the products here at home. Right? Which made sense back then, because you wanted your at-home industrial companies and your industrial workforce to thrive. You wanted people to be incentivized to buy from home. But that was when we actually had, like, you know, that was by necessity. Our economy doesn't work that way anymore. You know, we didn't have a service economy back then. We just had industry. Okay. I want to read real quick about somebody mentioned William McKinley, right? President William McKinley stated the United States stance under the Republican Party as, under free trade, the trader is the master and the producer the slave. Protection is but the law of nature, the law of self-preservation, of self-development, of securing the highest and best destiny of the race of man. It is said that protection is immoral. Why, if protection builds up and elevates 63 million, the U.S. population of people, the influence of those 63 million of people elevates the rest of the world? We cannot take a step in the pathway of progress without benefiting mankind everywhere. Free trade destroys the dignity and independence of American labor. It will take away from the people of this country who work for a living, and the majority of them live by the sweat of their faces. It will take from them heart and home and hope. It will be self-destruction. He also categorically rejected the cheaper is better argument. They, free traders, say, buy where you can buy the cheapest. That is one of their maxims. Of course, that applies to labor as to everything else. Let me give you a maxim that is 1,000 times better than that, and it is the protection maxim. Buy where you can pay the easiest, and that spot of earth is where the labor wins its highest rewards. They say if you had not the protective tariff, things would be a little cheaper. Well, whether a thing is cheap or whether it is dear depends on what we can earn by our daily labor. Free trade cheapens the product by cheapening the producer. Protection cheapens the product by elevating the producer. So why not then just like, you can have both, okay? If you want things to be cheap at home, then produce circumstances that forces them to be cheap. You don't necessarily need to do that through tariffs, you know? Like if it's cheaper to get it elsewhere, the economically smart thing to do is to get it elsewhere. Right? Like that's like, it's funny that like we're reading that tariffs are just inherently anti-free trade and anti-capitalism. The protective tariff policy of the Republicans has made the lives of the masses of our countrymen sweeter and brighter and has entered the homes of America carrying comfort and cheer and courage. It gives a premium to human energy and awakens the noblest aspiration in the breasts of men. This sounds fashy, honestly. Our own experience shows that it is the best for our citizenship and our civilization and that it opens up a higher and better destiny for our people. But like, you can import shit. Like, it's fine to import shit. It's not a big deal. If we have the resources and money to do it, then import it. If it's cheaper, right? Like, we should have a global economy. We do have a global economy, and we need one, okay? It's not a big deal as long as we're, like, reciprocating services, which we do, to have a trade deficit. It's not that big of a deal. And if it literally only makes people's lives hard. I mean, he's saying it right here. Oh, you're complaining that shit's going to get more expensive? Tough luck, buddy. That's the American spirit, okay? The American spirit doesn't have a price on it. Guess what does have a price on it? My rent. Okay? And groceries. So fuck you. Like, I know that you don't have to worry about that shit, but I do. And the cheaper the better. I'm sorry. The cheaper the better. That's just how it is. You can tell how well the free trade train has been for America by seeing how quickly we bounced back from the '08 financial crash compared to like any other European country. Also, now we live in a mass information economy. In those days, we don't have the ability to compare prices in China versus American markets, but now we can see those differences in real time. That's true also. NDP has a decent chance in my riding, actually, but this election is looking bad for them. I think the Liberals will still probably win at this point, but nothing's certain. That's a nail biter. You'd almost just rather, like, just accept your fate, you know? But when there's, like, a little bit of hope like that, it's like, oh, come on. Like, I'd rather just... The anxiety kills you. I want to read Joe Biden's position real quick, and then we'll be done. Then we can do juice. You've been very good and patient. Then we can do juice. Okay? In May 2024, the Biden administration doubled tariffs on solar cells imported from China and more than tripled tariffs on lithium-ion electric vehicle batteries imported from China. The administration also raised tariffs on imports of Chinese steel, aluminum, and medical equipment. The tariff increases will be phased in over a period of 3 years. Okay, so why did he do that? Joe Biden Chinese tariffs. Biden finalizes increases to some of Trump's China tariffs. The Biden administration said Friday that it has finalized tariff hikes on certain Chinese-made products that the president first announced in May. The tariff rate will go up to 100% on electric vehicles, to 50% on solar cells, and to 25% on electrical vehicle batteries, critical minerals, steel, aluminum, face masks, and ship-to-shore cranes beginning September 27th, according to the U.S. Trade Representative's office. Tariff hikes on other products, including semiconductor chips, are set to take effect over the next 2 years. The administration's increases, which impact a relatively small amount of U.S. imports, come as Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have clashed over tariffs on the campaign trail. Trump is calling for sweeping new duties on all imports, while Harris has said that the proposal would raise prices on American households. Trump implemented sweeping tariffs on about $300 billion of Chinese-made products when he was in office. President Joe Biden has kept those tariffs in place, and after the USTR finished a multi-year review of earlier this year, decided to increase some of the rates on about $15 billion of Chinese imports. The products that will now face increases are in line with Biden's other economic policies, aimed at boosting domestic manufacturing and industries, including clean energy and semiconductor chips. Today's finalized tariff increases will target the harmful policies and practices of the People's Republic of China that continue to impact American workers and businesses, U.S. Trade Representative Katherine Tai said in a press release. Okay, but like if you want to actually punish China for their abysmal work practices, like not paying people enough and having like sweatshops and shit, just don't do don't do business with them at all. Like why? Like you're just saying like it's fine as long as you pay a little extra. Like the slave labor is fine as long as you pay a little extra. You know, just say that like no, actually companies, you can't get things from China. You know, like if you act like, I don't know if that's the best solution, but like in my head it's like, just tell people if you do business with slave traders, we won't do business with you. You know, but it's kind of hard to do that. I recognize it's really hard to do that because we live in an economy where it's kind of part and parcel with the economy to have slaves. So like, what do you do? I don't know. But all you're really doing, even in Biden's case, is just making shit more expensive for Americans for no reason. China is expected to retaliate by increasing tariffs on U.S.-made goods. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin told reporters in May that China opposes, quote, the unilateral imposition of tariffs which violate World Trade Organization rules and will take all necessary actions to protect its legitimate rights. Also on Friday, the Biden administration announced a new effort to limit the amount of foreign goods that can come into the U.S. tariff-free because they are valued at $800 or less. My brain is cooked. I can't do any more of this tariff shit. I've read enough about tariffs. I don't see them as being a good thing. I can see why they were necessary in the early days of America, but I don't see why they're good now. Tariffs are a little complicated for me to understand too. Basically, what you have to know is that it is the purpose of tariffs is to, one, collect tax revenue from companies, which is fine. And the other thing is to incentivize at-home production of goods. So like, let's take rice, for instance. You know, if you put tariffs on rice imports, who's the biggest exporter of rice? India. So if you put rice tariffs on India, for instance, right? What you're basically saying is we don't want all of our rice coming from India. We want the United States to make rice. We want rice to be one of our exports. And so in order to incentivize that, we are going to force companies to pay a tax on any rice that they import from India. And that accomplishes two things. One, you're dealing a blow, in theory, right? This is accomplishing two things. One, you're dealing a blow to India's production, like India's rice exports, okay? You're saying you're disincentivizing people from buying rice from India. They'll go somewhere else to buy it, okay? Preferably the United States, but since India is the easiest and biggest place to get it from, that's a big blow to them, right? So they'll have to go somewhere else to get their rice. The other thing you're doing is you are incentivizing them to buy American-made rice, okay? So rice made in America is cheaper than rice grown in India. You don't have to pay for imports. You don't have to like jump through these hoops of going from one country to another. It's just easier. So in theory, tariffs work, right? But when you put targeted tariffs on targeted goods work sometimes. But if you put a blanket tariff, all you're saying is fuck everybody else and we'll make everything. Like, we'll just produce everything, brother. We can make it all, right? We're going to put all the Americans to work in factories and sweatshops and whatever the fuck else. And we're going to make it all and export it all. And it's going to be all us all the time. Like, we just make everything. It doesn't make any sense at all. You need trade. We can't just make all of our own shit. We need to import things, okay? I mean, this is economics 101, right? Like, somebody makes a good that, like, let's say you got one guy who makes steel, you got one guy who makes wood, and you both want swords, okay? And you got one guy who's really fucking good at making swords. So, what you do is, the guy who makes steel trades with the guy who makes swords. Like the guy who makes swords pays a little bit of money for that. He makes a sword, and then the sword gets shipped back to both of the countries, right? Sorry, both countries would pay for it. Sorry, getting a little lost in the sauce. What I'm trying to say is, the guy who makes the swords would not turn around and say, well, just because, like, I know that I'm a service economy, right? Like, the sword making guy is the service. That's the service, is you take the raw materials and you make something out of it. Okay, that's your service. The guy making the swords isn't going to say, well, I'm in a bit of a trade deficit right now, you see, because I'm not producing anything, like raw material wise. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a tax on, I'm going to it wouldn't be a tax, I guess. It would basically be like saying, I'm going to make my own steel and my own wood.
Power.
How cooked was Biden's brain when he saw all of Trump's policies and went, hold my ice cream?
Who knows, man? Biden was apparently the most progressive president we've ever had, but that's very sad, to be honest. Thank you very much for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Appreciate you. What I'm saying is, Sword Guy would at no point say, well, I should make my own steel and my own wood. You know? Like, there's no reason for him to do that. They got a good thing going. So America's like the sword guy. And they basically just said, no, like we're going to make the steel and the wood and make the sword. There's zero reason for that. That's my understanding of what's happening. Maybe a little bit simplified, but like I said, I'm not an economics guy. I'm doing my best. Anyway, let's get rid of all that shit. Good alternatives to democracy? None. Why would I want an alternative to democracy? Why did you say democracy is overrated? What's a better system than democracy? Anarcho-communism would by default have democracy. Rule by the people is democracy. That's all it means. FDR was better than Biden. Maybe for the time. Democracy is the worst system imagined apart from all the other systems. Exactly. The majority of people are mentally deficient. Okay, provide a better system then. Let's say you're right. To provide a better system than democracy. While you think about that, I'm going to take a brief break, turn on some music, go to the bathroom, and you guys chill. And when I get back, we'll do a little bit of juice, okay? You were very good boys, girls, and MBs. You ate your vegetables, and now you get dessert. That's how that works. All right. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. KC123, listen. A system that would force the people in power to do the right thing no matter what. Democracy doesn't do this, obviously. Okay, then what system would? You're providing no alternative. And no, you don't have to violate democracy to provide education to your people. That's silly. If anything, democracy is better at ensuring education for everybody than a different system like monarchy. Like, what system are you after here? Like, you need a system in place to decide who gets to make the decisions about major policies. And minor policies, you know? Like, there needs to be a system in place for that. So is it democracy, or do you just, like, assign somebody arbitrarily? Or is there, like, a mandate of God? Do you perhaps flip a coin and then whoever calls it correct gets to be leader? Like, the only fair way to do it is democracy. It's the only fair way. The fairest, I should say. And democracy has its problems, okay? Absolute democracies where the majority decide everything all the time can be chaotic, okay? I mean, just look at slave days, right? During the slavery era, most white people, which was the majority of the population, liked slavery, okay? So in that sense, yeah, democracy can suck. But you know what happens when you... So what happens in a democracy when you have an entire population of people that you're abusing, they'll fight back. They inevitably do. Okay? It happened during slavery. It happened again during the civil rights movement. They will fight back and they will make your lives hell. And then you'll have to decide as a group, okay, what do we do about this? Right? What do we do about the slave revolts? You know, what do we do about the fact that our slaves keep running away and people are helping them? And then, like, you know, we don't have them anymore. Like, and we have, like, slave revolts in our own farms or whatever. Like, it's disrupting us, right? And if for no other reason, like, it doesn't have to be, like, a humane point of view. It can just be like, this is not feasible. This is not a feasible way to run a society. We cannot do this. Okay? Anybody with two eyes can see that this is not working. And if enough people see that, then eventually you get a democratic choice to change it. And if you don't, then the problems will continue, and this will just come up again and again and again and again and again. Until finally something gives and enough people move over to the other side. Okay? Democracy is not perfect, but I dare you to find me a better system of governance. Because there are none that I know of. It's called a limited democracy. Protections for the minority, rule of the majority. Because everybody argues like, oh no, you want tyranny for the majority? Well, what do you want? Tyranny of the minority? Dumbass. You're not a dumbass, Casey. I know you've been in chat. I respect you, but I just think you're wrong on this. Okay, we've got juice to cover.
Okay.
I might go over that, not sure. I'll just search it. This is easy to search. Okay.
It is all.
Yep.
Here we go. You can't find a better system. That's why we all need to work to build a better system instead of bitching and moaning about the current one. We all who? You mean like we the people? Is that what you mean? Something like that? We the people must work together as a unit. Okay, it's never going to be absolutely everyone, KC. You will always have outliers, people who fight against it. The point is, rule of the majority is better than rule of the minority. That's all democracy means. It's rule of the majority. Majority rule. It is the fairest way to do it. And even kids know this. Okay? This is rudimentary. When you're trying to decide a video game to play between you and your 5 friends, and half of you want Pokemon and the other half of you want Halo, well, I guess that'd be a split decision then. Let's say 7 friends. 4 of you want Pokemon and the other 3 want Halo, but you all want to play the same thing. You're playing Pokemon, motherfucker. And then, maybe you can play Halo later. But, like, that's just the fairest way to do it. It is rudimentary. Not absolutely everyone, but enough people. Okay, if you find a majority of people, if you take the majority of people in society and you find a better system, how are you all going to decide on that better system? What system are you referring to? Because all democracy means, once again, is rule of the majority. It's majority rule. What's better than majority rule? Who gets to decide things? You want to do a coin toss? Huh? You want to just arbitrate, like, do what they did in the old days and, like, light a candle and fucking jam it up somebody's asshole, and whoever doesn't scream gets to be the leader? Like, there's no better way to do it. If 51% of people decide you're our leader, you're our leader. That's it. Good. Got it. And I would stipulate that with, at any point, the majority can also decide that your ass is grass, leader. For whatever that is. I don't know if I believe in like an ultimate leader of everything, but for whatever you're referring to, if they need a leader for that activity, and then they decide, no, actually this leader is doo-doo ass, they can vote to take the leader out and put a new one in. And our current democracy lacks that system, okay? And I agree with that. Our democracy is very imperfect, okay? Very imperfect. And I would fix it in a myriad of ways, starting with saying, like, making the process easier to remove people from office. At any point, the people should just be able to say, we don't want you anymore. Like, you get a petition, like, for, let's say, 10,000 signatures for a governor or something, or, like, this is a little low for a governor. Let's say, like, 10,000 petitions to remove a mayor from office, right? You need 10,000 signatures on a petition. And once you get that 10,000 signatures, the mayor is put on trial, basically, by the people. Okay? We announce a date. We say, listen, our mayor has this and this and this and this problem. Do we keep him? And then the mayor can make his case. And then we have the date to vote. And then the people vote. No, we don't keep him, or yes, we do. There should be an easier way to do that. Okay? So I can understand that our current democracy sucks ass. I would also do ranked choice voting. Okay? New York's primaries are doing that, which is great. New York's Democratic primaries, which is great. We should do ranked choice voting, just by default. So there are ways to fix our democracy, but at the end of the day, it's still a democracy. And there's no better system. There's not. You can't name one. Ultimately, the system would be a lot more complicated than democracy. Democracy is literally juvenile. It's okay, but what would the system be then? You're not putting forward a good argument. You're just like, oh, well, democracy sucks sometimes, so I'm just going to say that it's awful and probably not a good system. It's like, okay, but you can think that, but you've given me no alternative. You have no alternative. I encourage you, if you actually do think democracy sucks, sit down and think through what system you would implement instead. And if it's still a majority of the people deciding what happens, then that's still a democracy, friend. I don't know how else you would decide this. Like, who makes the decisions? That's all a democracy means. It's who makes the decisions? Most people. The majority of people. That's all that means. So if it's not democracy by which decisions are made, then what is it? Okay, we need to move on to the segment. We need to move on to the segment. We need to move on to the segment. Segment time. Juice time. Juice time. Juice time. Juice time. KC, if you would like to come on and talk about this, we can do that after the segment that I promised. I would love to have you on voice to discuss this. I think it would be a productive discussion. And understand, I'm not yelling at you. I am just trying to get through to what you're actually trying to say. John Oliver did a great segment. He uploaded it yesterday as of recording this, which would be April 7th. It is called Trans Athletes Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. So basically, I can't show this obviously because it's copyrighted material, but you can see the like to dislike ratio is not looking so good. The top comments actually seem like they're in support. Or no, they were in support. For a while, there was actually equal like to dislike, and now it looks like the weirdos have taken over. Anyway, great video. Highly recommend you watch it. I personally watched it, and he makes a great case for why trans people, trans women specifically, need to be allowed in women's sports, right? Especially like at the youth level. I don't understand this thing that's like, oh yeah, my 12-year-old son can absolutely like murder your 12-year-old son in a game of basketball. Like that's not a real risk, okay? Boys and girls are co-ed all the time. I literally wrestled with girls in middle school, sometimes even in high school, and I just, like, I don't remember how the matches went, and I don't care. They were girls, they were there, we wrestled, and that was it. I didn't kill them, all right? I didn't even injure them. They were fine. So, like, this whole thing is just overblown to me. He also says once you start to get to like the really good level, like the pro levels, right? Like the Olympic levels, then you can start to have more honest conversations about what kind of restrictions we need to put, make it fair, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I get it. Okay. I get that part. But when it comes to youth sports, I just don't get the hype. I don't get it. Anyway, watch the John Oliver video. It's great. John Oliver is not who we're here to talk about. That would be, not her, Roach Boy over here. Okay. Asmongold, our good friend Asmongold. Just to point this out, by the way, the person who runs my Clips channel just uploaded a video. Here, let me pull it up real quick. By the way, if you ever Google me on YouTube, do not scroll down past my page. Here it is. So the Alec Gunther Clips channel, I'm shouting it out here in the hopes that you will go follow it. If you like Alec Gunther content, especially stuff that you haven't seen yet or stuff that doesn't make it to the YouTube channel, the person who runs this uploads it all here. So it's great. So go follow it. Do you want me to say who you are? Person who runs this? Well, actually, you can DM me. Don't say it in chat, obviously. But, okay, great. Okay, it's Guitar Rocker. My brother Guitar Rocker runs the channel. He does a great job, uploads clips that you might not see on the main channel, so go check it out. And also, the Asmongold simps are running rampant in here. Just running rampant in here. It's bad. We need your help, chat. We need your help, YouTubers. Get over there. Anyway, back to Roach King. So, he is talking about the John Oliver segment that I just discussed. I did not see what his takes were yet. I'm sure they're great. He is the largest political streamer on Twitch right now, which means that his opinions must have some amount of backing to them, must be good in some way or another. So let's see what his take is on trans women in sports.
It is obviously true that on average, cisgender men and post-pubescent boys have some specific athletic performance advantages, though the relative size of that advantage also depends on the sport.
I love how the foundation for this is that you're right, but it's like, what is this?
For context,
John Oliver released a video defending trans athletes, and in less than 24 hours, it quickly became one of the most disliked episodes of his show. Now standing at 62K likes and 70.
That's honestly really like tragic. Like imagine being a fucking trans girl who's like 12, like one of the only trans girls who like got kicked off of their sports team, and you see this John Oliver segment and all the fucking dislikes. Like, Jesus Christ. This is why we need trans support now more than ever.
70K dislikes.
Basically, it is not the case that any man is going to be stronger or more athletic than every woman, which is some...
You're right. It's only the case 99 times out of 100.
That's not true either. That's literally not true either. What's your source on that? Source, bro.
In part because the number of trans athletes is so small. The body of research specifically about them is extremely limited. There are a bunch of studies comparing specific anatomical features like...
It's crazy how much they're going through. You want to talk about gymnastics? I feel like he should be the one going to the Olympics. This is crazy. We need to have...
What? He should be the one going to the... What? What did he mean by that? Did I miss something?
Anatomical features like...
He gets so upset when he fucking... Like, John Oliver pulls up studies. Like, actual data, and he's just mad for no reason. Like, he's just mad. Like, why is he getting upset? I don't understand.
It's crazy how much they're going through. You want to talk about gymnastics? I feel like he should be the one going to the Olympics. This is crazy.
What does he mean? What does he mean by that? You want to talk about... Oh, mental gymnastics. Okay. Got it. Mental gymnastics. Okay, my bad. Now I understand. I did miss something, sorry. So mental gymnastics. So this is not mental gymnastics. You know what mental gymnastics is? Looking at all of this data, which granted is very small here, but you could probably like zoom in and look at the titles. Change in grip strength in trans people and its association with lean body mass and bone density. Sounds pretty official to me. Go look into it. Like, just do your own fucking research.
Crazy.
I'll move my thing for a second so Dubsy can get a image of that. I was talking about the one on the top left.
To have more studies to further be certain about the fact that men...
How many do you need? How many? Oh, sorry. He's just being sarcastic. Hold on.
We need to have more studies to further be certain about the fact that men generally have physical advantages over women.
But we were only...
Yes. That's how science works, man. In order to reach a conclusion, you need to test a hypothesis. All right? This is the real data. If you'd like to ignore it, you can. But guess what? It shows that women have many advantages in different areas, like endurance, for instance. It's becoming more and more apparent that women are apparently better at endurance sports. They have their frames are not as wide, which lends them to more flexibility and ability to move in different ways that men can't, generally speaking. Like, there are benefits to being a woman when it comes to athletics. There are. Okay, it's not like men are just better at everything, which if you listen to them, they will literally say that. They're like, oh, no, women and men's chess need to be separate. Like, yeah, let's separate chess because we're so worried about women's sports and safety, and we don't want women to be hurt by men. So let's separate men and women in chess, right? That makes no sense. Now you're just saying that women are stupider than men. Like, this always leads to misogyny. Guys, you need to understand, transphobia is in lockstep with misogyny, okay? You cannot separate the two.
Only able to find 12 studies that actually tested trans adult women's physical fitness in a lab or other performance scenario. 8 have a sample size of less than 20, and 2 are of a single athlete. And look...
And what do they say?
You probably shouldn't draw broad conclusions off a sample size...
He says it.
Then we know what they say.
It is...
No, he says what they say. John Oliver literally says the thing. He's just skipping. This is just... Okay, you know what's going to happen? Asmongold fans are going to eat up this slop and then never watch the original John Oliver video, and they will learn nothing. Asmongold is a fucking ass tumor, dude. He's like actually just like the most insufferable piece of shit on the fucking internet. Disgusting wretch. And like, I hate everything about him. He like literally only makes existence worse for everybody.
Undoubtedly true. Trans women will maintain
because again, what's going to happen, I don't know if I finished, what's going to happen is I got so caught up in how much I hate Asmongold that I didn't finish. He's going to have his simps watch his shit and then not watch the John Oliver thing, and they're just going to learn nothing. They're just going to end up hating trans people. That sucks, man. That really fucking sucks. That's your contribution to our fine society, sir? I think not. Can we deport him?
Advantages
please?
In some sports.
He's an actual biohazard.
But
trans
I missed it. What?
Advantages in some sports.
Yeah.
But
trans women will also have physiological disadvantages.
We have no research about how
oh wait, what are the disadvantages? You just skipped past it. Okay.
Trans or undergoing gender-affirming treatment impacts athletic performance in teens. And when it comes...
We have no research? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Just for some context, the majority of women's physical records in things like running a mile, women start losing to men when men are about 15. And these are that...
Yeah, a lot of that is because of like funding and coaching. Okay? Men just have more opportunities than women. I'm not saying that these gaps would close all the way, but if you like actually look back at history, like if you actually cared about this issue, which you don't, but if you did, you would look back at history and realize women's sports is very, very young compared to men's sports for one thing, and for another thing, it has faced a myriad of roadblocks, okay? It's not just a matter of, oh, you run really fast, so you should be in the Olympics. It takes years and years and years of training and practice and workouts and everything, and good coaching and good funding and good facilities and time and all of this other stuff to make this happen, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman. And so it makes sense that men, historically having more and better opportunities on everything as compared to women, are going to be better at this. They just have the resources to be better, okay? And I'm not saying that these gaps would necessarily close. All I'm saying is that we haven't given women a fair shake. We still haven't. Women's sports are not equal to men's in opportunity, okay? Go look at the disparities and like how much they're paid in their fucking facility management, in their coaching staff. Like it's always, always, always better for men. It has always been better for men. And for the foreseeable future, it will probably stay better for men. Okay, so like, spare me the bullshit. And also like, who gives a shit if a girl's running next to a boy? Who cares?
The best athletes in the world versus
or trans
the best
girl, whatever
male athletes in the world that are 15 years old. Here's the truth. This premise and the fixation on this will cause them to lose elections to the extent that they continue to push it.
People don't care. They only care because people like you, asshole, make them. Like, you just don't shut up about it.
It's a complete insult to the intelligence of anybody who's listening to it. Anybody who hears this is going to feel like, wow, they really think I'm an idiot, huh? And they would be right. Yeah, it's a losing issue. Not only is this a losing issue, but it is a losing issue to such a massive, tremendous degree that I don't think people realize it.
Yeah, so to cap this all off, I do want to say, for any Asmongold simps that might be watching, I did reach out to your boy. Okay, I popped in the Discord server. I reached out to Asmongold personally in a DM. I said, hey man, I would love to have a discussion with you about trans people. Okay, now I know that he's probably not going to see it, but I think that even if he does, he's gonna pussy out. I don't think that he's gonna do the debate. You know, like, I don't like. You can say it's because I'm small, sure, and maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. I'll grant that, but I don't think he would even debate somebody who's like larger than me. So if you really do want to test that theory, then you can certainly show him this. I'm more than willing to have a discussion with him about trans people and why I believe they belong in sports. So just throwing that out there. But yeah, probably not going to happen, but it's open. So Asmongold, you're a fucking plague upon the earth, and I think that the sooner you pass from it, the better off we will all be. We'll certainly be healthier. Is KC123 still here? I was hoping they'd want to hop on a call and talk about democracy. The other thing I kind of wanted to do, I mentioned it at the beginning of stream, is go over this new Brad Palumbo video. I don't think Asmongold has the balls to even debate. Of course not. Has he ever? Like, I'm sure people have challenged him to it. Oh, Hassan did.
Not going to cry a river when people who have genocide
as they once were. Because
talking about like the 1917 Iran thing, basically.
Not 1917, but yes, circa
1979. Excuse me. Yes, sorry.
And
okay, interesting content. I didn't think that he did. He probably got his ass handed to him. It is so, like, actually difficult to defend Israel's actions in a debate. I don't know how you even begin to do that. I simply don't know, because it's hard to ignore the fact that Israel is literally killing children in mass, you know? And so when you consider that, it's like, how do you defend this? Oh, well, it's the Holy Land. Hamas is using them as human shields. They were hiding in hospitals. And it's like, okay, let's say that they were hiding in hospitals or using children as human shields. That doesn't give you an excuse to kill them. I'm sorry, it doesn't. And I'm sorry, also, like, you cannot convince me that 200 children were killed in 1 week and were all being used as human shields. Not gonna buy it. And on top of that, people from like the aid facilities and like the doctors and nurses over there have literally said that there's no room in the hospitals for a Hamas operation. Like, it's not like they just need like a small, meeting room, right? It like, and even if they did, that's not even available there. Like, you're talking about an entire military operation within a hospital that is packed to the brim with people you fucked up? Yeah, the tunnels, right. I forgot about the tunnels. Good point. The tunnels that are definitely there. It will go down. Zionism will go down in history as one of the most perverted fucking move. Like, okay, so not to put two bad bitches against each other. Nazism and Zionism are very different. But Zionism, honestly, I feel like it's very disgusting the way that it uses anti-Semitism to justify like actually just genociding an entire group of people. It's so gross, dude. It's disgusting. And I don't like, it's insidious, and it's literally doing anti-Semitism by saying if you're not Zionist, you're an anti-Semite. Like, it's literally doing that. So, like, I just don't understand how. I don't know much about the conflict over there except a bunch of this terrible shit that Israel's done. And I feel like that's all I would need to be like, yeah, if you're a Zionist, fuck you. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you. Like you literally have to justify like killing children. Yeah, I saw it. KC. My point was that no one person can think of a better system. It would take multiple people and a lot of time, research, and planning, but ultimately be worth it. Then, if democracy's the best we have right now, what are you talking about? It does not take time and research and planning to come to the conclusion that the best decision-making strategy is the majority rule. Like, are you trolling right now? Do you want to come on voice? I feel like I'll be more effective if I can say this directly to you. That's why I said whatever new system we create would have to be a lot more complicated. Even what's complicated? Complicated what? Like how? Give me like a loose example of what you could possibly mean by complicated. Just come on voice. Come on Discord and get on voice. Are you in the Discord? I hate those. I can't stand those people that say anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. You can absolutely be against Israel and anti-Semitism at the same time. Yeah, we learned in my social studies teacher actually did a decent job of trying to teach us that. I still didn't fully understand it, but like she did say, no, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are different because Semitism and Zionism are two completely different concepts. So,
I did it.
Good job.
Oh, everything hurts.
I know the feeling. Yeah. I just got back from my workout, so.
Yeah. Hi, guys. I'm gonna go get food. Was it
okay.
good?
It was. I didn't finish it. It's in the kitchen, but it's just because I'm not that hungry.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
No, you're fine.
KC, are you in the Discord? If you are, just hop in the waiting room voice channel. It's like at the bottom, I think. Yeah, it's at the bottom. Just hop in the waiting room. It's a voice channel. If not, I'm moving on. What's Discord? Oh. Okay, can you do this? Do you want to be on voice? Like, do you want to talk about this over voice? KC123 is a troll. Are you okay? You're trolling. We're gonna chalk you up to a troll. We're moving on. Oh yeah, Brad Palumbo, right. Let me check something real quick.
The truth is that my brother Bill
They kept on repeating the same point without elaborating ever. They're pretty obviously a troll. Okay, well don't be ableist because I have a difficult time recognizing trolls. How am I trolling? You can't describe anything better than democracy. You're just like, oh, we need to research this. What are we researching? Tell me where to even begin with that. Like the best method to determine who ought to be making decisions in society? Like how do you even begin to research that? What are you talking about? The best way is through majority rule. That is the best way. You either have a better idea or you don't. Bro said, what's Discord? Some people don't know, so like I was going to offer for them to Google call in, but whatever. Or like call in, like I have a phone number, so it'd just be calling in. It's a Google phone number though. Okay, before I start this segment, I'm gonna take a brief break and collect my thoughts. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I can't tell if KZ was a troll because, like, on the one hand, right, I can understand a troll not wanting to call in. Like, if you're a low-level troll, you know, like, you're just dicking around and you're, like, messing with somebody and they're like, oh, bet? Oh, you want to bet? And they're like, oh, okay. Oh, whoa. Listen, I'm just a little guy. But, like, a high-level troll, okay? Like a boss-level troll. Or, like, even just, like, you know, moderately high-leveled would absolutely have called in. They absolutely would have called in and been like, oh, yeah, and either, like, said a word that would have gotten me demonetized or even, like, fucking restricted somehow, right? Or they would have, like, taken the joke further. The slur troll's pretty high up there. Like, that would have been some top tier trolling. Do you feed him the bones? I forget what that joke is. Oh yeah, that was that one guy who called in. Yeah, that was a troll. What was he trolling about again? He was talking about we were having a serious debate, but like he was trolling the entire time, and I was like falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. And I don't remember what the debate was actually about. It was about something really stupid. Like I should have seen it coming. But I wasted so much fucking time on that. My first troll. Okay. Let's get started. Wait, he debated Parker get a job? I didn't know that. I bet Parker fucking rolled him. That's crazy. I'm not going to watch that, though. It's 53 minutes. So, this guy, Brad Palumbo, many of you may know I was supposed to have debated him a while back. I'm going to reach out to him after this segment is done and ask for another debate, okay? Not another debate, my first one, because we haven't done it yet. But I'm going to ask him again for a debate, because the last time, neither of us flaked. It was just like he got busy one day. That sounds weird. He was busy one day, and he had to cancel, so whatever. And then we just never set it up again. So I'm going to reach out to him again, because I challenged him to a debate, and he accepted my challenge, and I want to respect that. But before we do that, I'm going to watch this video that he just uploaded called Normal Gay Reacts to Woke LGBTQ TikToks. Also, I need to move my thing back. Apparently this looks better, so we're keeping it here. All right. They're getting creepy. Let's take a look. Truth is that and for those who don't know, Brad Palumbo is like this transphobic gay guy who he's like a pick-me, basically.
Brother Bill, big reveal, is now my sister, Lily. I know.
I am begging, just begging the LGBT activists on TikTok to leave children alone. But apparently that's too much to ask.
What if those children are trans, Brad? Should they still leave them alone? Sometimes that happens, you know, like sometimes there's a set of siblings. One's, you know, like you have a brother and a sister, and then one day the one you think is your sister comes home from the gender clinic and now he is your brother. Like sometimes that happens. What's wrong? This is just how life works sometimes for some people.
Yes, guys, we're back with another bonus episode of the Bread versus Everyone podcast, where I react to crazy LGBT and woke TikToks.
We love
from the
that.
Perspective of a normal, moderate gay person who hasn't totally lost.
You gotta wonder what he means by normal, you know? What do you mean by that, man?
His mind quite yet.
Because there was a time when being gay wasn't considered normal, so you'd just be contradicting yourself here. A lot of Republicans still don't think that being gay is normal.
Because you guys seem to enjoy these videos. You like watching me suffer. You're a little sick. You're into it like that. And I judge you a little bit for it, but I also profit from it. So I'll take it. Up first, we've got an unfortunately familiar face, the transgender TikToker Lily Tino, who's out with a creepy new video targeting kids. Take a listen.
You're trying to come up with a roast, but I can't come up with one. Somebody last time we covered him called him Discount Robbie Rotten, and I think that is probably not going to be beaten ever in the history of mankind, because holy shit, is that funny.
Take a listen.
You Need to Chill by Juno Dawson. Sometimes people say to me, what happened to your brother Bill? We haven't seen him in ages. Is he hiding? Is he ill? Is he lost in the park? Is he scared of the dark? Is he doing his homework still? That's when I look at them in the eye and say, hey, you need to chill. But the kids keep asking questions and say, was he eaten by a shark or whale? Was he munched up just like krill? That simply isn't true, I say, and hey, you need to chill. But the kids don't give up and they ask, is he on vacation in Barbados or Brazil? No one has...
So far, this is just like a standard kids book, of people wondering where this person's brother is.
Gone anywhere. And hey, you need to chill. But they're not giving up. Is he at the zoo? Is he at the fair? Is he searching for a thrill? Although we do love the Ferris wheel, hey, you need to chill. But we're so confused and so concerned. We cannot rest until we find out what happened to your brother Bill. Did he tumble down and hurt himself? Have they given him a pill? Is he in the pool or on the field showing off his skill? Was he taken to Mars by aliens? Is he on their spaceship?
Okay, this is dragging.
Stop, I say. That's enough. Hey.
Brad, get better at making this more digestible. Like, you can make this much briefer than what it is. I don't need to sit through this children's book.
You need to chill. There are no hungry whales and no green little men. Your hysteria is silly. The truth is that my brother Bill, big reveal, is now my sister, Lily.
Based.
I know. It was maybe quite a shock at first, but really she's just the same. She just looks a little different and has a new first name. She's still clever and funny.
I think this is
kind
fine.
And cool. She's one in a mill. And if people have a problem, we shout, hey, you need to chill. The cool thing...
Agreed. I saw nothing wrong there. Like, what? But there was nothing wrong, man. Like, what's wrong with that book? There's no... I guess he'll explain.
The thing about this book is...
Presumably.
It can be a call and response. So anytime you say, hey, you need to chill, your kid can say it with you.
Hey, so this is creepy. This is demonic.
How?
This is everything people are worried about.
How is this demonic? That was fine. Katie, what? You're a teacher. Come here. What? I need to know if this book for school children is demonic.
Okay.
I'm going to skip most of it, but basically they're asking where this person's brother Billy is the entire time.
Okay.
Green little men. Your hysteria is silly. The truth is that my brother Bill, big reveal, is now my sister, Lily. I know. It was maybe quite a shock at first, but really she's just the same. She just looks a little different and has a new first name. She's still clever and funny and kind and cool. She's one in a mill. And if people have a problem, we shout, hey, you need to chill. The cool thing about this book is it can be a call and response. So anytime you say, hey, you need to chill, your kid can say it with you.
Hey.
So was there anything problematic with that?
I mean, the only thing that I truly was like, we might want to change that was the fact that a lot of little kids probably aren't going to know the word hysteria, but that's more a vocab thing than anything else. But that was like it. Early childhood literature is not my specialty.
Okay,
but
this guy thinks it's demonic.
Did he say why?
Hey, so this is creepy. This is demonic. This is everything people are worried about and then some. It's like this person, Lily, who I don't believe is a real trans person, by the way. I believe is a mixture of an attention seeker and potentially a fetishist.
By the way, he watches my content. So.
Why?
He like reacted to my video, and we were about to do a debate, but then we didn't, and now I'm about to reach out to him again.
Okay.
But just so you know, he might watch this.
Okay. Hi, I guess, but also don't perceive me, don't interact with me. You are exactly the kind of person I would not want to be around in my life ever. Yeah, there's nothing creepy or demonic about that. It's that if it was the rhyme scheme that was weird for you, then you need to stop watching horror films and you need to read some Dr. Seuss and experience some whimsy in your life, because clearly you don't have enough of it. And also, do we need to establish that this is a fictional person in a fictional children's book?
I was like, well, no, but like the point is that this parallels real experiences.
It parallels real experiences, but this is, of course, it's not a real person. Yeah. Duh, it's fiction.
It's a children's book.
It's a children's book, and the fact that you think that somebody is trying to make something demonic out of a period in a person's life where they should experience nothing but positive things and general whimsy, you need to go check your eyes, and you probably should take a course on media literacy because you don't have a lot of it. So yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you.
No problem. I do what I can for the people in what little ways I can.
I felt your input was valuable.
Oh my God.
As a teacher.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Had to plug my headphones back in. No, he's saying Lily, the woman reading the book, isn't the real trans woman. She said, how would you know, dude? Yeah. But like that should have been phrased. Wait, he said Lily isn't a real person. Oh, wait, is her name's Lily, isn't it? Oh, okay. Oh, I was confused about it. Yeah, my bad. I forgot the person reading it was also named Lily. My bad. But also, like, fuck you for that.
By the way, I believe is a mixture of an attention seeker and potentially a fetishist. It's like this person decided to come up in a laboratory with the video
how is any of that fetishy?
Designed to alienate as many people as possible, to put people, even good people, even open-minded people, on the defensive and make them feel like this community, LGBTQIA, whatever Wi-Fi password.
Oh, he did the joke! Oh! Dude, I love it when like we make the joke about adding like additional numerals and symbols to the LGBTQIA. That's my favorite, and every time it gets me. I will give him points unironically for the Wi-Fi password. Have not heard that one yet. So points for originality, but still, like you just barely cleared the bar.
We're up to now, make that community feel like the enemy, even though most normal gay, lesbian, bisexual, and yes, even many trans adults are just normal people.
Okay, wait, how do you define... Okay, so, like, children can't be trans? If it's normal to be trans and it's fine to be trans, then it's fine for children to be trans. Like, what's the problem? Like, okay, so... okay, Brad, I don't know if you knew this, but, like, this exact same scare was going on with the gay community. Like, not that long ago. Okay? I don't know if you recall how long ago it was that we legalized gay marriage finally, but it wasn't very long ago, okay? So like your community, the gay community, is fresh off of this. I don't understand why you would repackage that same rhetoric against trans people. It doesn't make any sense, man. Like, why would you do this?
And we're not actually trying to push crazy stuff on your kids, but apparently this person is, and whoever wrote this,
they literally said the same thing about gay people. They literally said, like back in the 1900s, they were like, oh, the gay men, they want to grab your sons and gay them. They want to grab your underage sons and turn them gay. It's the same recycled bullshit. It's the same thing. Nobody's transing your kids except your own fucking kids. Okay? They do it to themselves, technically, in a way of speaking. They literally like are just trans. That was a crude way of putting it. They are trans is my point, okay? Dubsy, fix that so that I don't sound weird. Thank you. My point is they are trans. Like, they're not... Nobody's tricking them into this. Like, if you ask a lot of parents of trans children, they didn't even understand the concept of trans until their child came out to them. And they were like, oh my God, like, what is this? And sometimes it's like as young as 4 or 5. Like, their 4-year-old will just be like, yeah, like they were born male and they're like, yeah, I'm a girl. Like, sometimes it's just like that. Okay? Here, Brad, since I know you watch my content, this is going to make this longer than it needs to be, but I feel this is important. Excuse me, important to show you. And if this doesn't change your mind, then so be it. But I feel like you should just see it anyway.
Chairman, I'll go as quickly as I can. I'm a lifelong Missourian. I'm a business lawyer. I'm a Christian. I'm the son of a Methodist minister. I'm a husband. I'm the father of 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls, including a wonderful and beautiful transgender daughter, who today happens to be her birthday. And I chose to be here. She doesn't know that. She thinks I'm at work. One thing I often hear when transgender issues are discussed is, I don't get it. I don't understand. And I would expect some of you to have said that and feel the same way. I didn't get it either. For years, I didn't get it. For years, I would not let my daughter wear girl clothes. I did not let her play with girl toys. I forced my daughter to wear boy clothes and get short haircuts, play on boy sports teams. Why did I do this? To protect my child. I did not want my daughter or her siblings to get teased. And truth be told, I did it to protect myself as well. I wanted to avoid those inevitable questions as to why my child did not look and act like a boy. My child was miserable. I cannot overstate that. She was absolutely miserable, especially at school. No confidence, no friends, no laughter. I honestly say this, I had a child who did not smile. We did that for years. We did that against the advice of teachers, therapists, and other experts. I remember the day everything changed for me. I'd gotten home from work, and my daughter and her brother were in the front lawn. And my daughter had sneaked on one of her older sister's play dresses. And they wanted to go across the street and play with the neighbor's kids. It was time for dinner. I said, come in. She asked, can she go across the street? I said, no. She asked me if she went inside and put on boy clothes, could she then go across the street and play? And it's then that it hit me that my daughter was equating being good with being someone else. I was teaching her to deny who she is. As a parent, the one thing we cannot do, the one thing, is silence our child's spirit. And so on that day, my wife and I stopped silencing our child's spirit. The moment we allowed my daughter to be who she is, to grow her hair, to wear the clothes she wanted to wear, she was a different child. And I mean, it was immediate. It was a total transformation. I now have a confident, a smiling, a happy daughter. She plays on a girls' volleyball team. She has friendships. She's a kid. I came here today as a parent to share my story. I need you to understand that this language, if it becomes law, will have real effects on real people. It will affect my daughter. It will mean she cannot play on the girls' volleyball team or dance squad or tennis team. I ask you, please don't take that away from my daughter or the countless others like her who are out there. Let them have their childhoods. Let them be who they are. I ask you to vote against this legislation.
Okay, I know that was long, but I feel that was important. So Brad, if you're watching this, I would like your opinion on that video. Okay, you don't have to put the whole thing in your React content if that's what you plan to do. But like, I just want your opinion, you know, like, what do you think of this dad? Is he grooming her? His daughter? You know, like, did he groom her to be trans? Or is this just like, he literally resisted at first. He was like, no, you're a boy. You're a boy, you're a boy, you're a boy. Okay. And finally, one day he just realized, like, no, like, this is real and I am the dumbass. I am the dumbass here. And he changed and he became better. Okay? So I just want your opinion. I want you to know, I want to know what you think of what went on here. What's the name of this video? It's right there. Missouri dad speaks about transgender daughter, urging lawmakers not to pass student athlete bill. It's a great video. I pull it up often because I think it's a great example of how this tends to work. Okay? The way that this tends to work is that a trans child will just come to their parents who either don't know anything about being trans or are Christian religious zealots who will just fucking kick them out of the house or else abuse them. That's usually how this works. Okay? And you can make all the arguments you want about, well, they learned this on social media. They picked this up from Instagram. No! This has always happened. This has always been a thing. Okay? Why were there fucking trans people in the 1900s before the internet? Huh? The concept of being trans goes back to fucking Mesopotamia, dude. The first human civilization. It goes that fucking far back. Okay? So spare me this bullshit of like, oh, this is just like, oh, they learned this from social media. No. Like, this is real. And you just hate trans people, man.
Book, which
and it kind of sucks.
Simply should not exist. There have always been a tiny percentage of kids who from a very young age feel like they're trapped in the wrong body, but those kids didn't need to be taught about it. They didn't need the idea that it planted in their mind. It just happened.
That doesn't happen. I just addressed this. This whole thing of like social grooming or whatever. Dude, if your child learns about the concept of being trans and then starts identifying as a different gender than what they were assigned, maybe they were just trans all along. You know? What's the regret rate? Look it up. Here, I'll help you. It's between 1% and 3%. Okay? The highest regret rate that we have recorded is like 3%. But I'll give you a handicap here. Let's say it's 9. We've tripled it. We've tripled the regret rate. Let's say it's 9%. Still lower than fucking knee replacements. Still 91% of trans people who are happy with their fucking care and living happy lives as trans people. Let's double that. 18%. Oh, that's still 72% of people, right? 72, is it 82? 82% of people. So I don't buy it, man.
As an organic, extremely statistically rare thing. And then we can talk about the best way to treat those kids and make sure they know what they're doing and that they don't make any decisions that they might regret. But all you're going to do is confuse young children. This kind of bizarre...
It's not that hard. Billy's Sally now. Like, we literally have children's cartoons about, like, gender bending. There's like 3 Fairly Odd Parents episodes about it. Like, it happens all the time, and it doesn't confuse our children. Bugs Bunny did it. Like, who fucking cares?
Our children's book trying to explain boys can become girls to people who are so young they don't even understand these concepts or have fully formed senses of self or know.
You learn what gender is and what, like the difference between boys and girls by the time you're 4. 4 is like the latest you learn it. Between 3 and 4 is when you learn it, okay? So by the time you're 4, you know what gender is and the difference between boys and girls. You can understand this concept. It's not that hard.
Know what sex and gender are as concepts. It's really disturbing that anybody would be pushing this on children this young.
God, I've got to debate this guy. I forgot how bad I wanted to debate him before.
Let alone for a
I gotta
profit.
reach out to
and
him.
Okay, so this book exists.
I gotta return his
Why
calls.
Would you, as a trans influencer and TikTok creator, purposefully sit down and read a children's book on an app that tons of kids are on about it like this, in this just objectively creepy manner? There's only...
It's a children's book, man. What was bad about it? Break it down. Break it down. Like, I know you tried to just now, but the best you could say about it is children don't understand the concept of boys becoming girls and vice versa. Yeah, they do. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's like, okay, Billy's Sally now. Great. Hi, Sally. That's fine. They might have a couple questions. They might say, how did that happen? You know, like, did the gender fairy show up and trans you or something? Like, they might need, like, a simplified explanation of what being the concept of trans, but ultimately, they will accept it. And they do accept it. Unless people like you convince them not to, you fucking idiot. Like, why would you do that? Do you hate trans people? Of course you do.
Only one reason. Either you're trying to confuse kids, which might be part of it, or, and I think this is the more likely explanation, it's rage bait. Lily knows that these videos
Unlike Brad
will get
Palumbo.
lots of views and lots of engagement, and Lily will be able to cash out in the TikTok Creator Fund. But
okay, I don't care if Lily is making money off of this. That's not like an actual argument against what she's saying. All the research supports like the level of care we have for trans children right now is acceptable. It's good. It's good. It's one of the best outcomes we have for any form of healthcare ever. People love gender affirming care. They love it. Okay? So if a child like sees like a trans woman on TikTok one time, and then they're like, "Oh, I didn't know that was a thing." And then they look at themselves in the mirror and they're like, could I be trans? Could I be trans? Guess what I never did growing up? Think, could I be a woman? Never did that. I never looked in the mirror and was like, gee, I wonder what would happen if I was a woman. I have in my adult years, okay? Because I'm a progressive and I thought about it and I was like, would I be fine as a woman? And you know, maybe I would be. I don't fucking care though. I'm fine as a man, so whatever. But the point is, it's just not like if you have a child that looks in the mirror and is like, could I, like a child who was born male, look in the mirror and say, could I be a girl, right? Like, what if I were a girl? And they really want that. What's the fucking problem? What's the problem? All the internet did is wake up more trans people. Okay? And that's good. That means that these trans people won't be forced to be closeted their entire lives and think they're the only fucking one that thinks this. It's been a revolution for trans people. It's great. But it's held back by dipshits like you who want to say that trans people are bad somehow. They're not bad. Yeah, children should know that trans people exist because they might be fucking trans themselves. Okay? This is the same fucking conversation we had for decades about being gay. And you're recycling all of it. You're a traitor, man. You're a traitor.
But at the expense of the trans community and the broader LGBT community. But do they not see that? These people who do these intentionally inflammatory and divisive things in the name of LGBT, do they not see the polls going down, the increase in public backlash? And
do you know what the polling for interracial marriage was in the 1950s? 94% did not want it. 94%. That's even a healthy chunk of the black population, mind you. 94% did not want it to be legal. Okay? Didn't stop them.
And realize that it's literally because of you. Like, look in the mirror. You are the problem. Stop posting. Seek help and stay away from people's children, Lily.
Disgusting.
We've got
Disgusting
more
freak.
TikToks that will
what a
destroy
disgusting
your brain
fucking
cells
freak you are,
after
man.
This. When it comes to the debate over LGBT issues, Americans increasingly live in different realities, and our media does too. Take this recent story we talked about on this show.
Oh, I know
where
her.
A congressperson named
I wish she'd grow a spine, but I'm of two minds on Sarah McBride. On the one hand, I get it. You know, like, she's the first out trans congresswoman, which is crazy, okay? And especially under a Trump term. So, like, you have to be like, okay, I get it. On the other hand, Sarah, like, come on. Come on. Like, you could be an icon. You could be, like, the spokesperson for trans people. You know that, right? Like, you could be the one. Excuse me. You could be the one, and you just aren't. Okay, I would expect a little bit more effort from somebody who puts themselves out there already like this. You're already a congresswoman. Just go the full distance, okay? Fight for your own fucking rights. Okay? Like, it's just disappointing.
Sarah McBride, who identifies as a transgender woman, was referred to as congressman by one of their colleagues. If you only read partisan media, whether it's on the left or on the right,
that's bad. That's
you would
bad.
really struggle to find out what.
I don't need to read. I literally saw it happen. I literally saw it happen. She's not a fucking congressman. She's a congresswoman.
Actually happened here. But using Ground News, an amazing service that I've personally used for years and that helps me prepare
Using Ground News, I was able to find that yes, she was in fact called a congressman. She was misgendered. Yes, she was misgendered. But using Ground News, thankfully, I was able to find some right-wing sources that said that's not a big deal, and that's what I'm going to use for my video.
He covered the story. Mr. during House hearings. Down after on the right, the GOP law, well, on the left, bias, factuality, and ownership. Back to this particular story, well, on the left, look at CNN's headline. Out of order, hearing abruptly ends after GOP lawmaker misgenders Congresswoman. Meanwhile, over on the right, The Blaze covered the story like this. Democrat melts down after cross-dressing comrade called Mr. during House hearing. That's quite the difference. And on Ground News, you can see over 150 different headlines, all describing this same story, which is a great example of why Ground News is a better way to consume Ground News through it and bring you to subscribe or use to act to eat their own. Okay.
Why does Ground News sponsor fucking both the Majority Report and Brad Palumbo? Okay,
so one of my favorite genres of TikToks is when the woke eat their own. When even the people who are trying to be good allies get in trouble with the extreme activists, because with a lot of these people, there's really no satisfying them. And that's certainly the category that this next video falls into.
No satisfying
Take a
us.
listen.
If you're a cis person making content on trans issues, you are
wait, this is for me. Cis people, you are responsible for their transphobia in your comment section. Hey! If you're being transphobic in my comment section, fuck you, man. Fuck you, okay? I spit on you. Patooey. Okay? I actually delete a lot of transphobic comments, so I feel like I do better than most on this.
Responsible for your comment section. I am so tired of seeing a video in support of trans people.
I do
and then
try.
Going to the comment section, and it's just filled with unchecked transphobia. I wanted to make this video for a while, but with all the Natalie B stuff blowing up, it is rampant. Your platform is giving voice to those comments. You are literally platforming that.
I'm on two minds of this. I'm of two minds on this. On the one hand, I hear what she's saying. She's not wrong. You know, like you have a very popular video and then a fucking transphobic comment at the top, and that comment's very popular, and now you're spreading this idea. So I get what she's saying, and she's not wrong. On the other hand, it's like, how much do I want to actually get on these creators who are not transphobic and tell them like, oh, Sweaty, like you're not handling your comment section well enough, Sweaty, like you need to take care of this, Sweaty. Like it's just like, I get what she's saying, but I feel like this is a very TikTok brained video, if that makes sense. Like there's so many more prescient issues to tackle than this, and more disgusting cretins like Brad Palumbo to go after.
Hatred. I know it's a lot of work, and I do not care if you do not have the bandwidth.
But I'm not mad at her. I get it.
You do not have the right to be making content about trans people.
I get it.
You will not find unchecked hate anywhere on my page. I have deleted thousands of comments. I've blocked thousands of people. If you can't handle it, find a friend who can do it for you. I've literally had to pass off my page to someone else to manage the comments because I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
You want credit? You need to do all the work. And that means...
Okay, as a content creator myself, comment sections are some of the most like damaging things to your mental health you will ever have.
Preventing me from
I bet
seeing
even
hate
Brad would
on
agree with
your
that,
page.
wouldn't you, Brad?
No. The world is not your safe space, love. And it is not anyone else's job to prevent you from seeing hate, which I imagine you interpret rather broadly.
If it's transphobic, it is hate, man. She is seeing it.
And include a whole lot of just old-fashioned disagreement. But you do know you're capable of just not looking at the comments, right? You know that's an option. Like, seriously, these people have no agency, no personal responsibility, no sense of, maybe it's up to me to ensure that I have a good experience. No, the rest of the world is supposed to filter through thousands upon thousands of comments.
But, like, all she did was say, like, you know, content creators, if you want to make your space more accommodating to trans people, try to clean up your fucking comment section. You know? Make it so that, like, it doesn't say, trans people suck ass and I hate them. I think that's acceptable to remove, you know? Like, it's not asking too much for the creator to remove that, you know? Like, just remove it. If you want my opinion, the platform should do it. Honestly, like, just the platform should already be engaging in censoring fucking comments like that. Okay? Like, sometimes, like, comments like that just don't add to the conversation. They're not productive. Like, what are we getting from that? I don't care. Yeah, take it down. Like, it's not asking that much, is my point.
Comments and delete everything that might hurt your fifis. No, get a grip, okay?
Yo, we got 2 Twitch chatters. Whoa. Hello, Twitch chatters. Hello, Twitch chatters. Hello, Twitch chatters. Why does his face look like that? Somebody described him. Listen, I'm not trying to comment on people's looks. And listen, I'll even give Brad a handicap. Listen, you can make fun of my bald head. Okay, there you go. That's fine. I'm bald. I'm not ashamed of it. You can make fun of it if you want. But, like, also, I try not to comment on people's looks, but I did think the discount Robbie Rotten comment was the best. It's so fucking funny. It's so funny. I'm sorry. It's just really funny, man. And I can't get over it.
Hey, it's on you. To have thick skin, the internet, especially if you're a content creator, can be an ugly place. And obviously threats or harassment or anything like that that crosses a line is terrible, but people are going to be mean to you on the internet. And in this case, you're not even talking about like insults or name calling directed to you. You're just talking about going on to other.
Yeah, but like, man, like, people know this shit, okay? Yeah, people are going to be shitty to you. People have been shitty to me. They've called me soy boy, you know? They call me, people call me chaser all the fucking time. All the time. Because I think that trans people deserve rights or something. They call me a chaser all the fucking time. Okay? I've gotten a few death threats. You know, like, it happens. I get it. And you do have to have somewhat of a thick skin. I don't disagree with that. But at the same time, like, why are you focusing your energy on her? Like, never in my life would I think to make except if I was in my conservative phase still, I guess. But post-conservatism, never in my life would I think, yeah, I can make a valuable video about this trans woman who saw some comments stating that her existence is invalid and getting upset about it. Like, I just, like, focus on anything else, you douchebag. Focus on literally fucking anything else. Okay? Do you live in the United States? Are you aware that the Conservative Party right now is trying to take away your rights to get married? Do you know that? Focus on that. Okay? Like, why are you getting on her ass? This is why I don't think you're a genuine person. Shut the fuck up. Be better.
Their content from people who are agreeing with you and saying the good opinion that you like, and then they're failing to delete every single post that disagrees.
Why is he looking at these videos? They clearly annoy him. Well, listen, I'm not the pot that's going to call the kettle black, man, okay?
With you and saying the good opinion that you like, and then they're failing to delete every single post that disagrees with them, which you label hate. Yeah, I'm sorry. The audacity to expect that, even for a second, is astounding. And if you've been doing that on your posts, then either you're not getting that much engagement, because past a certain point, it's just literally impossible with the number of comments that I get on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok. I don't care to. I believe, you know what, let people have their say. If there's somebody's like post something inciting violence or being violent towards someone, or incredibly
You don't delete homophobic comments? Like, I mean, that's your choice. That's your prerogative, I guess. But, like, just, like, what value are homophobic comments adding to your comment section? You know? Like, at worst, I'll leave a comment just so I can reply to it and be like, hey, actually, you're a fucking idiot. And then people see that and they get happy about it. And then that's value added to that comment. I put the value in.
Power.
Did we just... Okay. I don't know why that happened.
Wealth, fame, power.
Okay. I get it, but he is the pot. So it would be like saying, like the kettle saying, so are you. I don't understand. Like, I'm watching content that annoys me. And he's watching content that annoys him.
Wealth, fame, power.
Why is it doing that? Why are we having this session here? Sound alerts. Why are we doing that? Having fun, are we?
Wealth, fame, power.
Are we done?
Wealth, fame, power.
I'm disabling the alerts. Okay, I think it's done. I'm going to take this opportunity to pee real quick. I'll be right back. I know we're in the middle of a segment. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. My apologies. Did we get 5 gifted memberships from Nimbly? Hold on. That's why the sound alert was going off. I've got to fix my alerts. I've got to fix it. If that is true, Nimbly, I hope you're still here so I can thank you. Yes, Nimbly, in fact, gifted 5 Alec Gunter memberships on YouTube.com. Thank you so much, Nimbly. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Sorry I was being... Sorry I was acting annoyed about the notifications. I just didn't know what was happening because I didn't see anything. Because the multi-chat thing that I have did not show me. And I don't have the fucking alert popping off for some reason on the screen. So I didn't see it. But thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Okay. Where were we at with Discount Robbie Rotten?
Nasty, and I see it occasionally. I will delete it. But I almost always just let people say whatever they want in the comments because guess what, babe? You don't have to look, and people deserve a chance to have their say. I will just never relate whatsoever to this entitled worldview where you expect the whole world to be your safe space.
But like if all the comments you see all the time, like let's take the John Oliver video, for example. If all the comments you see all the time are just people shitting on your existence, that's going to get to you. You know, like you're going to be like, oh, I kind of suck, don't I? Like that my existence is not valid, in fact. Like people just hate that I am around and existing. You know, like it's just, it wears on your mental facilities. Okay? So like, I get it. Like I said, if you're going to be like railing against transphobia, this is not the most effective method or, target. I'll grant you that, but like, I just, like, why go after her, man? She's clearly hurting from some of these comments. Like, why shit on her for it? You know, that sucks. That kind of just sucks.
Grow up. Okay, this next TikTok made me a little nauseous. I'm not gonna lie. Take a listen.
Oh no.
I have to keep you haters busy, so here you can see my gay puppy flag. Over here, that's an agender flag. A demisexual flag. Another gay puppy flag.
Wait, there's 2 of them. Hold on now. Hold on. Why do the gay puppies get 2 of them? That's not fair. Mom said you can have 2 flags? I think not.
A gender
I'm disgusted.
Flag. Oh, and let's not forget my Texas puppy flag.
Yo, Texas.
And my rubber puppy flag.
How many fucking puppy flags do I've actually seen that one. How many puppy flags do you have, man? That just seems expensive at this point.
I don't think Texas claims you. Like, really? Puppy? Can't you keep... Not the animal shit. I really try.
But who cares? Who cares, Brad? Come on. Come on, Brad. Come on. Like, why do you care? Like, what harm is he doing? Who cares? What tangible harm is this person actually doing? I've never seen this video. I never had to see this video. And I wouldn't have seen this video if not for this video. So, like, I just... Like... What's the problem? What's the real problem here? That it's weird? That you don't like it? Who cares, man? Let him be happy.
I used to be way more judgy. I really try not to judge people.
Oh, he doesn't judge anymore. Trust me, bro.
What you do in the privacy of your own home is your business. And as long as consenting adults are involved, it's none of mine. But like the puppy stuff is weird to me. The animalistic nature of it all. Absolutely not. It's a no for me.
You've never been animalistic in the bedroom, man? That sounds boring. I'm sorry. Like, you got to do a little predator prey shit sometimes. Like, you just, like, there's literally a song called, like, it's You and Me, Baby, Ain't Nothing But Mammals, right? Like, we talk about fucking like animals all the time. Okay, calm down. Me, calm down. No, you calm down. Hi, Tina.
Me, personally, but knock yourself out. But what you're not going to do is conflate that with gay people. you're not a gay pup. Maybe you're gay and a pup, but these are not the same thing. It's not part of the community.
If you're gay and a pup, then you're a gay pup. What are you talking about? If you're gay and a gamer, you're a gay gamer. If you're gay and tall, you're gay and tall. You're a gay tall person. Oh, this type of homosexual? Don't be homophobic, Tina. Excuse you.
It has nothing to do with it, right? Just because we have a certain sexual and romantic orientation in terms of who we're attracted to, who we want to marry, doesn't mean we have weird kinks and stuff.
Tina, fun fact, this guy, since you weren't here, this guy is somebody I was going to debate a while back, but we never got around to it. Like, he had to reschedule, and we just never rescheduled. So I'm going to reach out to him again and see if he wants to debate trans stuff, because he's a huge transphobe. The gay white conservative? Yeah, that's true. I don't know if he'd call himself a conservative, but at this point, it's like, I don't care. You are one. You are one, man. Sorry.
And conflating our...
He was afraid? No, I don't think so, because otherwise he wouldn't have emailed me in the first place for a debate. He would have just ignored me. I won't... Like, we just never rescheduled, is the thing. I'm joking? Oh, okay.
Identities with your kinks is not just orientation in terms of who we're attracted to, who we want to marry. It doesn't mean we have weird kinks and stuff. And conflating our identities with your kinks is not just offensive and outrageous. It also like delegitimizes our identities and our lives and the way.
Okay, let me update you on what would delegitimize your life as a gay man, my friend. Delegalizing gay marriage. You want to talk about delegitimizing your identity as a gay man? Let's talk about what the conservatives are currently doing to take away your rights to marry somebody that you love. Okay? The puppy flag is not what's your problem. That is not your problem, man. It's not. Never has been and never will be. It's simply not. You can call it weird all you want. It's not your problem. It's not. It's not. Like, you will not get brownie points for cozying up to conservatives. You just won't. So spare me the bullshit.
Way we live by conflating it
you
with
just want to shit on people and bully them.
Stuff that's strange that people are into. That's what I don't like about this. One, the whole thing is just TMI. Like, no one asked, sir. And two, you're conflating it with stuff that has nothing to do with it. And whether you realize it or not.
Literally all he said is that it's a pup flag. If I did not know what a pup was, I'd be like, what's a pup? What is that? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Is that like a fucking... I'm assuming it's a furry thing. But like, is it like specific? Like, is it... I don't care. 36 people, dead chat. Hey, fuck you. My chat is very alive. And even if it's not, I'm having a good time anyway. It's roleplay as like a pup. Okay, like, I just don't care. I don't care. Like, what? Like, ask most gay people if they would care if they saw this at like a pride parade, and they just wouldn't care. Like, let them have it. Who cares? All they want is like for you to be like, yeah, that's fine. It's valid and fine that you like that stuff. That's fine. Who gives a shit? Like, who cares?
Doing a lot of harm in that front. We see this. This is part of why people don't have the kind of support for the LGBT Pride Month parades and all this that they used to. Because you go there and there's all these kinks and shit that has nothing to do with being gay.
It has never come from puppy people, okay? Puppy gender, whatever the fuck. It's not the puppy gender people. It's not, man. That's insane. Do you know who's actually trying to take away your rights? Conservatives. It's a fucking flag, dude. One that most people have never seen before. I haven't seen like 3 of those flags. I've only seen one of them by happenstance. And I forgot what it stood for, so I didn't give a shit. Like, nobody's like, ask anybody. Anybody. No. 1320 is where we're at. Let's go back. First of all, ask anybody if they've ever seen this flag. I don't even remember which flag this is. What is it? Genderqueer? I forget. Which flag is this? I forget. I literally forget. Poly? That one's a gender? Dream sexual? That doesn't sound right. Do you mean demi? Gender fluid? Is it the gender fluid flag? Wait, he says it. It says it right there. I'm stupid.
A gender fluid flag?
There's our answer. I literally forgot what that was, is the point. Like, ask anybody if they've seen the fucking gender fluid flag. First of all, which is way more common than this
and let's
one.
Not forget my Texas puppy flag.
Ask anybody.
And my rubber puppy flag.
Ask anybody if they've seen the rubber puppy flag. Guys, you don't understand. This flag is why the gays are being persecuted. It's this flag. It's this flag. You don't understand. The latex puppies are taking over the queer space. We must stop them. Okay? The latex puppies are causing problems and we need to execute them. Okay? Or at least, like, get rid of them. But, like, really, man. Like, what are you talking about? Ask anybody if they've ever seen this flag. Even most queer people haven't. We were at 1320, right?
Ask,
this is fine.
Sir. And two, you're conflating it with stuff that has nothing to do with it. And whether you realize it or not, doing a lot of harm in that front. We see this. This is part of why people
it's
don't
really
have the kind
not,
of support
man.
for the LGBT Pride Month parades and all this that they used to. Because you go there and there's all these kinks and shit that has nothing to do with being gay. Stop. Have your own little things about that, but stop trying to...
Kink is part of pride. Kink is just part of pride. It always has been and always will be. Okay? It's part of it. Like, look at the history, man. Prove me wrong. It's always been part of it. Like, just allowing people to be free. Okay? It's always been part of it. I'm sorry. Like, kink and pride is not a discussion. Like, if you're worried about... If you're more worried about, like, kink and pride than you are about, like, fucking... what are they called? The Baptists. The, what are they called? The really bad Baptists. Anybody got the name? Anybody? The evangelicals. Westboro Baptist, thank you. If you're more worried about kink at pride than you are at Westboro Baptist at pride, which they're pretty much fucking at every pride event now, like, I'm sorry, your anger is directed wrong. Okay? Is the guy just saying got a flag? I don't care what he does in his free time, just let people live and let live. That's what I'm saying. Like, who cares? Who cares? Like, it's not going to affect your 10-year-old to see the puppy latex flag. It's not. They'll see the flag and go, wow, that's cool. And not think anything of it. It's just not a problem. It's not.
Make everything about everything. Because all you're doing is creeping people out. Up next, this take from the gay news guy on TikTok is kind of wild. Take a listen.
So this is real, tweeted straight from the White House's official account. And conservatives might try and say, show the context, Josh, in a vile attempt to allow Trump to normalize this kind of rhetoric. So
the White House simply should never tweet this. They shouldn't. No serious society would allow, like, their executive power and chief of staff of the fucking military to tweet this. This is unacceptable. This is shit that, like, you wouldn't believe if somebody wrote it into the script of a movie. It would be too on the nose. Like, why would you accept this from your fucking president? I agree with this guy.
I will show you the context. The issue here isn't the context, it's normalizing this speech. So if they use this against immigrants or gay people or trans people, we'll all be a bit less surprised.
Hold on.
I
Sorry.
will show you the context. The issue here isn't the context, it's normalizing this speech. So if they use this against immigrants or gay
Our brave warriors executed counterterrorism airstrikes, killing dozens of ISIS jihadis hiding in a cave complex in Somalia.
Gay people or trans
We something up the mess left. We cleaned up probably the mess left by Biden. But like, my main thing is, why would you be okay with your president saying this? You know, like, the only time I'd be okay with the president saying this is if they're like, yeah, Hitler, we will find you and kill you. We will kill you if you don't kill yourself first. Which you very, very well might do. You know, like, maybe that's possible that you will do that. But we will try to find you and kill you. Like, that's fine. Like, who cares? But when it comes to, like, just in general, like, if it's not Hitler, like, I just, like, in general, I don't think this is a good thing for the White House to tweet out. That's my point. That's my only point. That from lunch, are you in Britmonger land? Are you like, no, you'd be behind me if you're coming back from lunch. Unless you're working night shift, which good on you if you are. I could never do night shift. The government never said that about bin Laden. Yeah, and I, honestly, like, I wouldn't have blamed them if they had, but they had the decency to not do that. You know? It just makes me uncomfortable. I guess it's just bad vibes.
people will all be a bit less surprised.
Dude, put down the crack pipe. You've officially had enough. The White House put out a tweet saying they'll kill and have killed ISIS members, literal terrorists. And this dude, Josh, the gay news guy on TikTok,
he's literally like
has
running
an issue with that.
He's literally like running defense for Donald Trump. Like, fuck you, man. Like, he doesn't deserve that. Why would you waste your time defending Donald Trump? Who cares? He's a fucking idiot. Okay, he wants to take away your right to marry. Did I mention that? Like, have you read Project 2025? Because it's happening. I'm just saying.
It'd be me, actually fine in my book, to kill ISIS. But then, more weirdly than that, suggested that if the government can kill terrorists, then it will also kill immigrants or gay.
They're literally calling immigrants terrorists and shipping them to El Salvador. They're doing that. Like a literal concentration camp in El Salvador. They are doing that. They admitted to at least one. What's the guy's name? Here, let's look it up. El Salvador immigrant case. Abrego Garcia. Can the U.S. return man deported to El Salvador? Immigration lawyers think so. On the 12th of March, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was driving home. Was driving home with his young son in Maryland when he was stopped by agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. Agents took Mr. Garcia into custody, then shuttled him to detention facilities in Louisiana and Texas. According to a federal judge, after 3 days, without any notice, legal process, or hearing, Mr. Garcia found himself back in his native El Salvador at an infamous prison known for housing gang members. The government said he was deported due to, quote, administrative error. So yeah, sorry, they will just sometimes call you a fucking terrorist for being an immigrant. Yeah. That does happen, in fact, as it turns out. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
People. I think you forgot to take your meds, babe. That little bottle, the one your doctor gave you, told you it was really
I hate him.
important.
I hate him so much.
You open it up twice a day.
Can I survive a debate with this man? How long will I last? Put your bets in. Place your bets. How long will I last before I rage quit? I don't know, boys. I think 30 to 40 minutes. Get high first. That's a good idea. We do suck. Definitely get high first. I'll consider it. I do want to listen. I don't think that he'll be a bad debater. I don't think that. I want to make sure that I'm prepared for anything he has to throw at me. And I think the biggest part of that will be the cast report. And I want to make sure that I got my ducks in a row when it comes to the cast report. Because like I want to make sure I can just rattle off the talking points. You know what I mean? Like cast report. You know, like Cass herself met with somebody who was cabinet member of Ron DeSantis. They excluded trans people from the study completely. Like the report itself says that like it messed up it fucked up the numbers, the statistic of like the number of people with autism or something. I don't remember. It fucked up like a really important statistic though. And then also like there's a bunch of talking points is the point. I want to make sure that I got all my ducks in a row is the point. So I will be preparing for that one. Yeah, the ass report. The amount of mental gymnastics to be LGBT plus and supporting the side that hates is astounding. Like it's mind-numbing that people are willing to throw everyone else under the bus to just be one of the good ones. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, it's just the ultimate cuckery. Like he's a cuck. It's sad.
Yeah, that wasn't supposed to be optional. Wasn't supposed to be something you just
skipped
some days when you felt like it, because this is the result. And it's embarrassing levels of Delulu at this point. Okay, here's one last video that honestly made me roll my eyes so hard I think I gave myself a headache. Take a listen.
I'm to the point that if I casually see somebody repping the American flag, I'm automatically assuming that you're racist. Because ain't no way.
Babe,
yeah, I mean, it's a good indicator. Like, listen, I rep the American flag personally, like on the back of my car, but I have it next to the Palestine flag, the LGBTQ flag, and the Ukraine flag, because I do believe in America. You know, I love America. The thing that I don't like about America is the people that rule it. The thing that I do like about America is the people that inhabit it. Okay, I'm a people appreciator. Okay, so like I believe in America, the project that most people believe that it is, which is a democracy with freedom, with very basic freedoms laid out for its people. Freedom of speech being one, freedom of self-defense being another. I think that there are a lot of good ideas to work with here. I am a very strong believer in America, and I didn't always believe that. I used to have a TikTok of me burning a flag, whatever. But like that would, you know, I had the freedom of speech to do that, didn't I? Because I was frustrated with America. I was frustrated with my country, and that's the way that I expressed it back then. The way I express it now is by saying, no, I actually love America, and I love what it stands for. I just wish that it were better. Okay, it can be better. Like, why would you not demand better? Okay, like. Sorry, I got off on a rant here. My main point was like, I understand what he's saying. Where like most people, like not everybody who shows an American flag is necessarily racist, but like if you're proudly wearing one, that usually means you're conservative, and that usually means you're probably pretty racist. So yeah, I get it. Why is it muted? Hold on.
Because
there
ain't no way.
Babe, I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. You spend way too much time on the internet, on social media, okay? Because normal people like America and like the American flag, and even will proudly display it in their homes or their businesses or on their apparel because they like the country we live in. That is...
But like you didn't even hear her out. Like I'm sure there's more to that TikTok. Who's that person? Is there really no... Wait, there's no name on it? There's usually a name on the side.
See somebody repping the American flag, I'm automatically assuming that you're racist.
There's got to be more to that.
Babe, I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. You display it in their homes or their businesses or on their apparel because they like the country we live in. That is, whatever problems it may have and however dysfunctional its leadership may be, is one of the most prosperous and free societies to ever exist in all of human history. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the people boasting the American flag that you probably assume are racist are probably minorities. a lot of them, but I guess they're racist because they don't.
Literally, yes. I can prove that. When you talk about... Here, let me take a minute to look up a study real quick. I can prove that. Black people are racist sometimes against themselves. No, this is a real thing that happens. This is a result of white supremacy. Let me prove this. Teacher racism study. Let's try that. See if I can find this. I think this is it. Teachers' implicit bias against black students starts in preschool, study finds. Findings reveal subconscious racial bias of teachers who directed attention more closely to black boys when challenging behavior, quote unquote, is expected. If anyone ever doubted that black children are not treated equally in the classroom, the research released this year surely proved them wrong. In June, studies stated that black students are nearly 4 times as likely to be suspended as white students and nearly twice as likely to be expelled. In September, we heard that black preschoolers are 3.6 times more likely to receive 1 or more out-of-school suspensions. Preschoolers! And a few days ago, new research from the Yale Child Studies Center finally pointed to clues as to why these disparities may exist. Implicit bias. Implicit biases take the form of subtle, sometimes subconscious stereotypes held by white teachers, which has been shown to result in lower expectations and rates of gifted program referrals for black students. It's not even just white teachers. I saw this on the Majority Report. There was a guy talking about his studies, and they were like, oh, well, we expected that when, like, black teachers took this test, that they would actually not be racist. But no, like, black teachers, black cops, they all look at black, they still actually are trained to give the eye to black people to make sure they're not acting out. Let me see if I can find something real quick to prove my point. I know I'm right on this. Black people are way more intensely bigoted than whites. Okay, you need to chill, man. Or else I will say either come on my fucking voice chat or you're banned. That's your one warning. Sorry, I'm trying here. Educator bias is associated with racial disparities in student achievement and discipline. Teachers' unconscious racial beliefs could produce biased evaluations of student academic performance, which translates into real implications for educational attainment. Yet evidence linking teachers' bias to these disparities has been lacking. Study published by the educational researcher. This month we examined teachers' implicit biases and their correlates. Our findings, described in more detail below, largely confirm hypotheses that connect county-level teacher implicit bias to disparities in achievement and school discipline between black and white students at the county level. Measuring implicit bias requires tapping into implicit cognition, a difficult task. In our study, we leveraged data from Project Implicit's White-Black Implicit Association Test. The White-Black IAT assesses test takers' automatic associations for white and black people. Let me skip forward. Our first key finding is that educators, like the general public, hold slight pro-white / anti-black implicit bias, and that this bias is more strongly related to individual factors than contextual factors. Teachers of color show lower average bias than white teachers, with black teachers showing the least anti-black bias. But teachers of color are a far smaller share of the teaching workforce than white teachers. So black teachers do show smaller bias, but they still show bias. The least anti-black bias. It doesn't say it shows anti-white bias, it just says the least anti-black bias. Okay, I think that's enough of that.
I don't hate America like you. Like, honestly, tell me you've spent too much time on TikTok without telling me.
Can't believe, wait, what did you say, Muffin? Can't believe he thought I had ill intent. And either this guy or YouTube itself still holding comments for review. Hey, if I have to delete my account and make another to delete one comment, I will. Like, not even a wingnut. I guess it's my what the fuck moment. It's not even like I even would F him. LOL, bye. I can't stand people turning on their audience. I'm unsubbing. F this. What? Are you okay?
That's all this video is. But I guess they're racist because they don't hate America like you. Like, honestly, tell me you've spent too much time on TikTok without telling me. That's all this video says to me, babe. It did not hit the way you thought it hit. It just revealed that you have had a little too much screen time and need to get out more. Okay, guys, let me know which one of these was your...
You're literally telling a black woman to her face that she does not see the racism she is seeing. I'm just saying, man. Like, that's kind of weird.
favorite. That'll be it for today's video. Do hit that like button before you go.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, that's Brad Palumbo. Piece of shit. Transphobe extraordinaire. And also, apparently, like he's just a conservative grifter. That's all he is. Like, there's nothing more to him. He's just kind of a husk, you know? Like, I don't know to what extent he believes the shit that he says. It feels like he's just doing this for, like, money and views. So, anyway, I'm gonna email him back, try to get him on for a debate at some point. And I'm not gonna be high or drunk enough to deal with it, but we're gonna do our best. So, you can look forward to that, Brad. We'll set something up. Black people are way more intensely bigoted than whites. Okay, KC, you have exactly... Wait, I read that earlier. But now I'm pissed. So you have exactly... Nothing I do could prove you wrong. You already made up your mind. KC, you have one chance. I am giving you one chance before I ban you. Okay? You can hop on voice chat and talk with me, or you can fuck off. Make your choice now, my friend. Because I'm kind of tired of seeing you say things that are just wrong. Why would you ban me? You said that black people are more bigoted than white people. What do you mean? What's your point? Where does that bigotry come from? If they are quote unquote bigoted against white people, where do you think that comes from? Did they just wake up and decide fuck whitey? Is that what happened? Or do you think there's a history behind that? Go on. We're all waiting with bated breath, KC123. Nothing to say? I'm giving you 1 minute, and then you're banned. I was gone for a minute. What did you say? I said, where do you think that racism from black, the quote unquote, what did you say again? You said, black people are way more intensely bigoted than whites. Where do you think the bigotry from black people comes from? If you call it bigotry. Why would they do that? Just for funsies? Ignorance? No. If you actually sit here and think about it for 2 fucking minutes, all right, you'll realize that it comes from a history of slavery and Jim Crow laws. What chat are y'all in? Type /site /SITE. Grand Platinum. Actually, I don't know if that works on Twitch. It might. Hopefully it does. Okay, see, I'm giving you 1 fucking minute. That's part of it, sure. Yeah, a fucking big part of it, man. A really big part of it. Get in my fucking Discord voice channel or I'm banning you. I'm serious. This is your last chance. Your next comment should be, I am joining the Discord voice channel. I'm wasting far too much time on you. I also can't join right now. Okay. This conversation on this chat is over, okay? Stop saying stupid shit. If you want to set up something with me, get in the Discord and put in a ticket, okay? That's all you got to do. Or email me. theallocator@gmail.com. TheAlector. I'll type it in chat. There. If you want to fucking debate me, you can do it there. Okay? Just it's not hard. Email me, okay? We'll set something up. If you don't want to, fuck it. Then whatever. But like what you're saying in chat is stupid, so I'm just over it. I'm over it. Stop saying stupid stuff. If you keep saying stupid stuff, I'm going to ban you. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom again real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I return. Hey, can I also pop on if this person does for the sake of a black man's experience? Why did I think you were white? Are you black? I thought, like, I've seen you on Twitter, and I thought you were white. Sorry if I'm wrong. How is what I've said stupid? You haven't actually proved me wrong on anything. I literally told you, you cannot give me an alternative form of governance than democracy. You're like, oh, we need research. What research? What are you talking about? Where do we start? What are you talking about? What research, man? Like, what are you talking about? Why should I have to? Because if you don't have a better thing than democracy, then we're gonna use fucking democracy! Do you agree that right now, democracy is the best thing for us? Rather than, like, monarchy, right? Like, let's just compare it. Compare it to other systems of governance that we've seen. If you have a new one, I'd love to hear it. But, like, you don't have one. Yeah, why should I have to? Because you're arguing the point, dipshit. Like, wait a minute. Wait, you're saying, wait a minute. You said I have to prove that democracy's bad. Why should I have to do that? Because you're arguing that. Prove to me that democracy is worse than a different system. If you can't, then I'm gonna stick with democracy. Sorry. That's the fucking scientific process or something. Okay? That's just how it works. Yeah, if nothing's better than democracy, then by definition it's the best. Thank you. Poopy Mans. Thank you. Poopy Mans, the real pinnacle of intellectual thought and knowledge. Poopy Mans, everybody. Poopy Mans. Are you hyped for new South Park? I haven't watched South Park in years. Like, not seriously, at least. I just don't care. Like, I think Trey Parker is usually correct, but I think when it comes to trans women in sports, he's caused a lot of damage. Trans women in general. I think that his positions on trans people is just disgusting, frankly. Like, I don't think he gets it. I don't think he cares. Like, he's not the worst, but it's just like, you could be so much more than you are, you know? Like, it just sucks. The transphobia of South Park is irredeemable. That is a respectable opinion. I understand. I think that South Park makes a lot of good points. But when it comes to transphobia, you're literally saying that trans people just don't fucking exist or matter. So, like, yeah, if you're a trans person, I'd understand. Even Family Guy is bad when it comes to trans topics. Everything is. Everything is, okay? Like, trans people are always the ass of the joke. Always. And it sucks. It sucks. You know, like, it just really sucks. Government is service, not self-service. What do you mean, brother? Can I help you? It's because their humor is dull Gen X brained? Yeah. I think some lead poisoning happened with our parents' generation. I'm 29, so like, if that helps. My parents, I think, are like approaching 60, but not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. Maury and Jerry Springer are the worst. I don't know about that, actually. Family Guy slowly got better. It's not great, but he doesn't make the trans people the butt of the joke when they come back. I like, okay. I like a nice evolution story. If you guys know me, you'll know that I love One Piece, and One Piece is my favorite show. Like, it is like it's my favorite show, my favorite manga. Like, it is just a fantastic story, and I love it. And I'm all caught up. So, like, sorry if I spoil anything. I don't think I will. But, like, so I'm not gonna spoil anything major. Trans people, right? So in One Piece, right? Trans people at first were like very poorly represented. Here, I'll show you. Very poorly represented. One Piece Newcomer. No, not Nakama. It's not Newcomer. What is it? One Piece. Let's try Trans Island. The Okama, that's what it is. My bad. Okay, so this is the first representation that Oda Sensei, the writer of One Piece, had for like trans people, along with drag queens and transvestites, whatever. Kind of bad, kind of cringe, right? Like, not the best. This is the first time you see them, and it's like you could have done better, right? I get it. Then, okay, we're introduced to Emporio Ivankov. Okay, and here's Emporio Ivankov. Now, the thing you have to know about Emporio Ivankov is that they are a hormone fruit user, a horm fruit. So basically, they can control hormones at will. And they're a drag queen, of course, but also they can change their hormones at will to become female. Here, I'll show you. So for those who aren't One Piece fans, this is going to blow your mind. It's crazy. So like here, this is a great representation. So on the left is what Emporio usually looks like. This is their preferred look. On the right is their feminized look. This is what happens when Emporio takes feminizing hormones. Right? It looks like that. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So this is already showing progress. Like you see this. You see the Okama, right? And you're like, that kind of sucks. But then like you see Emporio Ivankov, right? And you're like, wow, this is actually pretty cool, right? Rocky Horror Show. Yes, it is 1000%. It confirmed, by the way, confirmed Rocky Horror Show reference. Thank you, Nimbly. I was trying to think of what it was. It's a Rocky Horror Show reference. Literally. That's not a joke. And then, okay, that's not it. That's not it. So, like, you think that's pretty good representation, right? Like, that's awesome. But that's not the end of it. So, I could talk about Emporio Ivankov secondhand, which is also, like, a bi-gender person. And that's fine and great. It's like a white and orange, like, haired person who, like, switches between male and female. It's fantastic. It's great. It's based. But then you got, you get to Wano, right? You get to Wano country, which is like the last arc before Egghead, okay? It's like it's basically like the last arc of Act 2 of One Piece. If One Piece comes in 3 acts, Wano is the last act of the last part of Act 2, if that makes sense. So Wano comes along, and then you get Kiku. Right? You get Kiku. Here's Kiku. Right? Beautiful. Samurai. She's the full package. She's tall as shit. Here, let me give you let me show you something here. Kiku, not 8, height. Here. So this gives you a good idea of how big Kiku is compared to Zoro, right? She's like a very tall woman. She's very tall. I'm talking like in the 7-foot range, okay? She's like very tall. Well, I have news for you. Kiku is trans. Kiku's trans. I don't know why I said Kiku, sorry. Kiku is trans. Okay? And she doesn't reveal that until much later. Like, somebody casually brings up the fact that she was born male, and then she says, I am a woman in my heart. So we've gone from, right, this to this. No, she's exceptionally pretty. And I have more news for you. It doesn't end there. Bonus content, okay? Bonus content. One Piece. What the fuck's his name? Yeah, trans man also. We have a trans man coming up. Yamato! Took me a minute. Okay, so if that wasn't enough for you, right? We have Yamato, trans man extraordinaire, okay? His father is Kaido. And Kaido sucks ass. But Kaido doesn't suck enough ass to misgender his trans son. Okay? This is how Yamato looks. Yamato also goes by Kozuki Oden. Okay? And he's beautiful and we love him. We love Yamato. And for the naysayers who say, no, Oda thinks that Yamato's a woman, bro, because, like, you know, he has breastises and whatever, bro. Trust me, bro. Yamato in men's bath. Let's take a look here. Let me see if I can find that on YouTube. I'm looking for a good picture, sorry. Okay, let me look for it here. Okay, so here we have the Straw Hats in the men's bath, right? This is the men's bath. Who do we see here? It looks like Yamato to me, right? Why would Yamato be in the men's bath? Good stuff. So, like I said, Eiichiro Oda has come a long way in his journey on acceptance to trans people. And we love him for that. We love him for that. One Piece is great. If you have not watched One Piece, you are missing out. Please give it a chance. Give it a chance. I always tell people, if you can make it to episode 37, that's like the first big moment where you're like, oh, this is more than just a kid's show. This like has more depth to it, right? And then I say, if you can make it to Alabasta, which is like in the hundreds, I think, and somewhere in the hundreds of the episodes, I would say like Like that's the first WoW arc. That's the first arc that really gripped me and was like, wow, this is actually really good. And then if you can make it to Water 7 and Enies Lobby, a lot of people reasonably argue that that is the simply the best arc in One Piece and what makes the show. Like it is really good. So people will say, "Oh my god, it's over 1,000 episodes." I get it. But like literally, Enies Lobby, which is considered one of the best arcs, if not the best arc, takes place between like episode 2 to 300. So like it's not like you'll be waiting 1,000 episodes for it to actually get good. You know what I mean? And I don't think it even like starts bad, mind you. I think it's always good. Like it just gets better as it goes, in my opinion. Yamato makes me think of the Greek word Yamoto, which is fuck in Greek. That's funny. I find the dub to actually be extremely entertaining. I only watched the dub until I was forced to watch the sub. Like, the dub is really good. I don't understand why people shit on the dub all the time. Like, I know sometimes it's shit, but I'll be real with you. Like, I actually like Goku's English voice, Sean Shamil, better than the Japanese voice. And I don't even like Sean Shamil as a person. I think he sucks. But, like, I think that his voice as Goku is just really good. Gotta finish watching One Piece. Been years since I saw an episode, but it was super cool. Yeah, One Piece is great. I can't show any, of course, but like, trust me, bro. The 4Kids dub was bad for... Okay, but like, yeah, but like, what's your point? The 4Kids dub was bad for One Piece, and people think dubs are still that bad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. There was one really funny part in the 4Kids dub.
Luffy, thanks for coming, but I got this one. Oh, excuse me! No!
Luffy, it's good to see you, buddy.
Luffy!
That's one time I'll grant it to 4Kids. You did better. This is interesting. What did Sean Shamel do? I think that, okay, so you guys know like the voice actor of Alfred, was it Alphonse? Alphonse Elric in Full Metal Alchemist. Or was it Edward? Maybe it was Edward. It was the main guy, the one known as the Full Metal Alchemist. The Edward, I think. His voice actor. No, not Vegeta, Goku. Edward, yeah, sorry, Edward. So that guy, Vic Mignogna? No. It was it Vic Mignogna? Maybe you're right. So that guy was under fire because there were allegations coming out against him regarding inappropriate behavior at conventions with girls, right? And you know that I am a like fervent believer in like, you know, allegations being investigated properly. I think that Vic Mignogna was kind of fucked over. Vic is a piece of shit. Was he? Like, listen, I just like, when I listen to the show, listen, if you can convince me, please do. I'm not trying to be contrarian in this. All I'm saying is that Vic, like, when I look at Sean Shamel's behavior toward Vic, it did not seem fair. Like, it just seemed like they thought Vic was weird because he voiced an underage boy. I'm willing to have my opinion changed on that, but like it really honestly feels like Vic earned it. How? Like from what I read, okay, so literally from what I read, it seemed like Vic was... Do you know who Principal Perry is? No. I would have to pull it up. This is decades old. I don't know. Like, I remember looking at it and being like, I don't know if this is real. Like, Vic seems like he's on the up and up. A prick to fans, a sex pest, and an all-around scammer. I'm not doubting you. I promise you, Queen Laura. If you can substantiate that, I will read it. But, like, from what it seemed like, it just seemed like Sean Shamil would, for some reason, had it out for him. And so, like, he just pushed these rumors. Because everybody who came forward, like the pictures that were published with Sean Shamil, not Sean Shamil, with Vic Mignogna, like they came forward and said he wasn't inappropriate toward us. It feels like Vic was kind of done dirty. And like, you know me, okay? So you understand that if there is substantial evidence against Vic, I am more than willing to look at it and be like, yeah, fuck that guy. But like, I just haven't seen it. So I don't know. I can't watch dubs, I only watch subs. So I can tell myself I'm actually studying Japanese language instead of just watching cartoons. I just like, dubs are better. I'm sorry. Like dubs, I speak English. I'm going to listen to the English dubs. Sorry. Monica Ryle and Jamie Markey said he essayed them. Oh. Let me do a little bit of my own research. Let me just make sure. Vic Mignogna. We'll look at the Wikipedia. Sexual harassment allegations and legal issues. In January 2019, following the English release of Dragon Ball Super Broly, which prominently features Mignogna's vocal work, allegations of sexual harassment against him began to surface on Twitter via the Me Too movement, with some allegations dating back to when his career began in 1989. Multiple accounts allege that he kissed, groped, and made lewd or homophobic comments to fans without their consent, some of whom were underage. Voice actresses Monica Ryle and Jamie Markey tweeted their support for those speaking out and alleged that he had also sexually harassed them. On January 22nd, 2019, Tammy Denbo, Executive Director of Employee Relations at Sony Pictures, opened an investigation based on reports made by Ryle, 2 female fans, and a former Funimation employee, which concluded a week later with him dismissed from the company. Not looking good for him so far. On February 5th, Rooster Teeth had also dismissed him, and Funimation recast his role of the executive in the morose Mononokean. Multiple anime conventions also removed him from their guest list. In response to the controversy, Mignogna categorically denied any accusations of sexual harassment. Mignogna issued a statement of regret during his panel at Bach Anime 2019 and again via Twitter on February 13th, 2019. Fans donated over $262,000 to a crowdfunded, fan-opened legal fund related to his accusations. On February 20th, Mignogna confirmed on Twitter that he was pursuing legal action and later filed a $1 million lawsuit against Funimation, Ryle, Markey, and Ron Toy for defamation and tortious interference in the Tarrant County District Court. Funimation filed a response on June 12th, 2019, denying Mignogna's allegations. On June 26th, Mignogna was deposed. What does that mean again? Involves the taking of sworn out of court oral testimony of a witness that may be reduced to a written transcript for later use. Okay. So he gave a testimony. On July 1st, 2019, Funimation filed an anti-slap motion for Mignogna to dismiss his lawsuit. Ryle, Markey, and Toy then filed an anti-slap motions on July 19th with 10 affidavits, including one from Kara Edwards and Michelle Specht, as well as several allegations that he had also made unwanted advances toward Mari Iijima. Sorry. On July 30th, another affidavit was submitted by the two fans from Funimation's investigation. Let me stop for a second. I heard of the story. It was a big situation that rallies reactionaries. From what I understand, McDonough was harassing voice actresses, which included the voice of Bulma at the time, Monica Ryle. Reactionary types were siding with him or haranguing the VAs at conventions. That one dude, Rikita Law, also got involved in the case, kinda. If I remember, the allegations ended up being true back in 2021 or 2022. Okay, I was wrong on that. I was wrong. Yeah, fuck Vic Mignogna. Sorry, I was wrong. I'll accept it.
It is obvious.
Yep. There's no way Vosh is still live, right? He is still live. What are you doing?
Because they are awkward in college.
He should raid into me, is what he should do. He took a break for an appointment. I gotta sleep now. Have a good night, Caesar. I do dub with sub. Also, Legoshi's English voice actor from Beastars is another reason why I like dub. I think dub's fine. Dub is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, like, I speak English. I'm sorry. Like, it's fine. I don't want to read. I don't want to read while I watch my fucking media. Like, I like captions in case I miss something, but, like, I just generally just like watching it. Playlists. What I got in here? I got stuff in here. I know it. I thought about watching Dr. Joseph again, but, like, okay, we reacted to that. I thought, okay, so this one was because I thought about doing a trans women in sports deal, like a segment on that. I'll keep it for now. For those who don't know Kate Johnston Massar, though, she was like a adolescent female baseball player who basically snuck into the boys' league and was booed because she was fucking better than a lot of the boy players. And parents fucking didn't like that, so they just booed her. Which I think is interesting. If you look back, okay, I've been doing a lot of research on women's sports. And if you look back, like, it is literally a history of men not letting women play with them. And so women just being like, okay, we'll just play with ourselves then. Like, we'll just play amongst ourselves. And now it's like we post hoc justify it by saying, no, this is the way it was always meant to be because we're protecting women, you see. We're protecting them. Like they must be shielded from, like, the disgusting, gigantic, hulking masses of muscle and superior humanity that men are, you know? Like, they're inferior and they must feel that way and have their inferior sports league, correct? Like, it's just disgusting. It's so gross. It's like, women can do everything that men can. Women can do everything that men can. Quote me on that. Like, they can, okay? There's nothing stopping a woman from being the strongest fucking person on the planet. Nothing. She could. Okay? Let her try. It's the paternal patronization of conservative bigotry. Most men would beat me at sports. I'm okay with it, though, because I'm better looking. I'm not good at sports either. I was kind of shit at football while I played it. Like, I was okay. I was good enough to start until varsity year. But once varsity year hit, they were like, okay, well, we got somebody bigger and stronger than you. So, you know, like, sorry. And probably also better at following plays than me because I was really bad at following plays. I saw the person carrying the ball and I locked on. I was like, you are mine, and just went. Okay, so like I didn't follow the play plan always. So, you know, part of that's on me. But my point is, like, what was my point? I guess my point is, like, just why do you care so much about this issue? You know, girls, like trans girls and girls sports. Especially below like the fucking level of Olympian. Like, who cares? Let me see what I got in the juice box. Yeah, women can do anything a man can. I'm sorry if you think that's misogynistic, but I think it's pretty in line with feminism, if you want to ask me.
Well.
Oh, not the quartering. We got Elon Musk sim desperately harassing Tesla protesters. There's so many good ones here. Jimmy Mikes is putting forth the effort in the juice box. And Leonard, too. What's this one? Indonesia jails trans woman Ratu Talisa on blasphemy charges. I don't know if I can adequately cover that right now. Oh yeah, we talked about this one, the Netflix drama. Well, okay, so hold on. We'll do let's see. Tesla takedown San Diego. Okay, I don't ever watch the quartering. I guess we'll do the quartering. I'm not a big fan of doing quartering videos. I find him droll and boring, but somebody suggested it, so we'll do it. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. From what I've seen in Xander Hall segments, the quartering video is just an egregiously long ad. I mean, I probably, like, look what he's got fucking, what is this? Here, pause. What is this? New videos at, okay, and live Rumble, okay, so this is all, he's got his own coffee brand on there. You can't see it because I'm blocking it. Trust me, it's there though. The internet's best coffee club, coffee brand, coffee.
Well.
No, we're not starting yet. Well. Try double speed. He'll sound normal. We'll see. We'll see if I need that. Tesla's come under fire lately because Elon Musk owns it, and a lot of people don't like Elon Musk. So people decided, well, Elon Musk owns Tesla. We don't like Elon Musk. Therefore, we don't like Tesla. Fair enough, right? Protesting in front of Tesla facilities is fine and normal and within the bounds of the law. I don't find any issue with it, and I support the Tesla protesters because fuck Elon, okay? And anything we can do to hurt him is good. The quartering has some issues, though. He says Tesla Trump protesters exposed in hilarious video proof they are paid morons who have no idea. So, this was suggested in the Discord. If you would like to join the Discord, you can find the QR code on the screen that Dubsy likes to leave, or you can find the link in the description below. Either way, if you go to the juice box, you can leave a thread with your video suggestion, and I may react to it like I'm reacting to this one, because that's what this was. And that's the only reason I would ever watch the quartering, is because somebody fucking suggested it. So, go on, Mr. P in my basement.
Well. If it isn't some evidence that these Elon Musk and Donald Trump protesters are being paid. What a coinky-dink. The whole thing is as predictable as, well, anything could be. And let's...
Okay, but, like, also, like, you're also being paid, right? Like, I have to imagine the quartering is being paid out by some, like, big conservative organization, right? I could be wrong. I don't know. Like, but like people like him are often being paid to do what they do. So that alone is not enough to make me be like, oh no, like I can't trust this.
Let's get to this. First of all, let's take a look at some of these weirdos from over the weekend before we go into exactly how we know that these people are all being paid and bust in. I hope you had an okay weekend. Hope you're not watching the stock market today. Just relax, you know. Unless you're buying, just don't look at it for a couple weeks. Because
the quartering was sponsored by Antelope Press, a Nazi publication. He also writes now for Crowder. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, he's a Crowder simp? That's crazy. I can't imagine simping for Crowder right now. Like, even the Republicans were like, dude, you fucking shit on your wife, dude. That was crazy. So, like, I genuinely, like, that's pretty sad.
Because I think if you sell now, that's when you lose. So you just stay calm. And of course, you should do whatever
in my basement.
You think is right for you. Nick was covering the anti-Trump Elon Musk rally in D.C., and for a bunch of people screaming hands off, they sure love putting their hands on him. Well, let's see what happened here.
These anti-Trump and anti-Elon Musk protesters, seeing what they're protesting for. Let's see who we can get up here. Wow.
I just want to remind you of protest procedure. Don't film unless it's consent of anyone's faces.
You don't have to abide by that. They're in public place.
And we'd ask if you
are
are
on public property, though, so we can film.
Are you part of the protest? Are you
against? Of course, I'm here. Hey, easy, dude. You don't have our consent to do this.
Okay, but that's okay. So, like, when you're in the midst of a protest, right? Technically, it's true that you can film because it's a public place, but, like, also, it's just a basic matter of respect. You know, like, people don't want their faces showing on camera. They don't want to be uploaded to YouTube. They don't want to be recognized. Like, it's like, you could at least respect that, you know?
Don't touch me. Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
I didn't touch you for nothing.
You touched me! Don't touch me!
You want some money? He's touching him.
You want around these people, please?
Oh, easy, easy.
Elbows!
Easy,
Elbows!
easy, easy.
No.
Easy.
We're not here to.
Wait.
We're not here for the program.
Look at
Whoa,
these
whoa,
lunatics.
What? Get the police. What did I do?
Don't feed the trolls.
No.
Don't feed the
Elbows
trolls.
around.
Elbows around. Holy cow. Don't let me go.
Dude, they probably know who he is. What's his name again? Nick Fuentes? This is Nick Fuentes? Yeah, dude, everybody knows who fucking Nick Fuentes is. People hate him. Is this Nick Fuentes? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I know I'm attractive, but I'm not that attractive.
Isn't it funny? They're
What? Get the police. What did I do?
Don't feed the trolls.
No.
don't feed the
Elbows
trolls.
around.
Elbows around. Holy cow. Don't let me go. Ooh, what are you going to do?
No, it's not. Okay, if it's not Nick Fuentes, who is it? That doesn't sound like Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I didn't think Nick Fuentes did this kind of thing. Who is this? Like, if he's popular enough and they know who he is, then they're, like, going to be sus about it, right? Like, especially if he's already asked questions.
Elbows. Man, we are peaceful. What the?
Isn't it funny? They're harassing this kid while yelling.
They're literally not harassing him. Like, he's approaching them, man.
Stay peaceful.
What's going on out here? Watch, he can't keep running. Okay, what is going on?
Look at this lunatic.
Look, we got a crowd coming. Dude, you touched
Yeah, him wearing a suit is a dead giveaway.
me.
Lunatic.
Look, we got a
What
crowd
happened?
coming. Dude, you touched me, bro.
Dude, you literally said the word dude before he even fucking touched you. You stopped on purpose so that he would run into you.
Oh, he's touching me. I know I'm attractive, but I'm not that attractive to be following me like stink on poo. Come on, man, get off me.
Get off the property. Go.
Ma'am,
It's a public place. He can stay there.
stop following me. Bro, what are you doing?
I'm
Continue
part
on
of
recording.
security. He's not allowed
You're
to
not
be here.
part of no security. I could have brought a construction vest as well.
Yeah, right.
I am fighting for our country. Okay. Come on. You guys get off me.
Zone 5 agitators.
Zone
I ain't no
5
agitator.
agitators.
He's the one agitating me. Ma'am, I came in a suit to be respectful for you guys today. Oh, geez, are you moaning, sir? Drop the moan.
What is going on? I mean, these people are lunatics.
Listen, I just, like, agree with the protesters, so I don't give a fuck about this guy. Like, they were fucking with him. Who cares? They didn't do anything illegal. Like, who cares?
How about these paid protesters who had no idea why or what they're even protesting?
So what makes Trump a fascist? What makes Trump a fascist?
I think the fact that he's, like, collecting college students for, like, speaking their mind about Palestine is pretty bad. Like, the fact that the ICE agents under his reign, right, are just allowed to pick people up off the fucking streets for speaking out against Israel. You know, like, he's literally blackbacking them like the fucking Gestapo. I'd say that's pretty fascist, personally. That's just one thing.
Yeah, talk loud. I don't have my mic on.
I'm not really good into interviews.
Sorry?
Oh.
He just does everything he
Libs of TikTok is not credible. You really think the man who pissed on his basement floor cares about that?
wants and, not
He's here for a quick
How much
buck.
you paid to be there?
Or, he's a convicted felon, that's all I know.
Wait, did you say how much are you paid to be there?
Or, wants and, not following.
How much you paid to be there?
Bruh, like, if he's being paid, he should have his talking points lined up, like you, right? Like, I could ask the same thing and would be more validated in doing so about, like, detransitioners at rallies. Like, conservatives are paid so much fucking better for their disruption than leftists are. Like, leftists are literally paid, like, they hold out a fucking hat and ask for donations. Like me. Like, you can give me my money if you, like, you can give me your money if you want, using the links in the description below to give me money. But you don't have to. Like, I'm not saying you have to. I'm going to give you the I'm going to feed you the juice regardless, okay? You get the juice first, and I get the payment if you deem me worthy of it. Okay? So that's how I get paid on this. Like, I literally lose money because of how much fucking I pay my editor, okay? I'm just saying. So, like... like, I don't buy this from you, the quartering.
You know, he's a convicted felon. You know, that's all I know.
That's all I know.
But your sign says he's a fascist, and I'm just curious what makes him a fascist.
One of the things is that he's trying to control the media, right?
Say it again?
True, he is.
The narrative, like...
How is he trying to control the media? Doesn't every president try to control the narrative?
They try to control their own narrative, but when...
He's literally kept people out of the White House when they say that when they won't acknowledge the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. That's the only example I even need to give you. Like, that is absolutely controlling the media. And I know this person won't make that comment, but they're not, unfortunately, they're not like debate prepared. So like, it's just... They're on the right track. They just, I wish they had the talking points to combat this.
One of the things that Trump has done, for example, is the renaming the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah. Wait.
Literally, this might be the single largest, like,
shut the fuck up, piss boy,
in history.
And
they don't even know why they're there.
Associated Press to come into the White House.
Wait. Yes. I was wrong. She's great. I love her.
Basically,
keep going.
You know, trying to get...
what are your feelings about him renaming the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America?
That's not the point. You ignored the point. He literally kicked out the Associated Press for trying to say that the Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of... The Gulf of America is the Gulf of Mexico. Whatever. Like literally kicks them out of the fucking White House for journalism. Yeah. He's trying to control the narrative.
America, when a majority of the Gulf is in fact on the coast of America as opposed to Mexico.
Good question.
I mean, it's kind of pointless.
Okay.
People...
True.
Is it pointless?
Yeah, people call it the Gulf of Mexico. What's the
Don't
point
you think it could have a
name?
positive tourism impact potentially?
No.
Tourism has been down heavily.
So I don't want to get into a tourism debate. My question is, the sign says...
Wait, you don't want to get into the oh, sorry. I don't want to get into tourism debate. You brought up the fucking tourism, my man. My brother in Christ, you brought up the tourism. He's really bad at this.
Yeah. The fascist Trump regime must go.
Okay.
And so I'm just curious what makes him a fascist. You pointed out that maybe something about his relationship with the media, he wants to control it, but...
Yes, she just proved that. She's grilling you, dude.
How... Again, you're calling him a fascist.
Yeah, well,
what makes him a fascist?
One of the core tenets of fascism is creating an enemy, right? And blaming those problems on
What's
you.
that?
What?
So paper gave me.
True.
Yeah.
Who gave you that?
The people that gave me the sign. It's a free sign.
Oh, someone gave you this.
I love this guy.
He just admitted it.
What?
He literally just admitted that he is, in fact, just paid to be there.
Sign, and then they gave you the handout. So are you reading it now to try to answer the question?
Yeah, but I mean...
Can I see that? Can you hold that up?
Sometimes they just give people handouts at these things. Like, the people organizing the protest are handing out things to people so that they understand why they're protesting. What's the problem? Yeah, it's a fucking handout. Here, let's see if we can make anything out on it. We'll do this scientifically, okay? Okay, so select all. Can we... Hold on. No, just deselect. Okay. Retransform. Rotate 180. Okay, here we go. Necessary in order to actually defeat it. For these mainstream or so-called progressive representatives of the system of capitalism, imperialism, the stability of the system, and the dominant positions of U.S. imperialism in the world is of greater concern than actually defeating Trump/MAGA fascism. Ultimately and fundamentally, it is the whole system that needs to be swept away through a revolution involving masses of people determined to fight radically differently, blah, 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 blah. So, like, it's just like communist shit. Like, it's just like a communist handout. Yeah, this dude didn't know it. Like, this dude doesn't know this shit. Like, he was just handed this by the people who organized the fucking protest. Doesn't mean he was paid. If he was paid, he would have studied this shit. He would have had the talking points ready. That's what all the people on the conservative side do. Okay? You got the fucking Riley Gaines, 5th place extraordinaire, right? If only she had had 5th place to herself, then she could ascend to godhood, I guess, right? Like, you talk to Riley Gaines, she's got all this shit laying out. She's, like, studied this shit, okay? She's paid for it. This guy was clearly not paid. I'm sorry, you can't convince me he was.
He just admitted it.
He's just some dipshit who showed up.
In fact, just paid.
He's just some dipshit who's like, yeah, I loosely agree with leftist ideals, so I'm going to show up to the Tesla thing because I don't like Elon. And more power to him, you know? That's great. We need more people like that.
Be there.
Sign,
honestly.
And then they gave
Love
you the
this
handout.
guy.
So are you reading it now to see, try to answer the question?
Yeah, but I mean...
Can I see that? Can you hold that up?
I'm just not...
I'm just curious.
You can have it.
I can have it?
He's like, you can have it. Defeating Trump/MAGA fascism. Look to some future elections are working now. Like, you can have it, man. Yeah, great. Take it. Like, he's not some secretive agent being paid, man.
Alrighty. So where does he get the sign?
All the way in the gatekeeper's house.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just pretty cool.
And that's another one? They gave you 2 pieces of paper?
My man smoked like 5 bowls and showed up. He's like, yeah, you know, like, it's usually the leftists who like keeping weed legal. So, yeah, fuck it. I'm for trans rights. Whatever helps me smoke a bowl at night. Like, it's like, that's literally it. He's like, yeah, whatever side lets me smoke weed, sure. And I love that for him.
Immediately folds.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, fuck it, trans rights. Where's my bowl?
Folding, saying, what? I don't even know why I'm here. They just gave me the sign. They handed out these protests, and here you go. Here's ZipRecruiter.
Hold on. Blizza, 81. You're coping. Wait. So you think it's cool to pay for people to show up to protest? AstroTurfing is just fine. A judge just said he can't keep the AP out. The AP. You're coping so hard, commies. You do need more people unless you're done with democracy now. Bruh, you want to hop on voice chat? I'm down for a debate. What do you think? Hop in the Discord server. Blizza, hop in the Discord server. Let's hop on voice chat. Let's have a discussion. Let's have a gentleman's quarry. I can't tonight? Come on! You seem kind of fried. Hey, fuck you. My faculties are working perfectly fine, I'll have you know. And even if they weren't, I could still kick your ass. Just letting you know.
$17 to $60 an hour. Protest jobs now. Hiring for April 2025. Browse 124 protest jobs from companies with openings that are hiring now.
From ZipRecruiter?
I mean, this
wait. From ZipRecruiter? You got this from like Google's sponsored result protest jobs now? Wait. Come on, man. Like, where do you think they're getting their money from? What, like, who do you think's funding this? George Soros? You can literally look up and get the same thing. It's like, if this was such a well-protected secret, like, why are you looking at the first Google result from ZipRecruiter? It's so stupid. It's like, dude, Do you see yourself right now? Like, are you serious? Like, is this serious? We've talked before on a Binks panel? Really? Wait, now your name does look familiar. Okay, Blizza, hit me up. You can email me the allocator at google.com. TheAlector. Sorry, I got that wrong. TheAlector at google.com. Or you can join my Discord channel and DM me. Let's set something up. I still got to set something up with Brad Palumbo. I got to email him and make sure we get that debate set up. Because I want to kick his ass. I've seen stuff like this. You have to remember that rallies like these are generally organized events. As such, they're mainly paying for stalls and workers to clean up afterwards. It's no different than a small concert or even a family get-together. Yeah, it's like these organizations form and they're nonprofits and they're like, yeah, we hire people sometimes that work for us. We're nonprofits who bring in donations, and we brought in enough donations that we can pay people now to work for us. That's literally what this is. Like, if you want to talk about people being fucking paid, look no further than Riley Gaines, Chloe Cole, like all these transphobic pieces of shit who are being paid out the fucking ass from conservative organizations. Okay? 6 figures, mind you. They're being paid well for their for their time. They're being compensated well for their time. Okay? So I'm just saying.
It's a complete hoax. Like a literal, actual fake news. Now, I'm sure that some of these people were there on their own volition, wanted to be there, all that stuff. But did they make sure that they got their Mother's Day gift box from Amazon from me? Link in the description.
What?
And make sure once you get it.
Dude, come on.
Come back and please take a picture of it and write a customer review. Our whole business this year is basically resting on us selling all 5,000 of these on Amazon.
This is how you know they don't take this shit seriously. They literally lead into they're like, oh my god, this is such a serious issue. Look at all these people here. But do you think these people subscribe to my fucking doo-doo ass shit subscription? The ass sticks? What do you guys think? The ass sticks. 5,000 ass sticks. Only $99.99 on Amazon Prime. I'm sponsored, by the way. It's when the majority report is doing their ad reads, they disconnect it from the serious shit. I don't buy that you actually care about this.
Usually sell 3,000 to 4,000 anyway, but we're not going to sell any on Amazon if we don't get your reviews. So please do that. I respectfully ask if you're going to get one anyway. By the way, these losers wasted their Saturday on nothing, and you wonder why they're mentally ill. I mean, these.
Wait, how many people was that? That looks like an awful lot of people to me. How many people do you suspect that was? I wonder what they're there for. You say they wasted their Saturday. I say they seem to be there for a reason. There's quite a bit of them, if I had to say, for
Saturday
myself.
On nothing, and you wonder why they're mentally ill. I mean, these people don't even know. How about this? Some madman brought an R-tard finder to the Tesla protest. Got one. Got one. Whoa, can't do that.
You're just being annoying.
That's assault, Karen. That's assault, Karen.
Touch people, come on, keep your hands to yourself.
Actually, that noise is loud and annoying and shrill. So, fuck you. I just don't buy that.
Keep your hands. They're so. Why do you always go to violence and keen Teslas and throwing Molotov cocktails? Why do you always have to get violent?
Yeah, good question.
Protest.
There was one Tesla store burned to the ground, right? The one that was firebombed. I just don't care, man. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry, I don't. There's so many other things to worry about that I just the fact that a Tesla was burned to the ground, I don't care. Have you heard about Palestine? Okay, that's actually an issue. A couple cars being singed to death, cars that sucked ass anyway. I don't care. Don't care. Don't care.
Peaceful protests. Peaceful protests.
Look how mad they get.
Protests.
This is what it's all about, is owning the libs, right? It's not about what the libs actually want. It's that they're libs and we are owning them, right? And, like, don't get me wrong. I love owning the libs sometimes, especially when they defend people like fucking Obama and Biden. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes they deserve it. But, like, for the most part, when they're out there protesting against Elon Musk, like, they're doing the right fucking thing. I don't care that they're libs, okay? They can lick Biden's ass all they want. They're out there doing the fucking work. So, like, I just, like, why are you defending Elon, man? Why are you Elon's white fucking knight? I don't respect you. Sure, I mean, sure, why not?
This guy's laughing.
I mean, he did Sieg Heil twice, so, like, fuck it, yeah. This noise is so annoying.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like they, you know, found a hot spot of them. Then we have no one will ever convince me to vote with these people, or they have one.
Where were all the Zoomers? It looked like mostly boomers out there. I don't know. Elon, it's a Nazi. I mean, he literally like did the Sieg Heil, and on top of that, he regularly posts and reposts like white supremacist accounts and talking points. So like, yeah, what am I to draw from that? What conclusion am I to come to from that?
Coherent thought worth listening to. What I see at these protests is that they need to quickly bring back insane asylums. I mean, they have this guy walking on a gigantic...
Yeah, imagine, right? Like, imagine one of them were to like pee on the floor of their basement or something. That in my head would qualify them for immediate admission into an insane asylum.
Gigantic obese woman who's too obese to walk, wearing like a football helmet.
She's disabled, man. She's disabled. I have news for you. When people are in a wheelchair like this since fucking birth, they put on a little weight. Is that okay with you? Is it fine that somebody who literally cannot move their body puts on some weight? Is that okay with the quartering? Fuck you.
Who's too obese to walk, wearing like a football helmet. Again, I don't really know what the point is there.
You have no idea what that person's life is.
A lot of people
no
are talking
idea
about the anti-Elon Musk, Doge, and Trump protests from yesterday. Make sure to send everyone this to know that they were paid protesters. Laura Loomer captured them.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Show me the receipts. I'd love to see them.
Loading buses with pre-made signs to hand out, transporting the protesters, releasing the protester foot soldiers in D.C. with pre-made signs and scripts. Front lines caught all of the D.C. hands-off protesters, all leaving at the same time. As soon as it was time for everyone to check out, it was a ghost town. I mean, who's paying? You know, at least back in the 70s...
Who's paying them? Who's paying them? Like, we have, like, recorded receipts of, like, fucking Riley Gaines being paid. And who paid her? And Chloe Cole. And who paid her? Like we have these things. Like, who's paying him? Who's paying them?
People who protested, they did it because they cared. Like, they did it because they believed in the cause. What is this?
Yeah. A lot of people hate Elon, as it turns out, man.
Like, legitimately, what is
Newsflash.
This? Our healthcare. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, hands off our healthcare. Nazis are back. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, what do you disagree with there?
So they're hiring these trucks or, vans. That's normal. Here they are all coming off the van.
Who hired the fucking truck? Like the bus? Who's paying for it? If this is grassroots funded, who gives a shit? And also, if this is like organization funded, who gives a shit? Okay? I got news for you. Sometimes organizations have a little bit of money to throw around, and they'll throw it around when they understand that human rights are at stake. Okay? Just because somebody paid for somebody to do something doesn't necessarily mean that like it's a conspiracy, man. Like those organizations usually proudly say, hey, we paid for a bus for these protesters to go protest Elon because fuck Elon. Okay? So I just don't buy this.
And because they're probably...
Why is there video of it? Why is there video of it? If there was so on the down low, why is there video of
paid
it?
to be there. Oh, look at that. They're all wearing kafayas or face
Great.
diapers.
Fuck Israel.
Yeah, a bunch of free
Go
Palestine
Palestine.
people. This is literally...
Yeah.
People want to ask, like, well, how, what do these people, do all day? How do they have time for this? Because most people are at work. This is their job.
They make time. Because they make time because they believe in Palestine, and the fact that 200 children being killed in a fucking week is wrong. That's why they make time for it. And they're better people than I am, okay? Because I have the opportunity to go to some of these protests and I don't. So, yeah, great. Like, they make time for it because they think this shit's important.
Like, this is their job. They get paid to be here.
Prove it. Prove it.
This is like
Who's
the
paying
new
them?
version of selling
Who's paying them? Who's paying them, man?
plasma when you're in college. That's what this is. They're all paid to be there.
By
We
who?
have exclusively confirmed that one of the buses used today to bus Muslim and radical leftist protesters into Washington, D.C. to protest President Trump is called the Summer Bus Tour, Inc. The registered agent for the bus is, of course, Chinese. The bus is registered out of Massachusetts, and the...
Hold on. Summer Bus Tour, Inc. Summer Bus Tour, Inc. Protest Bus. Chinese behind the protest today. Look up Summer Bus Tour Inc. based in Boston. From Laura Loomer, I've exclusively confirmed that one of the buses used today to bus Muslim and radicals leftist protesters into Washington, D.C. to protest President Trump is called Summer Bus Tour Inc. Operator by Summer Bus Tour Inc., Rockland, MA, US.ICCMC. What's the point here? Yeah, if Laura Loomer said it, I guess it must be true. Hold on. Let me see something. Is this really... Wait, this is the first Google result and it's like a fucking... like 2-follower account? Okay, Laura Loomer. I stand fast behind Trump's agenda, and I really appreciate you digging into a lot manipulation. But man, not every Chinese people in the U.S. is doing sabotage. There are a lot of hardworking people doing legit business, restaurants, driving buses, you name it. Judging based on name and country of origin is racist. That's true. Are the taxpayers paying for this? I think it's a private bus. It's a private bus, like they paid for it. If you want to look into who paid for it, sure, but like I agree with the cause, so I don't really care that much.
The Chinese registered agent's name is Yuxi Wang. Ha. It appears that Chinese individuals and radical Muslims are now working together to march against Hamas and Antifa on Capitol Hill in support of, America's under attack. Here are the receipts. The irony is pretty funny given the fact that China has been accused of putting Muslim Uyghurs in modern-day concentration camps. I mean, here you go. Here are two companies.
You can be against the Chinese concentration camps of Muslims and be in favor of, what was it? Like, in favor of these protests. Like, those are not mutually exclusive positions. I don't understand.
Companies that pay protesters, crowds on demand.
I agree.
And
Just
demand
ban conservatives.
protest.
Good point.
Here you have recruitment, directed action. We demand action of our operatives.
First good point you've made tonight, KC123. Thank you.
Full service.
You can
get
stay.
paid for this. We can help organize, rally, and advocate for your cause. These are literally businesses completely surrounded with
crowds on demand. Let's take a look. Crowds on demand. Crowds on Demand is your home for impactful advocacy campaigns, demonstrations, PR stunts, crowds for hire, and corporate events. Services available nationwide. Protests, rallies, and advocacy. Organize rallies and get media attention for your causes and candidates. We can have organized rally and advocate for your cause. Whether your organization is lobbying to move forward a healthcare, financial, energy, or other social initiative, we can organize rallies and get media attention for your causes and candidates. We also assist individuals, companies, and political organizations with protests and picketing campaigns. We've protested governments, corporations, and everything in between. We've achieved results on campaigns on everything from ending institutional discrimination in a religious organization to getting refunds and compensation for hundreds of homeowners who bought hazardous land from a real estate firm to forcing a patent trolling company to back down. Sounds pretty base to me. We have gotten tough energy projects approved from oil to natural gas to wind and solar. We are frequently called upon to address real estate issues that, while in many cases not heavily covered by the media, are relevant to stakeholders and depend heavily on public opinion. Some of these campaigns are long and drawn out, while others can be resolved quickly. Regardless, we endeavor to deliver campaigns that bring out the best qualities of our clients' messages and to achieve tangible results. Yeah, I mean, this sounds fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with this. Great. Yeah, that seems fine. Like, I mean, it's like basically just a protest organization. Like, they'll get your protest started. They'll be like, yeah, we'll send some people out. They're paid. Like, you can call them paid actors. They technically are. But, like, it's not like they don't believe in what they're advocating for. Yeah, it's an event coordination company. Honest question. Would you be surprised to find out your activism that aligns with your views is co-opted and or funded by Iranian or Chinese money? Not claiming that it is, just curious about your outlook. I just wouldn't care. Like, I believe in the things I believe in because I've seen the data on it and I that's the conclusion I've come to.
Just brain dead idiots who have no other job but than this. These people are not to be taken seriously. Enjoy their cope and seethe. Hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
I hate the quartering. Good shit. Have fun ending that, Dubsy. Yeah, like, if a company is, like, sending paid actors out to an event or cause that I believe in, then I don't care. I don't care. Like, I still believe in it. Like, that's not changing my opinion on it. I got one more in me. There's probably paid actors at some, if not most, conservative rallies. The speakers! Chloe Cole. Like, if you're talking about in the crowd, sure. But, like, literally the speakers are, like, it is so easy to grift for conservatives. It is so easy, especially if you're a detransitioner. Like, if you're a detransitioner and you have, like, a legit... Like, even if you pretend to be one... If you have like a legitimate sounding detransition story, the conservatives will gobble you up. They will like immediately put you on the national stage. They will put you on Fox News. They'll be like, I need you to tell people how bad trans people are, how you were indoctrinated into this on the internet. Like, please give us the juice. We will juice you for all you're worth. Please. Please. Like, it is really bad. So whatever funding or, I guess for lack of better ways to put it, like propaganda that leftists are doing, I just don't care. Like, it's for stuff that I believe in. It's for stuff that I believe in. So like, if the end result is that the things that I believe in get implemented, then sure, why not? Fine. I'm fine with a little propaganda. That's fine. Chat, I should for D-trans be a really big trans grifter then oh yeah. Chat, I should D-trans be a really big trans grifter, then transition again at the peak of my popularity. The problem, I hear you, yeah, that'd be fun, and I know you're joking, but like the problem with that would be like, you'd be making a big commitment and then putting a ginormous target on your head. You know what I mean? Fossil fuel industry funded a lot of anti-nuclear energy stuff as far back as the 70s. Oh yeah, for sure. Here's the thing, Blizza. Like, I believe the things that I believe, not because it's heavily funded or I was indoctrinated into it. If anything, I started out conservative. And so, like, I just, like, questioned things enough that I came to my own conclusions about stuff. And I'm always changing my opinion. If you can convince me of something, then sure. You know, like, there are plenty of things that you could, like, try to convince me of. But overall, like, I feel like my views are pretty well grounded in science and data and the best outcomes for most people and, you know, what I envision the world should be like. So, you know, if somebody comes out and they're like, oh, well, you know, like, I'm actually, you know, like, I'm like, if somebody comes out and they're like, well, I actually think the world should be this way. And then I look at it and I'm like, well, maybe you're right. Then I'll change my mind. But if I'm like, well, that sounds stupid, and I have the evidence to back that up, then, like, I just won't listen. You know? Like, it doesn't matter how well funded it is, quote unquote. It's just whether or not it's right or wrong. Are you in the mood for more brain rot? This one's shorter. I can't get a read on UKC.
First, want to go.
Oh, not Young Ripa. I think I've seen this guy. They removed this. Great. Why was it there to begin with? They remove? Oh no, that's the pronouns guy. Okay, we gotta watch this. Okay. Let me go to the bathroom again real quick. I'll be right back and we'll cover this. Okay, I'm back. Let me modify the lights a little bit. Yeah, it's a little better. A little more dim. A little more chill. Okay. Fossil fuel industry funded a lot of anti-nuclear energy stuff as far back as the 70s. Yeah. So like funding for like certain things can warp our perception of it, but inevitably there's going to be whistleblowers, there's going to be counter data, all that good stuff. So like eventually the truth do come out. You know, does Bruno Mars is gay? You know? Heard about the dire wolf? I can try hopping on and we can talk about that. What's the dire wolf? The dire wolf? Oh, when the scientists say they've resurrected it? I saw something about that on Twitter. Yeah, they resurrected a extinct species of wolf called the dire wolf. It's not actually resurrected. I don't know anything about it. All I saw was that like we brought back an extinct species. They didn't resurrect it? Okay, I just like... I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to talking about it necessarily, but like I don't understand the purpose. I can clear the air about this. I just, like... I don't care that much. I'm sorry. It's not you. I just, like, I don't care that much. You know what I need? I need some fucking rage bait is what I need. I need something that'll make me mad. That's what I need. You on head? Good call. Let's see what she's uploaded. The female dating strategy. I'm not doing that. Sorry. I don't care. The video I sent is probably rage bait. Oh yeah, the video she sent. I'm sorry. I literally had that open. I was like, oh, I gotta watch this. And then I didn't watch it. Sorry.
First, want to go into some of the more
Okay. Somebody in the chat recommended this. I don't know anything about it. I know loosely about Young Rippa. Apparently he's kind of cringe. I don't know much about him, but yeah, apparently this is going to be good rage bait. So let's take a look.
First, want to go into some of the more Hollywood-based things that are taking place. I don't know if you saw this. I know you've been traveling.
Wait. This is the guy. Okay, so I previewed this a little bit. This is the pronouns guy. Fucking pronouns! That's that guy. So like the fact that we have two friends here is good karma. We're in for something good here.
Traveling and whatnot. But Disney pulls a transgender storyline from Pixar's Win or Lose.
I heard about that.
Streaming service, which I'd imagine.
And you know, that's tragic. You know why that's tragic? Because trans children exist and they have zero representation. Zero. Like, literally, you're a trans child and you don't understand completely what's going on, and you're, like, just looking for any kind of affirmation that your feelings are valid, and you're just like, well, there's nothing out here for me, you know? So Disney had a real opportunity here, and they just blew it. And that's sad, you know? That's really fucking sad. And I feel for trans children out there. I hope they're doing okay. If you stumble across my video, you shouldn't be here because it's 18 plus. But, you know, I can't control what you do, so I hope you're doing okay and you're valid.
Imagine they're not going to make money on that anyway, because it's streaming.
Yeah.
But a spokesperson for Disney confirmed that the story arc was removed and provided the following statement. They said, when it comes to animated content for a younger audience, we recognize that many parents would prefer to discuss certain subjects with their children on their own terms and timeline.
That's bullshit. I'm sorry. Like, listen, if you're a parent and you can't recognize that trans people exist and affirm your children as trans if they are in fact trans, then fuck you. Then fuck you. You're a bad parent. It's time to start treating parents like they're bad parents, because sometimes they just are. It's time to start parent shaming. You know what I mean? Like, really, it's parent shaming. I'm all for it.
The character remains in the show, but a few lines of dialogue that reference gender identity, they've been removed. We know that Disney has a bunch of employees, right, that are obviously very agenda driven. And yes, it's weird that they are so hyped up in putting this in basically all of their media, even if it has nothing to do with it. Like the story that they're telling, like in this case, maybe what does it have to do with softball or anything? Nothing. But they did have that as a storyline, and they wanted to make sure that it was there. But it got removed. So I don't know if you have any like initial thoughts before I kind of go in and give you mine of, number one, what that means for Disney going forward. Considering that it was at least bad enough for them to say, yeah, we're not putting this out.
Well, if you've got trans storylines with children, you're a fucking pedophile. Okay?
Hold on, what? Hold on.
Well, if you've got trans storylines with children, you're a fucking pedophile.
No, trans children exist. Like the DSM-5. DSM-5 recognized this. The American Psychiatric Association recognizes this. The American Nurses Association recognizes this. Like a fuck ton of people recognize that trans people just exist. Like trans children exist. Like, no, you're wrong, dude. Trans children exist, and they deserve to be protected, and they deserve to be recognized as the gender that they are.
Okay. The kids need to go nowhere near this shit. It's got nothing to do with them. Children aren't sexual creatures.
This isn't about sexuality. This is about gender, okay? Boys and girls are recognized by children as young as like 3 to 4 years old, okay? And sometimes those children recognize the gender that they identify as different than the one they were assigned at birth. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? You were born with a penis, right? And your doctor decided you're male. And now you grow up, you're 4 years old. And you decide, well, actually, like, I'm a girl, I think. Because, like, I like the things that girls like. I like to play with girls' toys. I wear the things that girls wear. And I just like hanging around girls more. So I think I'm a girl, actually. What's wrong with putting that child in a dress and calling her Sally instead of Billy? What's so wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's literally just things that you make up. Like, this is a made-up problem.
If any 5-year-old is saying that I'm trans, it's because an adult's told them.
Because kids can't consent, Alec? I know that you're fucking with me, Kerbal, but that's literally the argument. They can't consent to knowing how they feel. Exactly. It's like, consent has nothing to do with that. What is this thing you're linking me? Glad.org. Medical Association statements in support of healthcare for transgender people and youth. Yeah. Like, you can look down this whole list. American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Dermatology, Pediatrics, Physician Assistants, Medical Association, Nurses Association, Association of Clinical Endocrinology, Geriatric Psychiatry, Health Association, Nurse Midwives, officers, like it goes on and on and on and on and on. Like every fucking medical organization that is worth their salt supports this shit.
Ooh, facts.
It's Munchausen by proxy and all that. It's
That is wrong. That is factually wrong.
Absolute degenerate piece of shit liberals, Californian white fucks, urinal lickers, if you please, who want to get attention and they want to fucking out woke their buddies, so they force it upon their children, which is the
Dude, you got mad when like a video game asked you for pronouns. I'm sorry if I don't respect your opinion in any manner at all. Like, I don't care what you think. I don't care. Like, I don't give a shit. Your opinions might as well be the opinions of a fish to me. Like, I don't give any consideration to it whatsoever.
The most disgusting thing that you can possibly do. You shouldn't be anywhere near children. This is just a disease of the West. You don't get this anywhere else. The fact that you're saying that you've removed it, why was it even there in the fucking first place?
Right.
Can we just have, if kids are going to have TV
What are
shows
these interspersals?
for children, can they please just be TV shows that are meant for children?
Exactly.
They are. They can be.
Whatsoever. And just get it off. Get it off.
Right.
But it's Disney, and we know that Disney's full of a bunch of fucking shroomers. We know that Disney's full of a bunch of fucking weirdos. We know that the West is infested with this dog shit. We know that corporations are infested with this dog shit. It all boils down to ESG. All boils down to DEI.
What's ESG? Does anybody know what he's referring to? What's ESG? Did he use a slur? It wouldn't surprise me. Yet Disney funded the Republican Party? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Interesting that happened. Trust the science, motherfuckers, when the science doesn't align with their biases and bigotry. I'm assuming you're on my side, but like, most people who say trust the science are on my side. Let's keep going.
We've been through it so many times. It also boils down to funding from other corporations.
Environmental, social, and governance is shorthand for investing principle that prioritizes environmental issues such as social issues and corporate governance.
It all boils down to ESG, all boils down to DEI.
It's always the three-letter abbreviations for these people.
We've been through it so many times. It also boils down to funding from other corporations, so they have to stick it in. If there's any company that is producing programming for your children that involve this kind of stuff, boycott those companies. Don't give them fucking.
Why was it there in the first place? Why is this company, and it's they use creators loosely, whatever you like to call those people, because they're more activists than they are creators. Why do they feel so pressed to inject this stuff in every single form of media? It's just
sometimes your kid is just trans, man. Sometimes they just like are trans. Have you ever thought about that? Like, what if your kid was trans? What would you do? You know, like I always like to ask these people, this is like, what if your 4-year-old who was born male came to you and said, Dad, I think I'm a girl, actually. Like, I'm a girl, you know? Like, I like girl things. I like what girls do. I just think that I'm a girl, right? Like, what would they do? They would fucking abuse them, okay? Every transphobe is a potential child abuser. You must understand this. Every transphobe, mark my words, is a potential child abuser. Every single one. I'm not holding punches on this. Like, every transphobe is a potential child abuser, because you would literally sit there and say, oh, because you're a trans child, you actually are invalid. Your identity is invalid. And I'm going to now mentally abuse you and attempt to engage in conversion therapy with you. Okay? That's what transphobes do. They are child abusers. They are dangerous people. They're disgusting.
Especially jacked up when you're putting this stuff in children's material. And then your mind has to wonder, like, why are you doing that in the first place? Right? There were some leftists that were not too happy
Good question.
about this. And they actually...
That's a fucking shame.
Right?
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers goes to them. But they were so bent out.
I don't need your thoughts or prayers. I'll go to hell. That's fine.
Out of
Thank
shape
you.
about it. And basically
Don't
the
pray for me.
spin was that this was somehow about lack of acceptance. And I'm like, acceptance as far as what
That is true.
If by
that is true.
that
Okay, well, as
you
far
mean-
as what as far as what exactly? How about trans women being women? They're women. Okay? They belong in women's spaces. That's the acceptance we're looking for. Can you accept that or not? If you can't, then fuck you.
We're not accepting you trying to put this transgender nonsense in
Then fuck
children's
you.
media.
Then fuck you.
Then, yeah, no,
okay?
we don't
Fuck
accept
you.
that, for sure.
You suck.
Yeah, it is.
You're a piece of shit.
Because it's a fucking half of it. Well, not half of it. 99.9% of it is a bunch of fake ass shit. There is nothing accepting about this at all. It is compliance. It is fucking.
Fuck you
just
too,
get
man.
this shit out of here.
Fuck you.
Again, this is only a disease of the West. You know, you go to other places in Eastern Europe. You go to the East. They have no.
I don't care.
clue
I don't care. I don't
think
care.
there is a minuscule proportion of people that have.
Okay, I don't care. You are free to express yourself the way you want, and that includes expressing yourself as a woman if you were born male. There's nothing restricting you from the women's bathroom if you look like a fucking woman. There's nothing restricting you. Like, literally, like, I've used women's bathrooms before, okay? And I'm not a woman, and I don't claim to be one, but sometimes the men's bathroom is out of order, so, like, I've used the women's bathroom, like, on 2 occasions, okay? And I wasn't arrested for it. You know why? Because I didn't commit any fucking crimes. And neither did trans people when they used the fucking bathroom, okay? Fuck off.
Gender dysmorphia, a minuscule, absolute microcosm of people, and it's just amazing how in the space of a few years we have 30% of Gen Z or whatever that stat is. It's insane.
Yeah.
That suddenly claim that.
Yeah, because they suddenly know what being trans is. Before the internet existed, trans people generally thought that they were the only one. Imagine that. You grow up in a world where everybody around you is just like happily a guy, happily a girl, happily a man or woman, whatever. They've accepted the roles in society, right? And you have been born with a penis and balls, and you think you're a woman. And that you can't escape this feeling. You can't escape it. You're like, I know that I'm a woman. I know it. I don't care what genitalia I was born with. I know that I belong in a woman's place. Like, I belong in what women do. I identify with them. I want to grow my hair out. I want to be a wife. I want to bear children. I want to do what a woman does. And nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit because you were born with a dick and balls. And so they're just like, yeah, fuck you, man. Okay, get over it. Just get over it, bro. Like, it sucks. Okay? And they didn't have community back then. They thought they were the only ones. And so a lot of them killed themselves. And that sucks. But now, we know what being trans is. We know that these people need our acceptance, and we can help them and accept them for who they are. Okay? And I think that's a great stride of progress in our society, that we can accept people like that for what they want to do and who they want to be. That's great. And troglodytes like you are holding us back. Go back to your fucking caves, okay? Crawl back to your fucking caves and leave the rest of us civilized human beings alone. Fuck you.
The queer community, as they call it. Okay, that's not a natural trend for something to be like minuscule, boom.
Right.
So
fucking pronouns.
Manufactured fucking thing, right? So people don't want to accept it. They don't want fucking weirdos with pink hair and beards that goes into women's changing rooms, go into women's spaces and say I need to be accepted.
Okay, if you have a pink hair and beard, you're not a woman. Got it. So, like, what about women who are pink-haired and have beards? Like, they might exist, you know, like cis women might exist like that. Cis women exist with beards. What if a cis woman with a beard existed and she just decided to dye her hair pink? Is she allowed in the bathroom? I guess not, because she's pink hair with the beard, right?
Talking to their fucking children or talking to children.
Yeah, and that's another thing. It's like trans women don't generally keep their beards. They can, but like I've never met one. I've literally never met a trans woman who was like, yeah, I'm a trans woman and I was born male and identify as female now, but also I want to keep my beard. I've never met one. Like, I'm sure they exist, sure, but, like, I just don't meet them. Like, generally speaking, trans women shave their fucking beards, okay? They shave them. Like, they're clean shaven. So this is just, like, you making shit up.
In general, they should be fucking thrown out through a fucking window onto the street if they go anywhere near a woman's changing room. So if you want to talk about it,
okay, we're advocating for assault against trans women. Thank you. Got it.
Then the fact that you
love that.
Are sponsored by corporation, by government, by education, by entertainment to push this fucking weird shit.
Right.
And you talk about acceptance.
Before I knew it was okay, I was laying in bed every night wondering what was wrong with me. I'm sorry to hear that, Sylvie. I hope you're doing okay now. You're valid in your identity, and we love you.
You have all the authoritative bodies behind you, and you're just mad because the public aren't fucking accepting this shit because the public aren't fucking dumb. I don't even know what you call it, but this is
your microphone sucks ass.
System that you want to. It's almost like the Mandela effect. You know, this has always happened. No, fucking hasn't.
It literally has since fucking Mesopotamia, man. We literally have evidence from Mesopotamia that, like, the concept of being trans or, like, a gender that you weren't assigned at birth exists. We have that data, okay? We have that historical precedence. Yeah, trans people have always existed since we've begun documentation on the human species, at least.
Yeah.
You don't see the trends just going and shit like that. That's not fucking organic. That's not we've always been here. That's not this. That's not the other. That's the Mandela effect fucking bullshit. You're trying to gaslight.
Textbook gaslighting.
Yeah. If there's no.
How do trans people hurt these people? Like, I don't understand. How do trans people hurt you, like, meaningfully? How do they hurt you? They simply don't. They don't. Like, not to any extent that other people hurt you. You know, like, it's just a non-issue. They just want to exist as they are.
And if there's an adult that really wants to kind of target your children, non-sexual beings, you know, there's a reason why we wait for children to get to a certain age before we even discuss reproduction. So if you want to target children, minors, about this.
But you don't have to discuss reproduction with a child who thinks they're trans. You can just be like, yeah, like, this is why, like, transphobes are so fucking weird, because they don't understand that gender identity is completely separate from your sexuality. Okay, like, you can understand that you are a boy or a girl or neither or both or whatever by the time you're 4. Okay? And maybe you don't have the best understanding of it by then, but, like, you have a general idea, right? And a lot of trans people are like, oh yeah, like, I knew that I was a girl since I was 4 or 3. Okay? Like I knew. Like even though I was born with a penis and balls, like I knew that I was a girl. I identify with it. I subscribed to it. I changed my name. I wore women's clothes. I wore girls' clothes at the time. Whatever. I wore a dress, and they knew that they were a girl all that time. All that time. And then when puberty hit, they took puberty blockers, or they got an HRT. But usually they took puberty blockers, right? And then they took HRT when they were 16 or 17, whatever, right? And they've just always been a girl or a woman. And they've used the fucking women's facilities with no issues. And maybe they also got bottom surgery. Who knows and who fucking cares? Who cares? Okay? For all intents and purposes, they are women. They are. Trans women are women. They're just, for all intents and purposes, they are. They use the women's bathroom. They are seen as women by the average person for the most part. Like this idea that like this bearded person with like 56-inch chest with like broad shoulders, right? Who's like this hulking mass of muscle, whatever, with like body hair all over and where it just happens to be wearing a dress. Like it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. This is a fantasy that you made up. The overwhelming majority of trans women are simply just trying to live their lives as fucking women. You know? That's it. They're not trying to like, oh, I've got a beard, but I'm going to go into the women's restroom anyway. Like, that just doesn't happen. Okay? They know how to shave. And they do. And even if they don't, I don't give a shit. Let them use the fucking restroom they want to use. Christ.
This kind of shit. You know, if the FBI weren't so corrupt themselves, you know, there would be a hi. You know, I would just like to have a quick word with you down at the station behind the bars. Type of business, because there's some weird fucking bullshit going on there. So yeah, there is non-acceptance. I actually agree with them. There is non-acceptance.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm very pro that.
Yes.
I am very, very pro this non-acceptance. So congratulations that you understood that people are going to go fuck yourself. Congratulations on that, because that's what they are doing. And no, I don't think you will find acceptance for people that don't want you near a country mile of their fucking kids.
Okay, like Nazis wouldn't want me near their kids because I think that miscegenation is fine. Like interracial marriage. I don't care. I don't care. Like, if you're racist pieces of shit, your child still deserves an education regardless of whether you feel they deserve it or not. I'm sorry. This is what public education is for. Like, just because you pop out a couple of kids doesn't mean you're suddenly, like, the best fucking parents on the planet. Like, I don't care. Trans kids are kids. Trans people are valid. Like, I just... Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Like, I just... Why do you care? Why do you care? Just let trans people be. Let them be themselves. There's nothing wrong with it. If half the things these people said were true, I'd still be like, why doesn't it matter who's being hurt by this? I need to get ready for bed. Good night, Guitar Rocker. I need to go to sleep soon too, but I'm still not ready to be done. I'm having a fun time. I can't tell if that's my wife or if it's the squirrels in my AC unit. I'm gonna try to go live on TikTok for a second. Let's see if we can pull anybody in. Why not? Okay, let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. And I think 104% tariffs are in effect. Genuinely thank you for all the passion you showed defending us. I just like listen. Like this is like partly selfish because it's like I've had testosterone therapy. So like if I can have testosterone therapy with like one doctor's appointment and a lab test, why can't the trans man? Why not? Why the fuck not? Like it doesn't make sense. Just let people be who the fuck they want to be. Like, it's not hard. I appreciate you saying that, but like, I don't feel like it's literally like partly selfish, you know? Like, I don't want that kind of treatment to be taken away from me. So like, I just like, it's for all of us, you know? I appreciate you saying though. I appreciate you saying that though. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then we'll see if we can rope in some debates. We'll see. If not, then I might chase them down. We'll see. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see if we can catch any TikTok debates. I am, I appreciate your whole stream being damn near my whole shit. It's been great. I'm glad you think so. Thank you. Ah. Okay. Let's start TikTok. I'm in the mood for some brain rot. Let's do this thing. Okay, what do I play? I've been playing a lot of Card Shop Simulator, honestly. Maybe I'll just play that for a minute. I've been playing far too much of this game, to be honest. Like, it's just a very easy and lazy game to play when you have nothing else to do. Okay, I need blue. Yeah. Ah, no. Okay. There you go. Schedule 1 is fire as fuck. I don't know what that means. But I'll take your word for it. Okay, so I think I need... Okay, so I need more, orange. Yes, please. Boom. Okay, this is gone. Orange. Thank you. Orange. Thank you. Okay. Need another orange. That. Okay. More orange. Okay, so this can go back here. There we go. Okay, this can go here. Okay. Need red and purple. So red boxes and purple boxes. I've been playing this game entirely too much. This is a problem. Yeah, I need to buy more purple boxes. Purple boxes. Give me. Thank you. That. Okay. Simulators are fun. They really do calm the mind, I must say. Like, I play them all the time, to be honest. Okay, so I got the purple boxes, and then, okay, I need blue card packs. Blue card packs. Do I have any blue card packs? I don't. Oh. Blue card packs. Okay. Ah. Okay, got blue card packs. Okay, you got that handled. Okay. So I got that. And then red card packs. Red. Okay, okay. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. Hold on. No, I need... Okay, hold on. I need to order another red card packs. Fire sleeves. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay. Got this. Okay. Video request. We are looking for some debates. If you're in the TikTok live, just letting you know, we are looking for some debates. Feel free to request. I will pull you in. Okay, okay, I got that. I think that's everything, right? I think so. Blue. Yeah, I need some blue. Okay, I need some blue card packs. Hold on. Need some blue card packs. I don't have enough. Okay, fine. We open. Day 148. I'm dedicated to this game, man. I need to collect all the fucking cards. Look. I got 1258 out of 1452. Okay? We're working toward those fucking cards. I'm just saying. Speaking of which, how... Oh, no. This is wrong. I need... one of each pack. Hold on. I need one of each pack. Hold on. This is bad. We had one of each pack. And then we wait. Wait until we have enough money. Yeah, sure, you can have it. We need more money. What is this? No thanks. 2 cent difference? 2 cents cheaper? I think not. You dumbass. You absolute fucking troglodyte. Actually. Because when I think about it, I'm like, why would I do that? If you really think about it. Okay. I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm going to open... Well, wait. I need cards. I need to order the cards. I don't have any cards to open. Ah! How long? I need... Oh, God. I need $2,000. I need $2,000 dues. This is bad. This is bad. I need $2,000 dues. Hold on. Oh, what happened? There we go. Okay. Dude, the fucking TikTok, like, interface is so finicky. It's really bad. It's really bad. Whatever, fuck it. Whatever. If I don't get any debates by the end of this day, I might just do one more react and then call it quits. Like, I don't feel like calling it quits yet. I'm just so sad that people don't want to debate me. Like, it's tragic. I need to hit up Brad Palumbo. Brad Palumbo is the man that, like, wanted to actually debate me, and I just never got back to him. You know? Like, it's honestly my fault if you think about it. If you really think about it. Buy my shit. What do you want? That's a pretty good deal. Let's try $8 reduce. Let's try $9 reduce. What the fuck was that? Screenshot taken. Fuck you. Let's try 9.5. Fuck you then. Jesus. Okay. $17 reduce. 18. Okay. Good deal. Okay, I need... Yes, give me the cards. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll pretend to be a reactionary Karen and debate you. But, like, that's pretend. Like, no. I need, like, real debates. I need people who are actually stupid. I might actually, like... Right now I have the TikTok live going, but I might actually stop that and, like, actually go seek some out. I feel like I need one before I stop stream. Sometimes you just gotta go seek it out, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's just, like, conservatives don't want to debate anymore, you know? So, like, that's fine, and I respect them for that, I guess. But, like, sometimes you do just gotta go seek them out. So we'll see after this day. Hi. Fuck you, no. Why would I do that? Okay, got that. Let's, debate one of the liberal trinks on capitalism. I mean, I'd love to do that, but, like, none of them apparently want to join the fucking voice. So, like, I can't. After this day, if we don't have any debates on TikTok, I'll just end the live and then I'll just go search for them. I don't fucking care. I have no respect for these people, so, like, whatever. If they want to start a debate on, like, oh, are trans people, like, actually people? I'll be like, yeah, they are actually. Since you brought it up. You're asking for $51 on a $42 card. Hey, how about you suck my dick, actually? How about $35? Okay, how about $36? Okay, there you go. See, that's more reasonable. Thank you. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. No, why would I do this? Absolutely not. Fuck yourself. Absolutely not. Why would I ever do that? Okay. I guess you can just drop this there if you want. I'm like 99% sure that adjectives typically don't take away meaning from the noun it's modifying. Therefore, trans people are people who are trans. Well, yeah, like it's like it's an addendum, right? Like it's like, okay, it can detract from the subject, sure. Like if you say like male, like I am a male versus I am a beta male. Now you're saying, oh, actually, this male person is like lesser somehow. You know what I mean? Like, that's possible. But, like, when you consider, like, I don't know, like, I just. Like, that's not like that. It's like saying black man versus white man. You know what I mean? Black woman versus white woman versus trans woman versus cis woman versus straight woman versus lesbian woman versus tall woman versus short woman versus fat woman. Like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, they're still women. You know? That's my thing. Like, no matter what addendum you add to it, there are still women. So, that's how I look at it. I'm not going to be getting any debates on TikTok. People like conservatives are just so averse to debates these days. Like they do not want to debate. They don't. Like conservatives are terrified of debates. They're like, "Oh no, I don't want to debate. Like I don't want to have to defend the things that I believe." You know? Like God forbid, like I actually like have a consistent basis for the things that I think that are true. You know, they're terrified of it. So I'm probably not going to get a debate. But if I don't, then I'll just end the day and then we'll go search for some. What do you think an anti-capitalist, anti-fascist superhero movie would have to do to be as successful as possible? I guess, like, exist within the capitalist framework and also not critique it to the extent that it damages it. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't. Like, you could technically consider The Boys to be anti-capitalist. You know that, right? Like, you can critique. Capitalists don't have an issue with you critiquing them. What they have an issue with is when public sentiment sways against them. And it's a fuzzy line to draw. You have to allow for freedom of expression and ideas while also keeping people under the rule and tyranny of capitalism. So the line at which that is drawn is arbitrary. You know, like you can have a pro-capitalist agenda but also advocating for progressive ideals like free Medicare or but it's still pro-capitalist at the end of the day, you know? So I guess like the answer to that would be like it can have anti-capitalist and anti-fascist elements, but like ultimately if it damages the status quo like to a significant extent, then they're not going to allow it. What do you think anti-capitalist, anti-fascist superhero movie? Okay, yeah, I already answered that. They all have the power right now and they're trying to get more and everything is going to shit. It's harder ground to stand on. It was easier for them when Biden was president because they could come up with BS about what Trump would do. What if the hero's main goal was to destroy capitalism? I think that'd be pretty based. Honestly. Like, capitalism sucks dick. So, like, yeah. Like, that'd be fine. Let me finish out this day. What do you want? I like this new system of trading cards. It's fun. Decline. Fuck you. I just hired this motherfucker. What's his name? I forget his name. It doesn't matter. Restock shelf. No. Keep going. Do your thing. Who wouldn't allow what? I'm saying that capitalist interests would not allow things to exist that directly, like, threaten their positions. Like, you can have anti-capitalist sentiment in media under a capitalist system, and that's not a big deal. The problem comes in when that anti-capitalist sentiment starts to mobilize people. Does that make sense? Like, Squid Game is anti-capitalist. But the people who watch Squid Game are not going out to protest capitalism. Does that make sense? I'm going to finish this. I'm so obsessed with this game. It's not healthy. Give me the red cards. Yeah. Open up some red cards. Thank you. Delicious. Read about the comic code, all that stuff was banned. I don't know what you're referring to. No. Fuck you. Ooh. New one. That's why today's superheroes are the way they are. They came from a time of extreme censorship. Does Bernie kind of represent your political beliefs, or are you like more anti-capitalist? Okay. So Bernie like represents my political beliefs better than most politicians, but yeah, I'm anti-capitalist. I believe in a socialist framework of the economy, if not communist. I'm not completely privy to the differences between socialism and communism. My understanding is that it has to do with like the workplace. So socialists like still have the workplace, whereas communists like wouldn't. But like the main point, right, is that like socialism as opposed to capitalism is the more productive, the more humanistic point of view. Like, it is better. It's just better for people. Like, people have what they need to survive, and that's good. You know, like, that's a good thing to have. So, like, I believe in democratic ownership of the workplace, basically. Like, I think people should own the means of production. And that's the system that I'm working toward. As far as whether I'm like specifically socialist or communist, I don't know, and I don't care. Like right now what I'm working toward is just the best outcomes for the most people possible. That's what I'm working toward. What's your opinion on anarchism? Like, I don't know that I have one. Like, I just, like, I don't know that I think about it that much. Like, anarchism is fine, I guess. I don't know how it would work, but like if that's what makes the most people happy and the most free, then sure. What's your take on somebody calling themselves anarcho-socialist? Well, that'd be communist, right? Like anarcho-communist. Like I don't know if you can be anarcho-socialist. I don't know what that means. The only anti-capitalist superheroes are DC's Authority Team and the Green Arrow. Although depending on the writer, Green Arrow flip-flops between socialist and liberal. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care that much. Okay, fuckboy's working. We got, oh, that's a pretty good card. 6, let's start 550. Let's see if you'll take 550. Will you take 550? How about 575? You'll take 575. Nope. Okay, how about 600? 600. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so we got no. How about no? Go fuck yourself. Good shit. Sell, sell, sell. We're capitalists here. The irony is not lost on me on the fact that I'm playing trading card simulator while talking about socialism and communism. It's not lost on me. Bernie aligns with me most as well in terms of politicians. I think we should have an economic system similar to that of Scandinavia. Like, whatever benefits more people, right? Whatever makes people's lives easier. Like, that's what I want. Like, the more people whose lives are easier, the better. I just think that people deserve basic necessities and respect. That's my main political belief. Okay, oh yeah, hell yeah, give me that. Okay. What do you want? I will take that. I will actually take that. Good shit. Good trade. Good trade. Sucker. Okay. Anarcho-socialism and anarcho-communism is literally just communism. That's what I thought. Like, I just thought that, like, anarcho-communism was just communism. Like, I guess there's different branches of communism. Like, there's different forms of it, I guess. But, like, the ultimate form of communism is anarcho-communism. Like, that way there's no, like... Yeah, stateless, classless, moneyless society. Exactly. Like, that way there's no, like, dictator or whatever. There are just communists. Can you, like, leave? You have something to do? Okay, cool. I'm going to do that from now on because I thought that these people sitting at tables are just useless to me. But now I know they have use. Ooh, $57 reduce. Okay. Good shit. How long have I been going on TikTok? I will go for a little bit longer. I'll go for a little bit longer. We'll see if we can find somebody. Let's do one more day. One more day. And if not, then I'll do one more React segment. And if not, then whatever. I need debates. Okay, what do we got? We got that fine. That's fine. What about red? Red's fine, blue's fine, orange needs some work. Okay. More orange. Okay, got more orange. We are taking debates. If you are here to debate me, please request up. We will bring you in and we will debate stuff. Plus, I got an audience on YouTube right now, just so you know. About 28 people watching. Okay, let's see. Okay, we can, oh, okay, we need more of that. All right, good shit. Oh, okay. Did I buy the wrong thing? Wait, did I buy the wrong thing? I did! I bought the wrong thing. Fuck me. God damn it. Okay. There we go. Okay, okay. I'm a silly fucking goose. That's pretty true. We are looking for debates. Request if you would like to disagree with anything on the board. Request. And then we will debate. We are looking for debates on TikTok. Okay. Let me do this thing. Or you can just watch me play this game, because this game is addicting. So I don't mind playing it. If 80% of the population were Nazis, would you still believe in democracy? Yes. Name me a better system, man. You're so insistent that, like, democracy is bad. Name me a better system. You can't. You can't. Okay? So until you can, democracy is the best system. That's simply how it goes. There's just no way around it, man. Okay. I think this is all good. That's that. Any more green and more red. Hold on. We're We are taking debates. If you are looking for debates, request up. We have a YouTube audience as well. 28 people watching right now. What was I looking for? Red and green. Yes, please. Okay, so red can go in, green goes down. Okay. And he's taking care of the rest. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and open. And we'll see what happens. Use socialism as the best system, but humans are not genetically equipped for it. What do you mean? What's use socialism? Boom. Okay. This is just like what it's like to be a owner of a card shop. Just so you know. Like you order packs and packs and packs of cards, and you just like continuously open them. That's how you do it. Trust me. Like ants and termites. But like they have queens, man. Like, listen, yeah, humans are not equipped for that. Like, if you want to talk about like what the most efficient system is, sure, you could argue like ant colonies are the most efficient, but like we're not built for that shit. Like we have individualism, we have art, right? Like we create our own like destiny. Like we're individuals. We're not ants in a fucking colony, okay? It's like it doesn't work for us. Excuse me. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, okay. Hi? Whoa, no. Actually, fuck you. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. If 80% of the population were Nazis, would you still believe in democracy? Yes! I would. Alec Hunter, even if democracy was the best, at this point, would it take an actual dictator to save it and make it better? How else would we get all the sick fucks out of politics and keep them out instead of just hoping for better education and whatnot, which will never happen in a million years unless we get rid of the fascists first? Even if by some miracle we got the right guy in office, what could they even do if they are forced to run everything through Congress and the Supreme Court and be bipartisan fascism and capitalism? I care more about seeing a free and thriving world as soon as possible instead of 1,000 years from now, The fact of the matter is, the majority of people are too stupid to know what's good for them or the world, and they never will unless we destroy capitalism and fascism once and for all. So you tell me how democracy can fix all of this, and how democracy is fair to the people who would die never knowing a world that didn't constantly fuck them over. The only way to protect the freedoms of innocent people is to violate the freedoms of bad people, which unfortunately the majority would be against. That sounds like literal Nazi shit. No, I understand where you're coming from. I understand, okay? Like, I get it. It doesn't sound like Nazi shit to me. That just sounds like we live in a society shit. Like, I get it. We live in a society. Okay? And I hate to water it down to that, but, like, that's what you're saying. We live in a society. Yeah, we do. Okay? And a lot of shit in that society is not fair. But, like, unless you have a proper force to physically combat them, the other option is activism and voting for politicians that will uphold your values. Okay? Like, I'm sorry. It's not feasible right now to, like, if you want to, like, go out, like, in a civil war fashion against these people, that's up to you. I get it. Like, like, shit's tough right now. So you do what you gotta do to survive. But at the same time, right? Like, we still live in a democracy. We still have a lot of privilege compared to most of the world. And, like, what else are you gonna do? Like, what is your plan? Okay? You gonna firebomb a Walmart? Okay, go firebomb it. Like, I don't see the plan here. I don't. I simply don't. Let me finish this day. If we don't get any debates before this day's over, I'm just gonna do another react and then be done. But if you are on TikTok and you're watching, we are taking debates. You can request up, okay? And we'll take you in and we'll talk. We will talk. If not, no biggie. We are looking for debates though, so please request up and we will drag you in. Why are you smelly? Wait, you're not supposed to be smelly. Why are there smelly people? Hold up. This is on. Why are there smelly people? Is this on? Yeah, this is on. No smelly people. What do you want? No, decline. What do you want? Ooh. Wait. That's a good deal, but I want to give one. I don't want to give a shadow card that I might not get again. I'm sorry, I gotta decline. I understand. I respect the deal, but, like, I gotta decline. Ant queens don't actually rule the colony. She's more like a raiding class. The hive is run by a working class sisterhood. That is true. Things can be much better, but we do have a lot of privilege still. Yes, I agree. You did not answer a single question I asked. Okay, Casey. Let me address what you have to say. I'm reading. Give me a second. Okay, Casey, I have news for you. You're not going to be prepared for this, okay? The overwhelming majority of humans have existed under some form of oppression. Do you understand that? I currently exist under oppression by my betters. You do as well. The overwhelming majority of people in this world have existed under some form of oppression or other. Okay? There's no getting around that. So, the best that we can do is to minimize that oppression. Democracy is rule of the majority. The majority decides what is best for everyone. Okay? For the most part. I don't see a system that is better than democracy. I'm not saying democracy can fix all of this. Sometimes it takes revolution. Okay? We've seen that throughout history. Sometimes it does take revolution. You're right. But at the end of the day, rule of the majority is better than rule of the minority. I don't understand what you're trying to get out of me, man. If you want to continue this, just hop on voice. Just hop on voice. Hello, someone. Can I get up? Absolutely. Hold on. I'm also on YouTube. Forgive me. The TikTok app is a little slow.
So is healthcare should be free? Sorry, I'm Owen.
Real quick.
19.
Can I get your name, age, and pronouns, please?
My name is Owen. 19. And he, him.
Okay, great. And what would you like to discuss?
So when you mean by healthcare should be free, is that like related to abortion? Or just in general?
That's part of healthcare, yeah.
So you believe in abortion?
Yeah.
What do you think about adoption?
It's fine.
No, but do you think that adoption is a better alternative than abortion?
If the woman wants that, sure.
No, but just in general, do you think that instead of killing millions of babies a year, we should put millions of babies in adoption?
I don't think we're killing millions of babies a year.
We're not.
Abortion is
so
not.
In 2024, we killed about 45 million.
According to what?
The CDC.
Did they say that we is that their words that we killed 45 million babies?
Are you? Oh my God! So what are we doing to the baby or the fetus?
I mean, the fetus is dying. I agree with that.
Yeah, so we killed them. Yeah, so it was our doing.
But that's
so we
not.
did it.
But that's not
so
a
we
baby.
Killed them.
But that's not a baby.
Oh, it's not a baby. So what is it then? A fetus?
Yeah.
So really, I think if you just dehumanize the word baby because you think calling it fetus is just a better alternative to kill them. When you say baby, you think of a living baby and you're just killing. You just dehumanize the word baby. But so, what's the difference between a fetus and a baby? What's the difference? Do you call a 1 minute old baby or a fetus?
It's a baby. Once it's detached from the woman, it's a baby.
So back to the adoption point. So millions of people are looking for adoption.
Okay.
And I think we should give them the experience of life before we just terminate them, kill them.
But like abortion saves lives, you know that, right?
Tell me how. What diseases do they save them from?
Sepsis.
Sepsis?
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. So like you agree that abortion is necessary in some cases.
Some cases, but not an elective.
Yeah. So like keeping it legal is like saving lives, right?
Well, I feel like we shouldn't allow women just to come in, say they want an abortion, and get the abortion because they were irresponsible.
How are they irresponsible?
Well, I told you elective abortion. I don't agree with that whatsoever. So they were doing it was a team. It was a team decision. They chose to do it. They knew the consequences of doing it. Just like when you get in a car, you know the consequences of getting in a crash, but you still do it.
Like have sex?
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's their doing, and they knew it was a possibility. And if you didn't want that, then you should not have done it.
When you get in a car,
yeah,
there's a possibility of a crash, right?
Yes, and if people still do it, and people
you
suffer the
consent to
consequences.
You consent to that. So like when you get in a crash, you don't like sue anybody, right? Like there's no legal charges.
Well, but you consent to someone crashing into you, like a drunk driver. Like,
yeah,
there's a possibility of doing it.
So you can't press charges on them because you consented to that possibility.
Well, so actually, when a drunk driver kills you, that's vehicular manslaughter.
Why? You consented to that possibility.
Right.
When you got in the car.
No, you can. Yeah. Yes, you consented to it, but the person that did it was drunk, was breaking the law while they were doing it.
Okay, but you knew what the consequences of getting in the car and driving was. You knew there would be drunk drivers on the road sometimes, and you consented to that. So why should you be allowed to sue for that?
Because the person that crashed into and killed you was breaking the law, drinking and driving.
Okay. You still knew that would happen. You took that risk anyway.
Right. What's your point?
My point is like why are you punishing people based on the risk of whatever activity they're taking? Sometimes there's a risk.
Oh,
so what? You can still remedy that risk.
The drunk driver was drinking. That's against the law.
Yeah, and you can sue them and get get compensation for that. Like just because you got on the road knowing that drunk drivers might be on the road doesn't mean that you can't sue them afterwards and be like, yeah, you were driving drunk and you hurt me. Right?
Yeah.
You didn't consent to being hurt by that person.
No, you didn't, but you consented to the possibility of it happening.
Yeah, but you can still sue them and get compensation from them.
Now. Well, yeah, because so then by your point, do you think the healthcare workers administrating the abortion should get charged with murder since they're the one doing it?
No. Why would I think that?
Because you just said that. You just said that you consented to the Why is it? Okay, I can't take you seriously, dude. I'm gonna have to set my phone down for a minute. Okay, so
okay.
Well, let's just move on, man. It's not getting anywhere.
Okay. What would you like to talk about?
Okay. Are you drunk?
A little bit.
All right.
I have to be to talk to people like you.
I gotcha. You know, I gotta be sober to talk to people like you. You know, your reasoning.
I need to get down to
So,
your level.
What?
I need to get down to your level.
You're always at that level. You just get lower.
Mm-hmm.
So the conservatives are dangerous people.
Yes.
Right. So is Candace Owen a dangerous person?
In some sense,
no, you can't say. You just said she's a conservative. You just said conservatives are dangerous people. It's a bad
in
generalization.
general,
That's a disgusting generalization.
In general, yeah, I think that
Yeah. So
conservatives tend to
in
be more
general,
dangerous.
you think that Candace Owens is a dangerous person because
Well, she promotes anti-Semitism, so yeah, I think that I can make a fair argument that she is.
she is. Why is that?
Because she promotes anti-Semitism. Do you know what that means?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have consideration for the lives and safety of Jewish people?
Remind me what that word means.
What word means?
Whatever you just said.
The lives and consideration of Jewish people?
No, the before that.
Do you have consideration for the lives and safety of Jewish people?
Before that. The word you asked me what it means.
What? Okay, you're gonna have to remind me. What did I say before that? I said Candace Owens is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, there it
and
is.
I asked
Anti-Semitic.
you.
What does that mean?
Typically, that means that you're biased against or some kind of somehow hateful against Jewish people.
She's hateful against Jewish people. How?
Well, we can look some stuff up. Would you like to?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure. Here, hold on. We can do that.
Fucking hate that game, man. Piss me off.
That game. I love that game.
Dog shit.
It is dog shit, but I love it anyway. Candace Owens. Anti-Semitism. She literally got kicked off of the fucking Daily Wire for this, by the way. From the Anti-Defamation League. Candace Owens is a right-wing public figure and a political commentator who has come to embrace and promote anti-Semitic tropes and anti-Israel rhetoric.
Well, what has she said?
Let's see.
I could say you're
escalating anti-Semitic rhetoric and public disagreement with Shapiro. Personally, I'm still against Israel, just so you know.
All right.
Let's see. Listen to No, not cotton. I don't want a bookmark. I want Control F.
So, where are you from?
Ohio. Here we go.
You like Vance?
No, fuck him.
You don't like him?
No, I don't.
Why?
Because what has he ever done for me? What good has he done?
What has Kamala done for you? What good has Kamala done for you?
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have not crashed.
Oh, I said
stock
Kamala,
market.
not Biden. Kamala.
What about Kamala? She was never she was the vice president.
She was a presidential candidate. Tell me what she's done for you.
She wouldn't have crashed the stock market.
No, but what has she done?
I mean, I can look some stuff up.
No, you were voted for her. You should know that. Name one of her accomplishments.
Huh?
Name one of her accomplishments.
I don't know. Would you like me to look some up?
No, you voted for her. You should know the accomplishments to make her the best candidate. No, hands off the keyboard.
Why?
Because you should know why you voted for her.
But like that was a long time ago, man.
Hands off the keyboard, bud.
Okay.
Tell me why
You're
you voted
off.
for her. Tell me one of her accomplishments.
She wouldn't have been a fucking fascist. How about that?
No, but no, you can't say. You just did a. She wouldn't have become.
I don't listen. I wouldn't. I wasn't like a Kamala simp. Like I didn't like her.
But
I
you
just
voted
wished,
for her.
Yeah, I did. I thought she would be better than Trump.
Well, tell me why.
Well, for one thing, she wouldn't have introduced a blanket tariff.
She would not have. Okay.
No.
But so, as you know, all of her things that she's done, what has she done for you? What has she done for the American people? You said that about Vance.
She hasn't introduced a blanket tariff.
No, but what before this?
Can I look that up?
No, you voted for her. You should know why.
I
Just
told
like if
you,
I came here not knowing anything about Trump.
She didn't run on introducing a blanket tariff. I thought that she would be the lesser of two evils. I don't like praise Kamala Harris. I don't love her. It's just that she's like better than I think Trump would be.
This is not really part of the debate, but if you could pick any president, if you could pick any Democrat to pick for the 2028 presidential nominee, who would you pick?
I would say Bernie Sanders, but he's a little old now, so I guess I'd say AOC.
God. Can you believe someone would say Jasmine Crockett?
I don't know who that is.
Oh man, she's just a ratchet ass hoe in the representative in the House. Search her up arguing with like somebody in every committee.
Jasmine Crockett, House.gov. Let's take a look.
No, look at the videos. Go to the videos, on Google.
What about them?
Go to the videos on Google. Say it and then search up arguing with someone.
Exposes GOP hypocrisy.
Thank you,
like
Mr. Chairman. And as I'm sure you
No, she made fun of someone's lashes.
She made fun of someone's what?
Lashes. Well, like
Lashes?
her lashes, like her eye things.
Okay.
Like during a what do you mean and?
Trump has said grab him by the pussy. Like,
Yes,
why do I care?
but I just asked them a question. Who would you pick for the presidential nominee? And I was just asking if that was crazy.
It's just, I don't know her positions. I don't know her.
I don't
I would
either.
have to
Just,
research her.
Going off of that. So
okay, what I believe in is like public programs to make sure like people have basic needs and shit, like food and water and a roof over their heads and a pot to piss in. Like that's what I care about. Like Donald Trump's not doing that.
Well, so tell me what would have Kamala Harris done to achieve that goal?
She would. Okay, so it wouldn't have been like that much better. It's just like liberalism, right? Like it was either
You don't care
her
about
or Trump.
the candidate. You just want it to be Democratic.
No, it's either her or Trump, and in my opinion, Kamala Harris was the less damaging of the two candidates, and so that's why I voted for her. Is that enough?
I agree that in tariffs are, at first they're gonna be dumb because
Yeah, and Donald
went down
Trump
under Trump.
instituted a 10% like a blanket tariff. That doesn't make any sense.
So,
You know
but
that,
do you know
right?
if we would not have imposed the tariffs, inflation would be going down? Inflation went down. It was 3.0 in January, and it went down to 2.8 in February, and went back up to 3.6 when he imposed the tariffs.
What was that metric? Sorry.
So, inflation was up at 3.0 in January. It went down during February to 2.8. Then it went back up when he imposed the tariffs to 3.6.
How does that affect me?
How does inflation affect you?
My question is how like specifically like what am I at right now like compared to like when Trump first started as far as inflation? I genuinely don't know.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was sitting at a 3.0 and a 3.5.
Okay. And now?
I think it's down to 3.5. Last time I checked was last week, and or I think it was a couple weeks ago, and it was 3.6.
Are eggs cheaper?
Or is what?
Are eggs cheaper?
Okay, tell me why eggs are so expensive right now.
Well, my assumption is because of the bird flu. That was part of it. Well, like another part was like the Trump administration didn't do anything to address the bird flu. Like RFK later was like, oh, we should just let.
Did you know the bird flu happened under the Biden administration?
Sure, but like I didn't
Oh
see
my God!
I didn't see $6 egg
This is called
prices.
circular reasoning.
But I didn't see $6 egg prices until Biden. So
Okay,
why is that?
yes, but you just said the
Or
bird
sorry,
flu
until
was a
Trump,
big.
until Trump.
No,
That's what I
but
meant.
you just said bird flu was a big problem. Bird flu happened under the Biden administration, nor did Biden address the bird flu.
What do you think RFK said about the bird flu?
Yeah. But you're just shifting per people, to support your claim. It's like shifting opinions.
But what do you think RFK said about the bird flu?
What do you think Biden said about it? He didn't even address it. And it happened under him.
Right, but RFK is saying that let it spread, right?
What?
RFK is saying let it spread.
Let it spread.
Yeah. Is that good?
I mean, I think it goes away.
You think it goes
After a long
away?
period of
Like,
time.
what do you mean?
It just like.
So we should
get
just
cured.
not do anything about it then.
No, I mean
Okay.
the Biden administration killed a bunch of birds. That's why. And so when we just let them in an insulated facility where they just sit there and they
Well, what do you think ought to be done about it?
what RFK is doing.
Which is
He's just not. He's putting him in a facilitated. He's putting in a. I think he's putting him in a facility where they sit there and they test him every few weeks.
let it spread, right?
No, it's not
Yes.
spreading it's not spreading when the chickens that have the bird flu are in a separate facility, separate from the
Robert
ones
F.
that
Kennedy
don't.
Jr., the nation's top health official, has an unorthodox idea for tackling the bird flu, bedeviling U.S. poultry farms. Let the virus rip.
Sorry, say that again.
Let it rip. He said, let it rip. Let the virus rip.
Let the virus rip.
Yes.
Who is this from? Oh, the New York
RFK.
Post?
This is New York Times.
Oh.
Fake news, right?
Oh. Okay. New York Times and CNN and Fox News is all mainstream. You can't trust any of those.
Okay, who do you trust? Which news source?
There's some small ones that I trust.
Okay, like
there's this one in Colorado. It's called Today.
Today, Colorado. Let me search that. Today, Colorado. Not weather. I just need Today, Colorado. Thank you. Okay, Today, Colorado. Colorado Public Radio. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, Colorado Public Radio. Let's see. Colorado Today. The Colorado Today podcast brings you the statewide news you need in less than 15 minutes a day. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see.
Well,
Measles in Colorado. Battle to help parents vote. Poorer neighborhoods have smellier factories. Pro women's rugby. Do you think measles is an issue?
Do you think what is an issue?
Measles.
What are measles?
You don't know what measles is?
No.
Okay. Measles is a disease that has been eradicated in the United States until Trump took office for some reason. And RFK said, you don't need MMR vaccines. So people in Texas started getting measles, specifically kids. and dying as a result. Okay? And now, as a result of that, measles have spread to Colorado. That's why this article says, April 2nd, 2025, measles in Colorado, battle to help parents vote. Poor neighborhoods have smellier factories, pro-women's rugby. So part of this article is measles in Colorado as a direct result of conservative policy. Do you understand that?
That's not the right one.
What's not the right what? What do you mean? What's not the right what? What do you mean? What's not the right what? What's not right about this?
I don't think I gave you the right one. Let me look at it.
The right what? About what? What do you mean? Still there? Oh, he fucking bolted. He bolted. He fucking pussied out. Good shit. Thanks, man. Good shit. Okay, well, let me know when you're ready for like an actual conversation. Maybe instead of building systems and hierarchies and propping up rooters, we can destroy all of that and just focus on fixing the problems in the world. How do you think the problems in the world are fixed, KC? How do you think this works? Building systems and hierarchies is sometimes the way to fix the problems. You have to like actually coordinate with the people around you and figure out what's wrong so they can fix it. New York, the Democrats in New York made it so that their Democratic primary process is ranked choice. And that's great. We need more of that. Every primary process and the regular voting process should be ranked choice. Okay? That's more democratic. Sometimes this is incremental. It doesn't happen all at once. Okay? What are you talking about? Ask him what his birthday is. This kid sounds 15. He did sound pretty young, but like he did say that his age was above 18, so I just took his word for it. And that's all you can do. The only way for this person to not know what measles is if they're a child or willfully ignorant. Yeah, like that was my thing, right? Like once I said measles, it's like, oh, you don't know what measles is? You should at least understand that it's a fucking disease, right? Like that's the least amount that you should understand. And that, like, if you have any knowledge on it at all, like that it was eradicated. Until recently. Casey just sounds frustrated over the lack of immediate help for those of us who will never live to see change. You must plant the seeds under whose shade, for the trees, under whose shade you will never sit, okay? You must do that. That is just a prerequisite for progressive activism, okay? I'm sorry. If you are a progressive, that is the curse you bear. That is the cross you carry. You must just plant the seeds for the trees under whose shade you will never sit. You will never sit. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the curse you have been born with, okay? So if you're a progressive activist, get the fuck over it. Accept it, okay? Your life will be shit. Pray that your children's won't, and pray that your children's won't. That's all you can do. Make the world better for them, and that's it. And that's it. Okay? That's all you can do. Maybe instead of building systems and hierarchies and propping up rulers, we can destroy all of that and just focus on fixing the problems in the world. Okay. Okay, but like I don't disagree with you necessarily, KC, but like it's still going to be a democracy. Like it's still going to be a democracy. Like that's how communism and socialism would work. It is through a democratic process. It is the will of the majority. And if the minority disagree to such an extent that they're willing to put up a front for it, then the majority is going to be forced to reconsider. I'm willing to go to war if everyone else does. I'm sorry, that's cucked. Like, I'm sorry, that's super cucked. Like, if the United States tells me that, like, I need to go to war, I'm dodging the fuck out of that draft. I am copying. I'm following the footsteps of our Lord and Savior Donald Trump and dodging the draft. I'm dodging the draft. You cannot stop me. I'm dodging the fuck out of it. I don't care. Like, you can say whatever you want. I'm not joining the fucking military. Like, I'll go to jail. I will literally go to jail before I join the military. It's not happening. It's not happening. I just sometimes get very, very frustrated when I see people out there who could be doing more to help those in need now, yet they don't. They just say, let's do policy as they're walking over the husk of homeless LGBTQ people. I don't mean that toward you, Gunter, just so you know you're doing good things. I appreciate that. I went to war to fight the government, not for them. Okay, but like, that's still like a big commitment. Like, you're still committing to fighting a war against the government, you know? Like, I'm sorry, like, you have, excuse me, like, you have freedom of expression against the government to your leisure, but staging a demonstration against the government is difficult, and you need organization to do that, okay? You can't just do that tomorrow. You need people on your side. Like, you need to organize. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to do one more react, and then I'll probably be done. Be right back.
there's not a fucking Gamer remix of this episode. I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill. I mean play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill. Even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let that Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. You fucked it up, objective B. Kill all human. Kill all human.
That wasn't fair because I didn't know it would be too hard.
It was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My God, they'll kill us all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects every color. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let that Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there.
Didn't know it would be too hard.
Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat.
Okay, I'm back, but I do have my dinner from earlier that I did not finish, so bear with me.
The same on the brain I use to identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby.
I'm willing to go to war if everyone else does. I meant a war to fight the government, not for them. Dude, you're talking about like years into the future at least. Okay? I'm sorry, like a civil war is not happening anytime soon in America. It's not. It's not. Okay? I'm open to being proven wrong, but like I just don't see it. Americans are too fucking comfortable. They're too lazy. Yeah, exactly, Kerbal. Exactly. Okay, well, I don't see us getting any debates on TikTok, so I might just end that. We got one. Unfortunately, it seemed like that got cut short for some reason. Those who have the ability are not willing to do so. Those who are willing to do so not have the ability. Yeah, exactly. Should we search for some? Like we did last time. Let's see what we got. Oh, couldn't watch live videos on this device because you're live on another device. Ah, that sucks. I had to end my live stream on TikTok if I want to go live on, if I want to search lives on TikTok on my phone. That's kind of shitty. Give it a couple minutes. I'll give it a couple minutes. Did I not have, wait, did I X out of, Card Shop Simulator? Did I X out of it? I didn't mean X out of it. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. There we go. My bad. I gotta finish the day at least. Oh shit, I didn't mean to X out of it. I don't know how I did that. My bad. What is this? Blue dice. Okay, blue dice can go back. That can stay, that can stay. So all these can stay. Yeah, okay, so, got this. Oh shit, how about no, actually? Fuck you. Oh, my bad. Hold on, sorry. There we go. My bad, my bad. Okay. Go. Your card's literally like a burr. Have you seen anything on Schedule 1? What's Schedule 1? What do you mean? Hello, Miss Jackson. Feel free to request. We can debate. We got some people watching on YouTube, just so you know. Okay, goodbye. It's fine. There's a game? I've not seen anything on that game yet, no. That's a high fucking price, man. How about 2,500? Just for you. Okay, how about 2,600 just for you? Okay, how about 2,700 just for you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, 2,750 just for you. Okay, 2,800 just for you. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Okay, what do you want? 120 just for you. Okay, works for me. SAGA Frontier 2 got a remaster. You should check it out. Good stream game, perhaps.
They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating
That's pretty true. $49 for a $39. Okay, so 30. How about that? 35. Okay, 38. My final offer. Okay, there we go. No thanks. Okay. The way I see it, democracy is barely different than a dictatorship. Rulers are rulers, but a dictatorship gets stuff done as fast as possible. Democracy literally takes inactivity detected in your life. Fuck off. There we go. Okay. A dictatorship gets stuff done as fast as possible. Democracy literally takes years to do. Takes years to do just one or two things. All the evil shit that happened under old dictatorships can and has still happened in democracy. So if there are ways to make democracy better, there are ways to make dictatorship better. And it would be better than democracy because, again, things would be done a hell of a lot faster. I fully believe that leftists would support a dictator if they were a genuinely good person who wanted to save the world. But the problem is, a good leftist dictator would still leave themselves up for removal. And thus would not be a dictator. Does that make sense? I believe that anybody in charge should be subject to removal at the public's discretion. That's why I believe in democracy. Because if you just have a dictator, they can't be removed from power. If you have a democratically elected leader, they can be removed from power. That's my problem. So I reject your worldview. Sorry. Let me finish this up. And then I want to do one more react, and then I gotta get off because it's late. I was hoping for a debate, but whatever. We got one. I value economy too much for this. Autonomy, not economy. Council communism for the win. Yeah, agreed. Nice. What do you want? Ooh, that's a pretty good fucking price. I thought 1,300. Good deal. Good shit, good shit. That's capitalism for you, baby. Right. This right here is capitalism, and this is good. How is the Digmaster doing tonight? Capitalism Simulation Pokemon Edition. True. But I also somewhat value the cards. Like, I want one of each. So, like, I don't sell the cards if I only have one of them. You know? Okay. Yeah, just grab some of these. I'm just gonna finish out the day, and then if I don't get any debates by then, I'm just gonna do some fucking reacts. A react at least. Hold up. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's much better. What are we drinking? Jack Daniels. Jack and Coke. Coke Zero. I wish I didn't have work tomorrow. That'd be sick. Unfortunately, I do. That's not very sick. Okay, so they're still playing. They're still playing. We're almost done here. We're almost done. Let's cover. Let's crack open a few more cards. Why not? Okay. We should be done any minute now. Good shit. Any minute now. Coconut Mall, baby. I love Coconut Mall. Ba 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 da ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Bum 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 bum. There's no possible way to listen to Coconut Mall and still be mad. You guys know that? There's just no way for that to be possible. Like, you start hearing Coconut Mall and it's over. Like, you just are enjoying yourself now, and that's just the way it is. Okay, done with this. Okay, I'm gonna keep TikTok active. I'm gonna keep TikTok active, see if we can get some debates going. But I'm also going to react to something. Because fuck it, why not? Ugh. What can I react to? In the juice box. Transgender Muslim woman with nearly 450,000 followers was sentenced by a court in Indonesia. It's crazy. I don't know if I can cover that right now. I feel like I need more slop. I need this slop. Let me see what some of our favorites have been up to. What do you think? Search Matt Walsh. What has he been up to?
Let's be clear.
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, John Oliver delivered an
Yeah, why not? We'll go over Matt Walsh's video about John Oliver's stuff. Sure, we'll do this. Why not? So John Oliver recently made a video supporting trans women in sports, basically. Matt Walsh, well known for violating the consent of his own children, and also forcing 13-year-olds to give birth, has some thoughts on this. So let's take into consideration what this peak of masculinity has to say about John Oliver's defense of men in women's sports, as he says. Now, men aren't playing women's sports. It's trans women playing women's sports, and they're women. So I just, don't care. I don't see the problem. Conservatives never really cared about trans. They never cared about women in sports until trans people became a part of it in their minds. So, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. So, we'll see what Matt Walsh thinks, though. Well, maybe he has some legitimate concerns.
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, John Oliver delivered an epically long monologue in defense of quote-unquote trans women playing in women's sports. We will dissect his argument in detail. John Oliver is an insufferable, dishonest, intellectual lightweight, and it's time that somebody put him in his place. We'll try to do that today. Also, the Supreme Court says that Trump can continue deporting illegal immigrant gang members, and there's a major push now for laws...
Sorry, I'll be right back. One sec. Need my drink, sorry. Yeah, just a peak of masculinity here.
Mandating maternity leave, but I think these laws and the conversation around them miss the point entirely. We'll talk about all that and more today on The Matt Walsh Show. Means life.
I don't care.
Being a husband, father, host of my own show means life never slows down. Imagine trying to eat 30
Child abuser, by the way. Absolutely a child abuser.
31 different fruits and vegetables every day. That sounds miserable and time-consuming. Frankly, I just don't want to do all that. I'd rather go get something deep-fried and unhealthy. But with Balance of Nature fruits and veggies, there's never been a more convenient
I don't care.
Fiber decided to spend 45 minutes defending the idea that men, or trans women, as he calls them, should play in women's sports. The trans issue has destroyed the Democrat Party and utterly demolished.
John Oliver was also talking about children. So, like, we're not talking about women and men. We're talking about boys and girls. Like, literally people at the age of, like, 14 and shit. Like, it's just, nobody fucking cares. I don't care. I don't care. You can't convince me to care. I'm sorry, you can't.
Demolish the left's cultural and political credibility. But they can't let it go. Transgenderism is a religious conviction. They must stay committed to it, which is disturbing and bizarre and uncomfortable to witness, and extremely fortunate for Republicans. It's also, let's be honest, really funny. I mean, in fact, John Oliver's commitment to the transgenderism bit is by far and away his funniest routine. It is, in fact, his only funny routine. It's the one time that he lives up to his billing as a comedian, if unintentionally. So today we're going to pick through Oliver's arguments for trans inclusion in women's sports. We'll go through it piece by piece. And in the process, we'll see how utterly vapid and hollow and deceitful John Oliver's whole shtick is, and how morally...
They're so mad about John Oliver doing this, by the way. It's crazy.
And intellectually bankrupt gender ideology is, and as one of the most morally and intellectually bankrupt people in all of media, it's no wonder that Oliver is so attracted to it. As we'll see, Oliver trots out all of these standard tropes in his desperate attempt to make gender ideology seem like it isn't insane. He blabbers for 45 minutes, hitting each talking point one by one, punctuated every 5 or 6 minutes with something that I guess is supposed to approximate a joke. But in this whole long diatribe, he never once addresses the core fundamental arguments of the other side, of the sane side. He never once acknowledges, much less makes any attempt to respond to our actual point. Instead, all we get are the tropes, starting with this one.
The issue of trans athletes has become very important to conservatives in general and Donald Trump in particular. He talked about it at length in his address to Congress and signed an order titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports, which promised to rescind all funds from educational programs that allowed trans women and girls to compete. This issue is an obsession for Republicans. Last year, they spent over $116 million just on TV ads featuring trans athletes. And the relentless focus on this over the years has had a meaningful impact, with one poll showing more than 6 in 10 adults say trans girls and women should not be allowed to compete in girls and women's sports, including high school and youth levels.
Yeah.
So he starts with the old, why are you so obsessed with this routine, as expected. He then says that this...
Yeah, good point, Bugs Nova. Trump has more sexual assault allegations against him than trans athletes in the NCAA. That is a fact. Like, there are more sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump than there are trans women competing in the NCAA. Just a thought.
This obsession by Republicans is the reason why 6 in 10 adults don't want men in women's sports. Now, the actual number is more like 8 in 10, but either way, he says that Republicans have waged...
I don't care how much it is. Guess how much it was for miscegenation in the 1950s? 94% to 6%. 94% of people did not want interracial couples to be able to marry in 1950. Okay? So I'm sorry, this is not a legitimate argument. It's simply not. What's popular is not what's right, and what's right is not always what's popular. That's just the way it goes.
Waged a relentless propaganda campaign against trans people. And that is why so many Americans now agree with them. Oliver has this, of course, completely backwards. John, let me ask you this. What did the poll on trans athletes say 20 years ago?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The job of an effective rhetorician is not to say what's popular, but to say what's right and convince as many people as possible that it is right and make it popular. That is the job of an effective rhetorician. Okay, so you can appeal to this majority all you want, but you'll never do this for abortion, will you, Matt? Let's ask the majority of Americans, Republican or Democrat, what they feel about abortion. Let's try that. You won't agree with them, will you?
What about 30 years ago? I mean, if the poll numbers today are the result of a recent propaganda push by Republicans, that should be borne out by comparing the poll results on this question today to the poll results 30 years ago. So what were the polls saying on this question 30 years ago? What do you think, John? Have you checked?
I don't care.
Well, don't bother because I can help you. There were no polls on this question 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Or
imagine that. Why not? It's almost as if we started studying this shit recently, And we've ascertained as a society recently trans people are valid and deserve a place in society. That's fine in my opinion.
Or 40 years ago. Organized sports have existed in this country for 170 years, and yet you'll find no polls on the topic of trans women in sports. You'll find no discussion about this.
Here, you know what you will find? Here, let me show you guys something. This will blow your minds. So I've been doing some research, right, on women's sports. Research that I never wanted to do, mind you. I never had any interest in this. I didn't give a shit. But I was you know what? I gotta know, right? I gotta know, what the fuck's going on. So I decided to do a little research. I made this post. In case you were wondering the actual reason we have gendered sports segregation, it's because men are terrified of the possibility that they could lose to a woman. Okay, let's take a look at some examples here. All I said was I wrestled a few girls in middle school. They did fine. This person said, you'd have to torture me to get this out of me. This person said, you'd have to... Sorry, that's the same one. This person said, Batman himself could not convince me to admit this publicly. This person said, you couldn't waterboard that admission out of most men. So it kind of just seems like men are terrified of losing to women, right? That's what it seems like to me, personally. And then if we look at this, right, historical precedents. 1931, women were banned from playing professional baseball by Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis. Landis was upset that a girl, 17-year-old Jackie Mitchell, had struck out both Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig during exhibition play. Imagine that. A 17-year-old girl striking out professional baseball players. Male professional baseball players, mind you. Let's keep going. In 1938, Helene Mayer won the Fencing Association's San Francisco Division men's title. Helene Mayer, a woman, won the men's title. 2 days later, she was stripped of the title as the association adopted a rule banning competition between women and men, stating that since fencing involved physical contact, quote, a chivalrous man found it difficult to do his worst when he faced a woman. The restriction was later lifted in the 50s. Let's keep going. In 1952, Major League Baseball Commissioner Ford Frick sent notice that women are not to play on major league teams, stating his purpose was to prevent teams from using women players as a publicity stunt. You can read all that if you want. The history of women's sports is a history of men not allowing them to compete. Men not allowing them to compete. Like, that's the history of women's sports. And that's why women's sports were started in the first fucking place. Because they simply weren't allowed to compete against men. They weren't allowed. Okay? So, like, spare me this bullshit. Spare me the bullshit. Like, it doesn't... Like, you don't actually care about women.
Subject at all until very, very recently. Women's sports in particular have existed in some form or another since the late 1800s, and yet again, there was no discussion about whether men who think they're women should be included in women's sports. So if someone had conducted a poll in, say, 1950 and asked whether men who identify as women should be able to compete in women's sports, what do you think the result would have been, John? Do you think that you would have found at least 60% who responded in the negative? You think we would have gotten at least 60% in 1950 who said who would say no?
There are literally more children with measles right now in Texas than there are trans women in the NCAA. I'm just saying.
Men don't belong in women's sports? You'd probably find a lot more than 60%, wouldn't you? It would be more like 100%, wouldn't it? And that's in spite of the fact that in the 1950s, there was precisely nobody pushing what you would now call anti-trans propaganda. Republicans weren't talking about the issue at all, and yet everybody agreed. Everyone, literally everybody on earth agreed that if a thing is called women's, it should only be for women.
Yeah, like trans women. Right? What is a woman at the end of the day, Matt? Like, what is a woman? If I ever confront Matt Walsh again, I know that I got him pretty good on, like, the whole, like, should a 13-year-old be forced to give birth thing, which he confirmed, like, yeah, a 13-year-old should be forced to give birth, which is disgusting. But if I ever catch him out again, I feel like I should catch him out on, like, what is a woman, Matt? What do you think it is? And when he says adult human female, I'll be like, okay, what's a female? And be like, well, it's a person who typically produce large gametes. Okay, what if they can't produce large gametes? Oh, I said typically. Okay, but like they can't produce large gametes, man. So what makes them a female? Like, here's the ultimate question. Okay, so here's the ultimate question that you can ask any TERF, okay? The ultimate question that you can ask any TERF is, if I were to put a human being down in front of me, right? What can I point at, measure, or otherwise determine makes this person a female? Okay? The latest answer I've heard for this is like, oh, there's like over 6,000 traits, whatever. Okay, well, that just means there's a sexual spectrum, right? Right? Like, I'm just saying. But, like, typically, none of these traits that people would ascribe to cis women are all-encompassing. Like, you can have facial hair, you can have broader shoulders, a more prominent jawbone, whatever, and still be a cis woman. So if you can have all those things and still be a cis woman, then you can have all those things and still be a trans woman as well. Like, there's no difference. The only meaningful difference is, like, what you personally consider to not be feminine enough. And it doesn't really do much, it doesn't do us much good in society. Like, it's just more useful to consider people who identify as women, women, and people who identify as men, men. Just, like, let them be. Like, that's the most useful thing we can do. All I'm saying.
So, what does that tell us? Well, it tells us, first of all, that Republicans and conservatives aren't the ones who started this conversation. We were all living our lives contently without having any discussion about transgenderism or whether men should be in women's sports or bathrooms. Nobody was talking about it.
But trans people were already doing that, man. They were already doing that. Trans people were already using the bathrooms that they felt comfortable using, participating in the sports that they felt more comfortable participating in. Like, this was already happening. You just didn't know about it.
Nobody was obsessing over it until the trans activists, to include yourself, came along and started screaming in our faces about it. You guys brought up the subject. You guys started marching and waving your flags and injecting your propaganda into schools and TV shows and films and everywhere else. Your side started giving castration drugs to children. Your side started listing...
Castration drugs to children. You mean like puberty blockers? Is that what you mean? Because puberty blockers are totally safe and reversible, man. So you're just lying. You're just lying. You're just a liar, is what you are.
None of this existed. This entire subject did not exist until you guys brought it up and started obsessing over it. Those poll numbers you mentioned are not a result of our propaganda, but of yours. The fact that there are 40% of Americans, according to the poll you mentioned, or 20% if you're using an accurate poll, who actually think that men should compete in women's sports is a result of the relentless propaganda from your side. The fact that it's not right now 100% of people against men and women's sports is a reflection of your propaganda.
I don't care how many people think that trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sports. It could be 1% of people for all I fucking care. Trans women are women, okay? So if women's sports can't make accommodations for them, then women's sports shouldn't exist. Okay? I know that's like a hot take, but that's just a fact. It'd be the same as saying, oh, well, women's sports are a thing, but like black women shouldn't participate. We should keep black women from participating because of certain things, which we have a history of doing, mind you. Just so you know, okay? We have a history of excluding black women from women's sports because of their high testosterone or like their proclivity for manhood or whatever the fuck. Like, we have a history of that, okay? So fuck you. Fuck you, okay, Matt Walsh? Fuck you. Like, women are women, period, end of story. If they consider themselves women, if they are women, if they live their lives as women, then they are allowed to compete in women's sports. So fuck you.
Again, if we'd asked this questions 50 years ago, there would have been 100% of people on our side. But the question wasn't asked, and it wasn't asked because when 100% of people are on one side...
That's a lie also, because there would still be trans people back then. But also, fuck you, I don't care.
It's not the kind of thing...
Once again, in the 1950s, miscegenation, a.k.a. mixed racial marriages, was at 96% disapproval. Disapproval in the 1950s. 96% disapproval for miscegenation in the 1950s. That's insane. Okay? That did not stop them, and it's not going to stop us. Hello, tipster. Welcome.
Thing you even think to poll in the first place. Now, moving on, Oliver next does the thing he always does, where he finds the weakest and most easily mocked version of the counter argument, and then frames the entire rest of his rant around that one single example. Watch.
Okay. And let's start by acknowledging many people do have good faith questions about this, even if they're asking them a little clumsily. Here's an example of one of those questions about fairness coming from a less than ideal source.
Let's say Serena's in her prime. and
So those who don't know, Lance Armstrong was caught doping. So.
And who knows?
Oh, hold on.
That's something. And who knows? We'll make up the person, right? So that's something. Well, let's not make up the person. Let's say that Rafa Nadal, has some issue or wants to transition and wins the Wimbledon final, or somebody wins the 100-meter dash at the Olympic. I think that's a net negative.
Now, clearly, when it comes to questions of right and wrong in sports, Lance Armstrong might be the last person you'd call, just after the 1919 Chicago White Sox and the ear chunk that Mike Tyson bit off.
Now,
wait, he's right though. Lance Armstrong literally fucking doped, man. He cheated. He cheated. I'm sorry, he cheated. Like, personally, I think that doping should be allowed, okay? That's my personal opinion. But, like, he literally fucking cheated. And he's gonna come out and say, like, oh, trans women are cheating. Fuck you, Lance Armstrong. You doped, man. You doped. Alright? And it's not that I care about you doping per se, but like you're gonna dope and then come out and say like trans women are cheating. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Now, if you wanted to find an example of somebody making the case against men and women's sports, you have literally thousands of options to choose from. Thousands and thousands of people have made this case on camera. Female athletes, biologists, doctors, highly credentialed scientific experts in any number of related fields. But John sifted through all of that and went with Lance Armstrong because Lance Armstrong is infamous for cheating in a sport. Now, I would say that probably about 99.9999% of all the people who have made the case against men and women's sports are not themselves famous for cheating in a sport. But Oliver...
Okay, prove it. What's your sources, man? What's your sources? Go ahead, list them. Like, what, like... I understand that there are arguments to be made at like the Olympic level for trans women competing, sure. But like when it comes to like middle school, just let them fucking play the sports. Just let them play the sports. Like I literally wrestled girls in the middle school and they're fine. They're fine. Okay? They didn't have enough girls for a girls wrestling team, so they just joined the boys, and it was fine. Okay, like they're strong enough, they're capable enough to handle their own. Like it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's really not.
When searching for the one person who was, and he uses the silly hypothetical offered by Armstrong, Rafael Nadal, suddenly transitioning to a woman.
What is this? Just a quick heads up. You might want to report this bug to White Forest Gang. For months, your site has said I am a paid sub, but I'm not. So I have sub access even though I'm not paying for a sub. And when I check my account, it shows as if I am a sub even though I'm not. It doesn't give me the option to cancel. It has an error. Interesting. I'll copy paste this and send it to here, hold on. I'm gonna copy paste this and send it to White Narosa. I appreciate you letting me know. Okay, well, I'll let them know. I will DM you some screenshots of what I see. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Casey, what's going on? Okay. A dictator is someone with absolute power, whether they leave themselves open to removal or not. Doesn't make them not a dictator. But if they did, that would make them more trustworthy. The question is, how will this work if it actually happened? Because they can't just be removed by anyone for any bullshit reason. They would have to actually do something horrid and unjustifiable. They would also be against majority rule because 51% are stupid. Regardless, the first step would be to get good people in power who would abolish the Constitution and replace every branch with people who actually do shit. Also, the majority have been indoctrinated since birth to worship the Constitution like a god. The more I think about this, the more I hate democracy. Before I just said it was overrated, now I say it, fuck it. Why does it matter when the people in power can do whatever they want regardless? It's more important to find a good person than maintaining a city system, but the majority believes the opposite. A slow death is just more painful death. I'll be happy when the asteroid comes. Humanity is an incurable cancer. Listen. You can understand. You can believe that, like, the majority of humanity sucks ass, and then be like, okay, well, democracy is a bitch. Like, it just doesn't work. And then wait for the meteor. Sure. But I'm a humanist, okay? And I am a, I believe in the future of humanity. Okay? Humanity will survive. It will. Like, even if a meteor hits, like, there will be a few humans who survive, and they will continue to proliferate, and the future would look very different from what it looks like right now, but it would exist nonetheless. Like, humans are a persistent species. Very persistent, okay? Regardless of what you think. So, I don't like the doomerism. I don't like it. And he didn't mean to derail, just meaning to let you know about that for a while. I appreciate it. Shit, bro, you're still live. How long you've been going? You were starting off when I went to bed, and I had my 8 hours. I've been going since 5 or 6, right? Like 6 o'clock. So, like, 8 hours or more. Yeah, I guess it has been like 8 hours or more. That's crazy. Okay, well, let's finish this.
As the framing mechanism for the entire rest of his argument. So Oliver has chosen the absolute weakest version of the opposing argument offered by the weakest possible spokesman, and that will be the only argument he responds to the whole rest of the way. Now, of course, even the weakest version of our argument offered by the weakest spokesman is still totally devastating to John's side. Our weakest argument is made of steel compared to the flimsy Fantasyland nonsense that you hear from the pro-trans side. Now, Armstrong is, in fact, correct. If all it takes for a man to be a woman is to identify as one, then if Nadal or any other championship level male athlete identified as a female, he would now be a female by your logic. There's nothing stopping him from dominating women's sports or women's...
But, like, it doesn't happen. Like, Lance Armstrong didn't do that. Right? Like, Lance Armstrong cheated. He literally cheated. He, like, literally doped. Right? And I'm in favor of doping, mind you. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, if people want to dope, let them. But, like, he did cheat against the rules. Like, he knew the rules and he cheated anyway. So, like, why would I take his word for, like, what he thinks is cheating? You know? Like, I don't care. Like, and also trans women just don't dominate women's sports like you think they do. They just don't.
Be a female by your logic. There's nothing stopping him from dominating women's sports or women's tennis like Shaquille O'Neal in his prime.
And also, like, this idea, by the way, that, like, trans women are, like, transitioning specifically to dominate women's sports is bullshit. It's entirely bullshit. Like, that's not a real thing that happens. Like, you have a trans woman who also happens to be passionate about sports and they compete for it. You never have, like, a guy who's like super passionate about swimming, and he's like trying to be the best swimmer he possibly can, but he's like, oh my God, like I just can't like compete against other men. Might as well transition to be a woman and then try to like win that, right? Like that doesn't happen. That's not a real fucking thing, man. Okay? Trans people are just trying to live their fucking lives as like the fucking people that they say they are. All right? Like this is this whole thing of like, oh, like I can't win swimming. So like I'm gonna pick up my entire life and turn it upside down so that I can win swimming and women's sports. It just doesn't happen. That's not a real fucking thing. Like, who's actually praising trans women athletes? No, I'm serious. Who's actually praising athletes who are competing in female sports who are trans? Who's praising them? I'd love to know. Because by my estimation, nobody is. Nobody. Like you're a trans athlete, you can fucking suck dick. Like, that's it. That's it. If you're a trans athlete, especially if you're a trans athlete competing in women's sports, you can suck dick. Like, it doesn't matter. You lose? Oh, well, you lost to, like, real women, so you're a pathetic man. You win? Oh, well, that's because you cheated because you're a man, quote unquote. Like yeah, you just cheated. Like, there's no glory in it. There's no, like, prestige. Nothing. Okay? Being a trans athlete is the most thankless fucking thing you can possibly do. But people do it anyway. You know why? Because maybe being trans, maybe there's something to that. Okay? Maybe there's something to it. Okay? Fuck you, Matt Walsh. Fuck you.
Playing basketball against a bunch of 9-year-olds. The point isn't that Nadal is actually likely to do this.
Who just did a thing for me? Hold on. James with a Z. Gotta give props to the gun for being live this long. I locked in at work, came back, and he's still here. Also, we stay asking where the baby plush went, Matthew. True, yeah. Where'd the fucking baby diaper plush went, huh?
It's that the policy that John Oliver advocates for and the position that he takes would make that sort of absurdity possible, which tells us that it's an absurd policy. But Oliver is determined to miss the point, of course, which he continues to do here.
Trans women don't transition for sports. No one has ever said, oh yeah, I think I'd like to be a woman so I can do well in women's sports. When you go through a gender transition, you lose so many things in life. My own mother said she never wanted to speak to me again. I lost friends, family, got divorced.
You're welcome.
You go through all of that just to win a medal in sports? No. Trans people transition because it's the only way that we can live happily.
Right.
True.
No one says, I'm going to transition just for the sake of sports.
True.
Oh, they don't? Well, first of all, John, how do you know that? I mean, there are many examples of mediocre male athletes who, after not succeeding against the men, suddenly discover their latent female identity. Leah Thomas is just one of many examples. How do you know that the fact that he could go from the middle of the pack?
Okay, this idea that like Leah Thomas was like really bad as like a male swimmer is just a myth. Like, he was a really good male swimmer. Okay, he placed in like the top percentiles, and then he started HRT, right? And then he started placing like 200th, 300th place. Okay, he had to do HRT for 2 years. She did HRT for 2 years. Leah Thomas did. My bad. Leah Thomas did HRT for 2 years. She did what she was supposed to. And then she competed against the women, and everybody's like, oh my God, there's a trans woman. It's a trans woman. Swimming, even. Swimming! She's swimming. Look at her. She's swimming. That's dangerous. How, I ask you? How is that dangerous? How? Excuse you. Like, hold on. What is this? Heads up, we've detected. Content ID. Content ID from who? From whomst even? What I'm saying is, Leah Thomas did not transition to win sports ball. Okay, it's just not it's not the case. Like that doesn't happen. That does not happen. Okay. If it's that easy, Matt, then you do it. You do it. Okay, you do it. Go compete against women in the sports that you think that you are superior to them, right? Like, just go do it. It should be easy, right? Go do it. Go do it. Go see how easy it is to compete against women in swimming. I guarantee you're going to lose. James with a Z. Matt literally is saying guilty until proven innocent. This motherfucker eats chalk in his free time. I swear to God. Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, James. Thank you. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, you consider all the problems this country has, and it's like, Matt, why do you care about this of all things? Shut the fuck up.
Back to first by a mile isn't what motivated him to make the switch. You know, that trans sports scientist that we saw there says that the social cost of transitioning is too high. He says that he personally lost his marriage and his family when he transitioned. In other words, he willingly blew up his marriage and family for the sake of living out his fantasy of womanhood. What does that tell us? Well, it tells us that he's extremely selfish. It tells us by his own admission that trans people will do anything to feel affirmed. They'll pay any cost.
Yeah.
They'll hurt anyone. I mean, that's what he just told us. He hurt his own family.
Okay, but like, you're a man, right? Like, you want to be, you wouldn't want to be called a woman, right? I assume. So, like, if people started calling you a woman and treating you like a woman and saying, hey, you need to use the women's bathroom, etc., you'd probably, like, lash out against that, right, Matt? Like, that's the point. That's the point. Like, just let people live the life that they want to live, regardless of what gender they identify as. That's the point.
So would they be willing to hurt female athletes for the sake of being affirmed? I mean, the argument seems to be that trans-identified people would never transition just to succeed in sports because they're too selfish for that. But I'm not sure that logic really tracks. And at any rate, none of this matters. None of this is even remotely related to the actual point. Okay, the reason for their, quote, transition
Is Alec drunk right now? You can't prove that.
is totally irrelevant. It does not matter. It makes no difference. Nothing that John has said to this point, nothing even comes close to actually addressing our arguments. And that trend will continue with this next part.
It is obviously true that on average, cisgender men and post-pubescent boys have some specific athletic performance advantages, though the relative size of that advantage also depends on the sport and the event. In swimming, for instance, male athletic performance advantage is roughly 13% in the 50-metre freestyle, but less than 6% in the 1,500-metre free, which is still clearly significant. But in general, there's a lot of overlap in the average performance ranges of men and women. Basically, it is not the case that any man is going to be stronger or more athletic than every woman.
True.
It's not the case that any man is stronger and more athletic than every woman.
Yes.
Says John Oliver. And in saying this, he has expertly knocked down and dismantled an argument that literally no one on earth at any point anywhere has ever made. Nobody
What?
claims that every man is stronger than every woman. John Oliver himself is proof of that. I mean, he would lose an arm wrestling contest against my 11-year-old daughter. It's true that scrawny, pathetically weak men.
But literally, like, a lot of men think that, like, oh, because I'm a man, I can compete against, like, every other woman. Like, that literally happens. Like, my brother literally thought that, like, he could beat every single woman in, what is it called? What is it called? I can't remember. The MMA. He thought he could beat like every woman in the NFA in the MMA, which is insane. It's like, no, you couldn't. You would get your ass handed to you. My dad is conservative as shit, and even he was like, dude, you are a dumbass. You know that, right? Like, I told my brother, like, you are a dumbass. If you think that you could beat every woman in the MMA, bet, okay? Bet. Like, go ahead. Try it. Try it. You will get your shit pushed in. Trans-identified people? Yeah. It's, interesting quirk of Matt Walsh.
Do exist in the world. We're looking at one of them, but that's not the point. The point about athletic advantages is that on average, men are significantly, not slightly, significantly stronger and faster. This is because men and women are built differently. Women on average have 20% less muscle mass in their legs, smaller fast twitch muscle fibers, smaller lungs, smaller heart, shorter legs.
Women also on average are better at endurance sports. You know that, right, Matt? Like, they're better at endurance sports, they're better at shooting sports. Like, there are some things that women are simply better at. Like, it's not just like men are just athletically better than women in all aspects. You know that, right? Like, just saying.
Much more estrogen, much less testosterone, a lesser capacity to produce oxygen when they're exercising, exerting themselves. That's why a team of high school boys could beat the women's national team in soccer. It's why the top 10 male finishers in nearly every Olympic event always beat the top 10 female finishers in the same event. In fact, the top 25 or 50 or 100 male finishers will beat the top 10 females.
But a big part of that is the history of funding for women's sports versus men's sports, right? Like, the opportunities provided to men's sports are so much greater than those provided to women's sports. You know, we didn't even allow women to compete until like the early 1900s. And even then, like, it was super limited. You know, we like based it off of super pseudoscience. We said like, oh, women can't run too far because their uteruses will burst. And then they won't be able to produce offspring for us. Like, you think I'm kidding? Look it up. Like, it's literally like that. Like, it's like, oh, your uterus will burst and you will cease to be allowed to produce babies for us. Like, that's how bad it was. Okay? So, like, this idea that, like, women simply can't perform to the standard that men can is completely misogynistic and made up. Okay? It just is. Women can absolutely perform to the same standard that men can, and to think otherwise is because you're misogynist. It's because you're misogynist, okay? I'm sorry, it just is. If you don't think that women can do the same shit that men can do, you are a fucking misogynist. That's how it goes. Okay? That's how it goes.
It's why you could find hundreds of examples just like this one.
My dad's an open Nazi, so take that, nerd. Half joking aside, this is actually insane that he thinks while also looking the way he does. Yeah, my dad's not much better, so I feel you. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, James.
Andrea Yearwood and Terry Miller, both males, finished first and second in the 55-meter dash at the Women's State Indoor Track and Field Championships in Connecticut a few years ago. Miller also finished first in the 300-meter. Miller won the gold with a time of 38.9 seconds. Second place was a full second behind him, which is a near eternity in track time. But if Miller had raced against the boys in the same event, he would have been about 2 seconds behind the guy who finished in 25th place. So to reiterate, his winning time against the girls would have put him far outside of the top 25 in the men's field. The worst guy on the men's track team can...
Dude, I'm trying to afford fucking rent right now. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Instantly become the best person on the girls' team. That's the point. Or at least it's the point about the athletic advantages. But even that point is not the point. John Oliver still has not addressed the actual point.
Here she is explaining what we do and don't know at this point.
It is undoubtedly true that trans women will maintain advantages in some sports. Probably not so much in endurance sports, but in size and strength sports. Trans women will also have some physiological disadvantages. Our larger frames are now being powered by reduced muscle mass and reduced aerobic capacity, and that can lead to disadvantages in terms like quickness, recovery, endurance, things that maybe aren't quite as obvious as being bigger and stronger.
Right, bigger and stronger bodies are not automatically advantaged in every scenario. I mean, put The Rock in a pure bar class and see what happens. I mean, we know what would happen. He'd take a video of himself, caption it, "Mad respect to these mamas, everyone go see Moana 2, and try to use it to sell his tequila before eating 13,000 pancakes and drinking a cow. We know what would happen. But the degree of difference here matters, because we expect a certain amount of difference in athletics. Taller basketball players are expected to compete against shorter ones. Faster soccer players compete against slower ones. Michael Phelps was allowed to compete with other swimmers despite being part dolphin. And crucially, none of the studies I've mentioned so far bear much relevance to what these new...
Just so you guys know, in case you didn't know, Michael Phelps is like literally anatomically like a fish person. Okay, he's like a fish person. Like, his legs are shorter, his wingspan is wider, like, he is like anatomically a fish person. Okay? The fact that he's allowed to compete against anybody of the human race is a testament to the fact that trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sports. I'm sorry, it's just a fact.
Laws target, which is youth sports, usually of all ages, and the research there is even more scant. We have no research about how being trans or undergoing gender-affirming treatment impacts athletic performance in teens.
Now, and you notice his one example of, an area where women supposedly would have an athletic advantage over men is an aerobics class. He couldn't even come up with an actual competition, like an actual sporting event, where he would say that women would have an advantage over men, because there isn't one. So
there literally is one. Endurance, man. Like, there are endurance competitions where women have the records. Okay? This idea, right, that like women are just incapable of competing to the same standard that men are, is misogynist. It's just misogyny, okay? It's just misogyny. Like, if you don't think that a woman can perform to the same standard that a man can, you are a misogynist. Okay? It is possible, and it has happened. A woman is capable of competing and doing the same things that men can. Okay? And if you don't think that, you're a misogynist. I'm sorry, like, that's just how it works.
Instead, he goes with, oh well, if The Rock was what, competing in a class at a gym, and he tries to write it off, of course, with the dumb joke there about The Rock. But again, the point is, he couldn't even come up with an example of an actual sporting event in events where there's a competition between people where the man would not have a clear advantage. Now, John goes on for a while about the dearth of studies dealing with trans, quote-unquote, trans women in female sports, he's perplexed that there haven't been more studies on the subject. But of course, trans women are men, and there is ample scientific evidence and many, many studies demonstrating the physiological differences and athletic advantages enjoyed by men. He wants a study that specifically studies trans women, as if the fact that a man sees himself as a woman will in and of itself fundamentally impact his biology, but that is not the case, which is why...
Hormones do. Like, literally hormones do. Do you know how hormones work? Okay, Matt, I have news for you. If you go on estrogen, try it. Go on estrogen. See how you're, here, go do this. Go on estrogen and shave your beard and see how it grows back. Okay? Like, that's my challenge to you, Matt Walsh. If you really think that trans women are not women and they don't, like nothing they do impacts how they perform in sports, etc., see what happens if you shave your beard and go on estrogen therapy. Okay? See what happens. I guarantee you it's not going to grow back the same way. Alright, but you're more than welcome to test that for yourself. I'm just saying. Like, hormones and hormone therapy absolutely have a direct impact on your physiology. Absolutely.
Very few people have ever bothered to study it, okay? No credible scientist would ever say, hey, you know, we know that men are faster and stronger than women, but what about men who think they're women? Are they also faster and stronger? Well, that's not going to be studied by any credible person because their perception of themselves as women obviously does not alter their biology. We don't need a study to show us that, John. Okay, do you need a study to find out if, well, you know, we heard if you believe you can fly, you can really fly. Maybe we should do a study to find out if that's true. Maybe we should find some insane people who think they can fly and watch them jump off of buildings.
Yes. No. Literally, yes. Like, we've literally done studies on, like, people who think that they are, like they have supernatural powers. We've done studies on that. We have. Like, we've taken people who think they have supernatural powers. We say, okay, demonstrate it to us, and then we measure those results. We do that. Like, if you want to know whether or not something is a real thing or not, you do scientific studies on it. This is how this works. Yeah.
To see if that really pans out. No, if you're not insane, you don't need a study for that, do you? So what John is really talking about here are men who have undergone a medical transition, quote unquote. We're being told that after transition, the physical advantages are diminished, supposedly. Now, does this mean that John Oliver is saying that only male athletes who've taken the drugs should be allowed to compete against women? No, he's not even saying that. At least he doesn't appear to be saying that. His only real argument in favor of men and women's sports is that supposedly men who've taken the transition drugs become weaker and slower, but he actually doesn't follow that argument through to its conclusion and say that only men who've transitioned should compete. So again, this whole thing is a red herring. It's irrelevant. Also, John, why are men weaker and slower after transitioning? Why do they have less muscle mass? Well, John, because the drugs are destroying their bodies.
No, it's estrogen. No, if you make the argument that, like, estrogen is destroying their bodies, you have to make the same argument for women, man. Okay? Like, estrogen therapy does tend to emasculate you and make your muscles smaller. Okay? But, like, that doesn't mean it's destroying your body. It just means it's doing the thing it's supposed to be doing. He is a misogynist? Of course, yeah.
John Oliver is here proudly demonstrating that medical transition destroys the human body. It has a destructive effect on the physiology of the men who undergo these quote-unquote treatments. John seems to have little curiosity about that fact. He doesn't linger on it or think about it very hard. Instead, he just says, well, look at that. Their bodies have been destroyed. Now they're just like women. He doesn't see any problem with equating a destroyed male body to a female body.
Okay, but, like, what do you consider a destroyed male body? Okay, so like I'm a freedom enjoyer. Okay, so like I believe in freedom. And if you are a person with a penis and balls and you don't want those penis and balls anymore and you would rather have a goober, I believe it's your right to go get a goober. I don't understand the problem. I don't get it. Like, okay, like, what's your point here? If you don't want a male body, go get a goober, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You know, he doesn't see any problem with giving people supposed medical treatments that are designed to physically harm them. And he doesn't even really think that these treatments are relevant to the question of whether or not a trans woman is actually a woman or not. So that brings us to the argument that John has spent this entire diatribe studiously ignoring. The reason why our side actually opposes men in women's sports is, as I explained during the hearing in California last week, very simply, because men are not women.
No. The reason that, like, women don't compete in men's sports, let me show you guys something, okay? Real quick. So, like, there's a good reason that, like, men don't like women competing in their sports.
The way
What
he
is that?
thinks the estrogen destroys these men, by the way, kinda belies his misogynistic tendencies. He clearly hates women to an absurd degree.
Oh yeah, no kidding. No, of course. Thank you, James with a Z. Appreciate your $5 contribution. Thank you. No, absolutely. Like that's a given. What was I going to show you? Hold on.
No matter, because men are not women. No matter how great or small their advantage, no matter if they've transitioned or not, no matter how they self-identify, men are not women. The fundamental claim of the quote-unquote trans woman, that he is a woman, is false. It is objectively, scientifically, logically, empirically.
I was going to pull something up and I forget. Hold on. Sorry, I was looking for something and I just completely... I forgot what I was looking for. I'm tired. Let's just continue this.
Empirically, in every way and from every angle, false. Now, if there was a 30-year-old adult who wanted to play in a T-ball league against 6-year-olds, we would all, even John Oliver, I think, would tell him no. Now,
okay, if there was a 30-year-old who wanted to compete against a 6-year-old in softball, like, I just... Like, this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. Like, I've never heard of this. But, like, let's say, for instance, that, like, you had a 10-year-old who was, like, really good at what they did, and then they, like, got to the Olympic level and competed there. That exists, just so you know. Like, 10-year-olds have literally gone to the Olympic level and competed there. Just so you guys know, like, if you didn't know that, like, as young as 10 years old, people have competed in the Olympics, okay? Who gives a shit? Like, okay, if they're 10 years old, and they're good enough to compete in the Olympics, that's great. That's great. What about it? Okay, so, like, I don't buy this.
but what if this 30-year-old was really unathletic? I mean, there conceivably, there are 30-year-olds out there who are less athletic and maybe even weaker than 6-year-olds. I mean, it's theoretically possible that could be the case. Would that change your mind? What if he was very short? What if it was a 30-year-old who said, well, I'm just as short as a child? What if this 30-year-old would be only the 10th best?
Okay, but like this doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. Like people who are like 40 years old and like half the size of most 40-year-olds are not trying to compete with children. It's not a real thing. It's not a real thing. You're making shit up.
Best T-ball player on the T-ball team. Would we let him play against the 6-year-olds then? No. Why? Well, because he's not 6 years old. This is a league for 6-year-olds. He's not.
We've literally had 10-year-olds compete in the Olympic level. Shut the fuck up.
6. And so that's why he's not allowed in the league. Now,
Last Dono, a W is spitting in chat right now, and also coaching exists where 30-year-olds and 6-year-olds play together. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, listen, if you got a 6-year-old who's a fucking genius at chess, like, yeah, he's going to compete against adults. Like, that happens sometimes. Yeah, great. Who cares? He's really good at what he does. I think when it comes to team sports, it can get a little more complicated. You wouldn't want like a 10-year-old on the same team as like a 30-year-old when it comes to football. Like, I get that. The camaraderie is just not going to be like there, you know? But like when it comes to individual sports, like ping pong, for instance, like I just don't give a shit. Like if you're good, then you're good. If you're not, then you're not. Like who cares? Who cares? Okay? Can we talk about real problems, please? Like people not being able to afford their rent, you know? Let's talk about real problems, Matt. Nobody cares about this. Nobody gives a shit.
what if the 30-year-old thought he was 6? What if he...
That's a good point. I've always thought, like, you know, I'm 29 right now, and sometimes I'm like, well, what if I thought that I was 6? You know, like, what if I thought, like, what if I just think that I'm 6? Then I'll be able to, like, regress to that, right? This is a real problem, by the way. This is, like, a real thing that happens. Thank you, Matt. No, good point. Good
identified as 6. What if he spent his whole life and had built his entire personality around the fantasy that he is 6? Would we let him play in the 6-year-old league in that case? No. In fact, we would be even less accepting of him on the 6-year-old team.
That happens.
Because
It's
not
a real
only
thing.
is he still not actually
He's talking
6
about
years
a
old,
real thing that
he's
happens,
also
by the way.
deranged.
This is real.
And the fact that he's deranged doesn't make him 6, and it doesn't make us any more eager to let him play with 6-year-olds. In fact, it has the opposite effect. And the same logic applies to women's sports.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, women are just like 6-year-olds when you think about it, you know? Women are just like 6-year-olds when you really think about it. If you really think about it, women are just like 6-year-olds. So when Matt Walsh has sex with his wife, he's thinking about having sex with a 6-year-old, if you think about it, like mentally speaking, right? Right, Matt? Right? Right, Matt? Right? How about you suck my entire fucking cock, okay? And I'll piss in your mouth, too, while you're at it.
And are not women. Men who think they are women are still not women and are, if anything, even less fit to be competing against them. This is the argument that John Oliver won't address. He will talk and talk and talk about...
I can't do this anymore. I can't do it. I'm so fucking tired of it. I hate Matt Walsh. I hate everything he stands for. Fuck you, man. Like, be better. Just be a better person. Like, can you not just be a better person? You know, like, more people would like you that way. I guarantee you. So, like, just be better. Just be better. Okay, I need to stop. It's late. I have work tomorrow and I need to stop. I love you all. Riverboat Jack is live. So that's fun. Let's see if we can raid into Riverboat Jack, shall we? Ugh. Perfect. Okay. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. I love you all. Had a great stream. I thought it was fun. If Superman was real, every alleged straight man would suck his dick, especially the conservatives. KC123, if you want to set up an actual conversation with me about democracy and why you think it's wrong or whatever, feel free to DM me. If not, then whatever. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Love you all. Appreciate you. Have a great time with Riverboat Jack. Riverboat Jack's great. Love her. But yeah, I gotta get to sleep. I got work in the morning, so thank you again. Love you all. Have a great night. Take care. I'll see you on Friday. Definitely Friday. See you then. Thank you, A&W. Appreciate you.